I thought Lyon would. You said FlyQuest or Lyon?
Fly
TL.
Fly TL. I thought it was going to be close.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was. FlyQuest is kind of like a discipline test.
Mm-hmm.
If you can manage not to give into the chaos, you often win. I think they have like good fighting and like good early game sometimes. But if you manage to control it, you usually win. And if you don't lose to like the funny picks in jungle, like flex pick value, like rumble jungle, and like giving top kind of pick can be dangerous, right? And if it's like a bad matchup. But if you don't lose to these kind of things, you usually win, I think.
I'm looking from scrims. FlyQuest was very dangerous. They were beating us a lot this past week, and Team Liquid was opposite. They were not really doing that well. But I felt like the way Team Liquid lost was just us playing well in scrims, and the way FlyQuest beat us was like they're going crazy, and we were just like not ready for how crazy they were playing.
Yeah,
that's why my teammate I talked to with Dokla is like, nah, FlyQuest is just gonna stomp Team Liquid, and I said, I don't know, like
I didn't think so either.
In scrims, when we play against Team Liquid, we just played well, so we won. But when we played against FlyQuest, they were just going really crazy, like every lane playing really aggressive. You punish someone, then the other guy gets dove on the other side, and like it just felt like the way FlyQuest was playing, I just couldn't believe they're gonna play like that on stage.
Mm-hmm.
And so I kind of felt like there is a chance that Team Liquid wins, even though the practice looked like FlyQuest would be a better team.
It's interesting. I don't know if you guys caught Masu's interview after they lost, but he was talking about how, normally they're really good in the execution, but they fail sometimes in the macro or the ideas or whatever. He felt like, everyone kind of says, oh, they're the hands team, not the head team or whatever. But he was saying he felt like in the series against you guys that they actually did a really good job of how they set up their plays and how they played the map, but they really failed in the execution. I don't know if you felt that or if you guys, watching the series felt that at all.
I did watch it, but I didn't feel the same way. I felt like Fly is the team that's really good when they're really far ahead or even really far behind, because they're kind of like mentally in it still. I think some teams aren't as well in it as when they're behind. I don't think TL and like C9 are as good from behind as Fly and Lyon are. But I feel like they just had some wonky drafts at times and they didn't get the leads that they usually get. And I think they picked these champs top like Jace and Vayne, and they were not ahead in lane phase. Mm-hmm. And then you're playing, what was it, Rumble? What was it, the mid lane?
Annie?
Yeah, Rumble Annie, mid jungle. Just to give Flex pick the top, can't pick top, right? And then he picks Vayne, and he's even CS. I think that's a problem going to team fights,
Yeah, of course.
And
they chain ganked that
FlyQuest, I think FlyQuest just got outplayed in that game 3. Like, I think that the team fight where Rumble was really strong, and his first death on Rumble, I feel like Rumble walked into the trap to like start getting the zone a bit because the dragon was dying. Yeah. I think Core played really well, like insta ult him to chain that one trap with Caitlyn into get another trap. So like Rumble, that was the strongest champion, full HP, died one shot with no counterplay after stepping into the trap. So I feel like that was really well played by TL. And I feel like that's Rumble jungle problem. Like you are strong as a base stat champs, especially if the game is going well. But if you fall behind, you are unmobile, you don't have enough damage, you can die one shot. Like enemy can always engage on you and kill you with one ult. And I think that's why like game 3, I think Team could just outplay them in that situation. Because I do think that team fight FlyQuest was favorable to win.
Yeah.
And game 4, what happened in game 4? What did you guys play?
Game 4.
With the Kog'Maw Lulu. Kog'Maw
Lulu. Yeah, enemy.
Yeah.
Lucia Emilio, yeah.
It was also like, Fly was doing fine. Like the Twisted Fate reach on the blue buff area was very unnecessary, I feel like. Like they reached for them and they died. Same on like, I think Fair Dragon was kind of similar. I felt like Zinza was hitting the dragon. They could get it, but Quad just sent it. Like he just ulted into them with TF. And I think Core bought Mika's that they probably didn't think about. So like didn't have Milio ult and they thought they are sending it on Lucian. There's no Milio ult, no cleanse. But Milio had Mika's first item for some reason. Yeah. And like, and I think Renekton that was 2-0 like flashes in when the dragon is free, just kills himself. And like, I think you can't play like that if you play TF Renekton and like on the Fair Dragon you just kill yourself. Like you need to play really well until you have soul with these champs. I feel like they just couldn't deliver that. I think it comes from experience, and I think they just got a little bit outplayed in those
I thought TL team fought pretty well in that game. The game you played Lucian, Milio, Victor, Ornn, whatever it was. You guys played like slow around Kog'Maw. You didn't give him like free target the whole fight. Because against Kog'Maw, like if he hits someone, he will one-shot them, right? This is how the champ works.
Yeah.
But his weakness is like W is 8 seconds on, 8 seconds off, unless you hit people with Navori, right? And if you can't hit people because you're outranged by Victor or Ornn ult or like Nafir only goes on you when she can one-shot you, not much you can't. So it's like hard to find targets and there's no engage on your team because you have some shit champ top, Renekton and Xin Zhao. You have no like, you have no way to start fights, right? You're outranged by everyone, so you can't do anything. You're just standing there.
You're just hoping enemies walk into the cop.
Yeah, you have to go to the dragon and click on it.
Yeah, just finish the dragon, flip it, and the fight will start.
Yeah.
But
It's interesting. It did feel to me like it was like a lot of execution in the fights too. You're talking about the Rumble fight, and I think it was even maybe in that same fight earlier where Quad had like looked for Tibbers encore, but it got McHale's, and he just kind of like self McHale's and went over the wall. But you know, if you're full sending it with Tibbers onto the support, even if you kill them, you might not actually be winning the fight, because when everything got spent there, then Quid was playing Kali and he kind of just came in from behind and kind of killed everyone. How did you feel about like kind of the execution in fights?
I mean, I think one of the, biggest step up I see was Cordius. Even the Rakan game, the first one, is like he will just see an angle and not say anything, and we just follow. You know, like that's just you can feel like he's watching the angle. So we were just like paying attention to what he's looking for. And even in the Bard game, like I think he's sort of solo winning these games. Even if Quid is playing good Akali games, it's like the way he's starting the fights is like really good. I also think the Rumble stepping on the trap and him setting up the play was good. The Mikhail before that fight too, he was really good. So we just kind of, outplayed him in a lot of these fights. And I think that's what we were struggling against FlyQuest when we screened them before. I don't know. I think we just play better maybe when the pressure is on and when it matters. I think that's one of the things we practice a lot, like team fights especially, and how we want to approach fights. I think that's one of the most important parts when you're playing playoffs. And yeah, we came to good agreements on how we want to start a fight, who has to like die first for the boys to do something, you know? So
And that's what Marvel was doing, right? He was like, guys, the dragon's dying. Who is tanking the trap, guys?
yeah, that's basically.
I'm not taking, guys. And
He's
he's like, sure, guys, I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. And there was no one to carry afterwards, so then the dragon was gone.
he was hungry for the trap. So
The dragon was dying in his face. What can you do?
yeah, just die.
Guys, who wants the trap? No, I'm not taking it, guys.
Do you guys feel like watching Team Liquid? Do you think they've gotten better in lower bracket, or do you think they're just playing worse teams, or kind of like what's your view on it? Because obviously you guys both won your first round, so you got to wait and kind of watch last week. Didn't actually have to play.
Yeah, I think they haven't gotten worse at least. I would hope not, right?
Hopefully not.
I don't know why we're screaming if they all get worse, but I don't know. I think the top four was close, like you said. I thought FlyQuest could win against TL. I thought it could go the other way. I thought we could beat Lyon, could go the other way. Like it felt like it's a close playoff, like kind of like a circle maybe.
Yeah, I also said it in the past. It feels like all the teams could have won. Like there were actually 4 teams that could have won. So I feel like going into any series right now, you can't really know who's gonna win.
I don't feel like anyone has particular like big advantage. I always thought Lyon were better than their record in regular season, even when we won against them, and when they lost to like.
Didn't lose, I think.
Did you lose to someone else?
No,
FlyQuest,
we were losing. Oh, to FlyQuest.
Yeah, you lost to FlyQuest. Yeah.
We lost
And,
the last game.
Even when they were wasting time playing with Castle, I didn't think like, surely soon they'll put in Dokla again and then they can win the games. No offense to him or anything. I just thought in scrims, there was like never any hope, I felt like, for that to be better than Dokla, but that's just my outside perspective. Like he played like Rise top and stuff like that, and I thought like it just wasn't meant to be that iteration. But I always thought Lyon was better than their record when they were losing games in regular season. But outside that, I don't know. I think TL, C9, Fly are all really close. I wouldn't have been surprised if this weekend was like Fly beat TL and we beat Lyon. It wouldn't have been like mind-blowing to me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like after the first weekend when all the top 4 teams played and all the games went 5 games, everyone was thinking that this was going to be kind of that same weekend, right? But then ended up being 3-1, 3-0, and that's maybe just kind of like luck of the draw.
I think the games were kind of close, no?
Yeah.
Our series, I felt like it was close. Maybe it didn't look like it, but I felt in game it was pretty close. Same yesterday, I felt like it came down to team fights. So
I thought at least game 1 could have easily been a win for us.
Yeah, game 1 was definitely
just
close.
like one team fight we played better, we would have won.
Yeah.
And in game 3, I think we also kind of had the same problem, like where we had good situations. You had like a funny draft.
Yeah.
You put Jace jungle to avoid playing top against Malphite, I guess, right?
I honestly thought that Sejuani Jace is going to get the lead over Malphite, but we got 0 lead. Like Sejuani was first time. Actually. So
I think Jace jungle is not bad, but then the top lane pick has to be useful, right?
the top lane has
if you're
to
flexing
be
the Jace
useful,
to jungle to get top con pick, gotta win top, right? It's like Rumble, like when Vayne doesn't win against in lane is the problem. But then in that game, I thought we blocked the Drake and we win. Even though I entered lane a bit, I dive 1v1 like a freak that one time when you're doing grubs. I want to like do something a bot, like get MF ulti or like dive or something.
We assumed you were kind of trying to bait because you're.
I mean, we felt
mid laner
like
was
there's something happening like both sides. Zinza was for sure like around.
I had like a monster wave.
He was.
I had like a monster wave building when you're on grubs.
Yeah.
And I said like we die bot here, and then we just didn't. And I tried to like E forward to like chunk him or like make some magic happen, and then just kill myself. That was not very, very great. That game I was playing really bad. But in those team fights, even though we played bad, like around bot in early game, we can't lose team fights at Drake. We just can't.
I mean, we knew that we shouldn't take those fights. Just pray that we got as much gold as possible and maybe we win.
Yeah, you play well around like poking us, and even if you hit the spells, you have to give anyways.
Yeah, but that's what we knew. Like we were gonna hit a spell, and then hopefully the laners are gonna have like good lane situation. But we're gonna give up Drake, but then eventually you guys have to take a bad base.
Get some plates here and there,
plates,
and
like,
hopefully we're stronger.
Yeah, and hopefully like late game team fights, like Elder, we're gonna win the smite somehow, and we can win. Like if the champs are stronger, and then the only option is to hit the dragon, you can just win the smite and and win.
I felt like even though we were behind in golden lane that game in mid and bot, I felt like if we just actually mid was fine, bot was behind. If we just walk the dragon, we can't lose. If we don't get hit by too many spells from Jace in a row, right?
Did well just by starting objective like ASAP.
Yeah, just don't get poked too much. Walk the Drake and fight, and then we just lost the fights. Like we won them and then we lost them.
Well, the good news is you're not out. You're still in it. You're still in the lower bracket.
Yeah, beast mode.
There you go. There's I think expectations for TL, it's fair to say, I don't know if it was same on pro side, but community side, especially at the start of the year, was like, oh, TL is going to be the best team, right? You know, super team. And, you know, we even had interviews with your coaches where it's like, oh, if we're not winning, it's a big disappointment. Do you guys feel the pressure of that internally? You know, as far as the expectations of like it's first or bust?
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't feel pressure when I'm playing the games. I just like go with it, you know. I think when you put things that are not in the game on your head while you're playing, it's kind of annoying to play. So I just like, you know, don't think about it. I'm pretty sure other players might think about it and be like, oh, maybe this is high pressure. You know, maybe if we lose now, it's not good for me or anything. But I'm like, who cares, you know? You're just playing a game in the end. So as long as you do your job and you play well, you shouldn't worry about like winning or losing in the end. So that's what I think.
So you guys are going to play obviously in the lower bracket finals. That'll be, you know, starting off next weekend on Saturday. How are you feeling about the match? Have you thought about TL at all, or had a moment to think about that?
I mean, of course, like we watch yesterday's matches, right? Preparing ourselves potentially that we might play them next weekend, either in finals or in lower bracket, right? You never know. So you always look at everyone and you always, you know, scrim thinking I might play these guys next week if we lose or if we win, whatever. So yeah, we're thinking about them all the time, but I don't know. Against TL, our games are always close, but we always win. Yeah. Recently. I mean, you were on the team for like last year, but even last year, we always won against TL, besides the very first split when we were in Brazil, the playoffs. I think we're like the reverse of C9 versus Inspired, like where we always win against TL in all the series we play against them. Last time we lost was like over a year ago. So we just have something good going for us, I guess. But last time we played against them, it was really close. Like we were like really behind in game 2 and then they threw. So that could have been a close series.
Does the history give you more confidence? Like, does it feel a little bit more relaxed, feeling like, hey, it's worked out all these other times?
No, not really. Just play. You know, like a lot of our series have been really close recently. Like against FlagQuest, our BO3 was close. Could have been 2-0 either way, to be honest. Our best of 5 could have been either way as well. It was 5 games.
Yep.
Even today we lost 2-0, but we could have won at least 2 games of those 3 if we had played like a little bit better at certain times, individually or otherwise. So
game 1 and 3.
Yeah, mostly those 2 games. And against TL, like we won the first game. I don't remember what I played that game, but game 2 we were playing Ashe, Seraphine, and we were like down 4k gold at like 10 minutes, I think. That was the game where you called Blabber an idiot.
No, it was not. It was not that play. It was not when I killed him. They did me dirty. Like I was saying it because he invaded Raptors when they were already gone, and I was like, "What is he doing?" He kept going forward, but there was nothing, you know.
Oh, really? That's when it happened?
Yeah. So I was like, "What is he doing?"
He saw you there and then tried to re-walk around it, right?
Yeah, because I took the Raptor, and I was like, why does he keep going forward? There is nothing here, you know?
Yeah.
And then I kill him, and I was saying, jungle die, you know? That's all I said. And then they were like, wow, what is this idiot doing? What?
That's kind of fucked up, actually.
It was the edit for drama.
No, but they've been doing this a lot where they show clips that happen, like, obviously, like, early in the game.
I think something like that happened with some
happened to you as well, yeah. Like, you talk about something in the game, I can't remember what it was. And they show that weird timing as if you're flaming someone.
Yeah. I remember something. I don't remember what was it, but I remember just something that that did some views. Yeah.
So I will say my producer was just saying in my ear too, and I know generally how this works. So they have the observers and like the EVS team is watching the game and listening to clips, and they try as much as they can to try to line it up with the play. But like the audio is like a separate thing from the visual. It's not like a synced thing that they just like pull it and it's with the gameplay. So they try to like time it up as much as they can. But obviously they're pulling that.
It's a hit job on
The producers are out to get you all, but they do try their best to do that, because that's something we've actually talked about in our meetings before. Like, are we sure this is lined up? And they're like, yeah, we're pretty sure.
But yeah, that game against TL was like, it was lost, you know.
Yeah.
Like in scrims at that time, you just go next, guys. Like it's not winnable.
APA had some fatty flanks in that one though, if I recall.
Yeah, I mean we had a lot of good plays. So like we used arrows on mid. I killed Kalen one time.
Yeah.
When he was like at 8 minutes, and then we got another one later for a cleanse, and then that cleanse became his death on next play, and then Quid TP'd in and killed himself with like a huge bounty. And like you lose a big bounty on a champion right as you're losing a fight. It's really bad, because then everyone else dies afterwards.
Yeah.
And you get like a bounty on the herald or something shit like this, you know. Like,
I mean, in this season, you can't afford to lose a fight.
yeah, like
a big
shutdowns
fight
are like extremely broken this patch. Like, because like you can be like not that far ahead, but have like 2 dragons and like a 8 goal shutdown, you know. Like, whoa, if I die once, it's like we're even in a goal, you know. So it's very close there. But yeah, that game felt like we could have lost really easily. So we're not taking anything for granted. You know, all of our series have been really close against the top 4. So,
how do you feel about the matchup, Jose?
I feel similar. I think, I mean, many of the series that we're playing right now, it's like whoever shows up in there is going to win. And I think that's just playoff, you know, whoever has the bigger, you know, the balls is just going to win, you know. It's just the truth, you know. So I think whoever shows up on any of the days is going to win the split, and that's just how it goes.
Yeah. Do you have any prediction or feeling on who you think is going to win?
Not sure, honestly. And I feel like it's kind of better to play in that game, because I feel like the winner that wins that series will have a lot of like confidence, and they will play the day before us. So I would say that they should feel very confident going into the
lower
final.
bracket advantage.
I don't know. I don't know if I believe it. I've lost like so many finals and won on both sides of the lower bracket or upper bracket. And I don't know if it really matters anymore.
I don't know. I think I won once with, I don't know, with FlyQuest we were once with lower bracket, once with upper bracket, and I think once with upper bracket. I guess I have half kind of. So
and
I don't
then
know.
Lock-in you won from lower bracket, right?
Yeah,
I don't remember
it
what
feels like on the LAN event like that, surely it's better to win a game. You play in the arena, you're like chill. If you can actually fall asleep and get a good sleep, then I think you should be favorable in final. Like you already played the day before.
Yeah, you're a bit more comfortable.
And I feel like this like saying that you saw the drafts of the opponent is kind of mean.
Yeah.
Like you still know.
I mean, at this point, everyone knows everyone
Yeah.
anyway, right? Like it's not like something funny's gonna happen in draft that no one expected at this point.
Yeah. So it's like, what are we gonna do day before our final? Like they are gonna play, and we are gonna oink what you guys play. Like, yeah.
Do you think there's anything to, sometimes people talk, I know sometimes players are like, I lost finals because I was just so tired because the series from before, like if it goes 5 games. Do you,
Really?
do you
It ever happened? I never heard something like that.
I've had a couple players tell me
I
that.
feel like it's just
they were
very,
like, we were
it's
just
very,
too
you have a lot of
exhausted.
pressure on you playing that series that they will play. Because like, if you lose, you don't go MSI.
Yep.
And if you win, you're like really happy. You made MSI and now you have a final to play. So
Yeah.
it's really chill. But it's just stressful. But I don't know. I feel like being in upper bracket makes you not have that stress of playing that series. But I don't think it puts you in an advantage. I would still think this is disadvantage.
I mean, it depends on the schedule. Sometimes you travel
didn't you
like
run it down today,
a couple
then?
days before.
Because you just don't have the stress of the game. Like the elimination game.
You're okay being at a disadvantage.
It's true, yeah. Like you have the safety net.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I feel like sometimes you travel, like this time we go on Friday, I think, right? To Arizona. It's a 1-hour flight. So it's chill, right? There's no like jet lag or something. But sometimes you travel like on Wednesdays, you have like 2 days there to like scrim and oink and adjust. I think those days you should have like good sleep. It's like part of like being a pro player is having like, you know, control of like sleep and like being in good condition on the day. So I think it's fine.
Yeah. So do you feel like Lyon is the big boss? Do you guys still feel like that? Because obviously they're the defending champions from Lock-in. They're waiting in the finals. They were able to get 3-0. Everyone is saying, hey, it's anyone's to win, but does it feel like Lyon is the team to beat? Are you guys both kind of feeling like that? Or are you thinking, no, whoever wins in our series could easily win too?
Well, I mean,
they are waiting. So
I mean, yeah. Until you lose, you're the defending champs, right?
Yeah.
So like until Lyon loses in playoffs in like the finals or when they're actually out, right? They are the big boss until that moment, right? That's just how it works. I always think that way.
Until proven otherwise.
But I wouldn't say it's like they're like the monster big boss. Just
Yeah.
the boss, maybe, right? Like you know what I'm saying? Like
There's not that many levels above you.
yeah. Like, I don't feel like. I mean, when you pull up to like in nationals, you see like Gen G, like
The big boss.
That's a big boss. That's a really big boss.
You're gonna need some more gear.
Or like one of my very first nationals was Worlds 15, right?
Yeah.
And we played against Easyhoon, first 2 games against SKT.
Yeah.
And then after game 2, they said there's something in Faker for the game 3.
Yeah.
That
You
I had
felt the aura.
I heard the boss music, you know. I was like, oh shit, that's a big boss
guys
right
win
there.
any
Box
game or
phase
what?
2.
No, we got 2-0.
Oh, we go 0-2 down and then Faker came in.
Yeah. and there I felt the boss, you know, like the big boss is coming.
The
I was like,
orchestral
oh,
music
shit.
starts playing.
I'm like, oh shit, I was really doomed. But Lyon is a boss for sure, but not quite that big
I
of a
mean,
boss.
no one's got Faker or except Faker. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
We're
But
talking
like,
international.
I mean, even when you pull up to like the MSI like a couple years ago, you see like Gen G try code. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, shit.
Ooh.
Oh, T1. Oh shit. BLG. Oh. You feel a little bit more heat, you know.
Yeah.
So
Last thing I want to talk about you guys with you guys is All Pro. So Jose, you got first team All Pro. Inspired, you got second team All Pro. This time you didn't make All Pro. I didn't need to explain. It just is.
yeah. Beast mode.
I'm kind of curious because I wanted to ask you, Inspired, first of all, because almost everyone voted for Jose first team or second team, and both you and Rainover, who were the guys who did your ballots for Lyon, did not vote for him. And I could have missed someone, but I think it was just you guys and then Daejeon's coach were the only people that didn't put him on the ballot at all. So what was your kind of thought process there?
Just jungle ego.
I don't know. I just did it on my experience of playing against the teams and players, and I feel like when we played against Team Liquid, I just didn't feel like it was as hard as against other players because I didn't really watch like the games of Jose playing against other teams. I just like had experience from scrims and on stage, and like I put Griff in third, I think, and we lost to his funny picks, and scrims was hard against him as well. We lost to Blabber when game 2 he was like really behind against me on Sejuani, and he still somehow made stuff happen, and they won game 3 against us. So it was pretty good for me. I think I put him first, and second I put Hambak because I feel like he has the worst team out of all of the junglers, and he still does a good like results. So yeah, I think the gap is for sure not like massive between any of them. You can put pretty much like all 4, and I think you can make argument for any of them, at least in my head, to be first. And yeah, I think I just looked from like experience that I played against them.
Do you think there's any validity to? I know some people talk in the community about like what they call kind of like gamesmanship, right? It's like, okay, if I want to get first team All Pro, I shouldn't vote for the other person who's most likely to get first team All Pro. Do you guys think that people are doing that sometimes with the voting? Because obviously, when they see, okay, people are talking about the race is between you two guys for first. If you guys don't vote for him, that obviously does help you in your chances to get first team.
I don't think about it, but I don't know if people do.
Do you care about the votes when you're like, he didn't vote for me, I gotta prove him wrong?
No, I mean, I don't even know who Core voted. I don't even know who voted in our team. I think maybe Jake too. I don't know.
Core voted and Jake voted.
Yeah, I don't know who they voted for, so I have no clue. Honestly, I think you just vote for whoever you think is good. And
yeah, I mean, I also voted Sven Vulcan 1-1 both because I felt like in our games, bot lane was rough. So and yeah, I feel like we are winning, but then we lose composure and then we die, and it's unplayable. At least in the games we played. Same like in scrims. It felt like it felt like bot lane had a lot of impact. I felt like Vulcan was really taking a lot of space on the map, and Sven was always like solid. So that's why I voted them first. So I also a bit surprised that Sven didn't make it. Vulcan made it, right?
Yeah, both
I think
got
he's
first team.
Yeah.
I think you were it was Berserker and then Masu and then Jan and then Rahel, and I think you were 5th in voting, if I recall
Beast mode.
correctly. Do you feel like that was unfair?
I don't know. I don't care so much about individual things anymore. I used to, but when I didn't get MVP in 2020 spring, I felt like, okay, fuck this. It's like I don't care anymore about like what other people think anymore. So I stopped caring. But I don't think I played that bad, personally.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm the 5th best ADC in the league. I think I'm better than that. But yeah, I don't know.
So, you know,
Not sure.
obviously, I think it's good to not necessarily care about what the other people think. How do you evaluate your own play? Like, do you think that was weird? Because obviously, Vulcan got first team and you were fifth.
Yeah, I must be really carried.
Well, it's like, does that feel like how do you evaluate your own play? Like, are you happy with how you performed? Do you think it was unjust? Do you think you should be up there?
I mean, it's just a case by case basis, right? It's based on like your draft, right? Like, are you supposed to win lane this game? Did you win lane? No, then you have a problem, right? Did you first pick an OP champ and didn't perform? Then you have a problem. Like, did you give the team an OP champion? Sometimes you'll trade a champ, right? You'll trade like OP ball lane champ for OP mid lane champ, and it's up to them to choose who gets what, right? And if they get the OP ball laner, you have to just play defensive and survive, right?
Yeah.
And that's your job in that game. If you did the job, then it might not like look good on your stats or in the game, but someone else looking good because of what you did, right? For example, in Lyon in last finals, we couldn't win drafts. We were in draft meeting. We're like, holy shit, man, guys, we can't get a single draft in our draft meeting. And I said, just get on Karma Ezreal. It's fine. We'll play Corki Nico bot against Karma Ezreal, unplayable matchup. I go down 10 CS, but our draft is better because of it. We won that game. It's like someone has to sacrifice sometimes, and I'm fine to do it because nowadays I care more about winning than about looking good. But I also think I had quite a few bad games this split, so it's not unfair to say I'm the 4th or 5th best ADC or whatever. But I also think there's like a bit of reverse name. What's it called? What's the name value?
Yeah.
Where people are like overly eager to shit on me if I make a mistake. But if someone else makes the same mistake, it's like, it's fine. It's Masoyon. They're like young or whatever. It's like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like I think I can find for every time I've made mistakes, I can find Maso doing the same thing, you know, for example, right? But he's like very securely second or whatever.
So you're kind of getting a lot more heat for the mistakes you feel than some of the other players?
Yeah, and I won't get as much credit for the good things I do. But like, it's fine. I think I had like not the greatest split ever while my team is 7-0. So it amplifies the narrative or whatever. But I don't really care, like I said, so much about what other people think of me. I care what like my team and I think of me, right? And like if I feel like I'm getting gapped a lot of games, for example, today, like if I had to like evaluate these games today, I would say like game 3 was a big problem.
Yeah.
Like I was like, we had a winning matchup bot, didn't win lane, we were even CS, made a big mistake, died to MF 1v1 when we were strong-sided, when they were doing grubs, big problem. But in game 1 and game 2, for example, I don't think there was a big problem in those games, right? I think I played fine, just okay. I think in game 2, we picked like strong lane, but didn't do anything. That could be a blind problem or a team problem. Not sure yet. Have to investigate that one. But yeah.
How do you guys feel about, you know, I mean, it's kind of just like a League of Legends thing in general, where it's like, sometimes you're making all of these small decisions, correct, right? You know, maybe like you do 20 small good things in a row, 20 good trades in a row, and that builds you a 10 CS lead or whatever.
Yeah.
But, you know, you make that one bad play, and sometimes that one bad play is like either A, more memorable, or B, just way more impactful. Because, you know, you guys talked about, you know, with bounties and in League in general, it's like you could be playing really, really good for 25 minutes, and then you mess up the one team fight engage, you lose the fight, your team gets aced, they get the bear, and the game's over, GG. Like, does that feel fair to then evaluate, you know, more heavily based off like that one mistake that made more of an impact? Or should people maybe be thinking, no, like you made 50 good plays in a row that were just like smaller before that?
I think it just depends. It's a case by case basis, I think.
Yeah.
Like I would never blame my Nautilus for going 0-10 if he's the only engage we have.
Yeah.
You know, the same thing, I don't blame Inspired for playing Jace, walking up and like baiting Malphite ulti on him, because if he doesn't, MF can't play. And if MF can't play, you can't win. So if he walks up and dies for free, we get Drake and walk it back, then it's not really his fault because someone has to do it. And it's not going to be MF who tanks the Malphite ult, right? So it would look bad for you if we played well.
Yeah, I know. That's
That's how it works, right?
Yeah.
But it can't be your AD carry who's the janitor of the team, you know?
Yeah.
So just walk in, die in peace. If the M team is Genji, you lose. If they're C9, maybe you don't lose. You know what I'm saying? That's how it is.
Yeah.
And like, yeah.
Do you guys find that frustrating about League sometimes, where, you know, you can be playing really, really well for 25 minutes and it feels like I did all these things right, I was better than my opponent for all this time, and then I did this one thing wrong, and that means that everything else is erased and we lose the game?
Yeah, I've
It's
been there.
also perspective too, no? Because if you think about it, let's say Inspire dies and they lose the fight, then like, oh, what is this guy doing? You know, he solo lost the game. But in reality, if you think about what he's doing, then it makes sense, you know. So sometimes it's like what you're doing. If it makes sense in your head and you're confident that what you're doing is right, you shouldn't care like what people say, you know.
I mean,
maybe it happens, you know.
It goes a lot of different ways too, right? For example, today when we played Wukong, right, when you got flash hooked at the dragon, it was actually Blabber who said Wukong on W, no flash. Phil flash hook him if he comes in and in. And you think like Vulcan smurfed it, right? Because he flash hooked the Wukong, no W. But it was Blabber who like word for word told him no that.
I mean, Blabber forced my
W.
So like
no
he should know it, but I thought that Vulcan saw it. That's why he did it.
He didn't see it in game.
I just thought in game that maybe they will not go for it. I was like,
just hoping.
Yeah, I was just hoping maybe they will not go. Like, I don't have double for like a little bit. Maybe they'll just not go.
But yeah, the point was like Blabber like called the whole play, right? Like almost like micromanaged the play out of him, right? Not saying that Vulcan shouldn't get recognition for the player, but like you don't hear those cons from Blabber, so you don't think that was a good play by Blabber. You think Vulcan smurfed it, right? And similarly, sometimes, for example, in the Fury game, when you killed me bot, remember with the portal, we were saying you're on our chickens.
Really?
Yeah, and Blabber just misspoke. He meant wolves.
Oh.
But I heard chickens. I'm like, oh, okay. Then I'm chilling, right? Yeah, I'm chickens. Then it's like up top, right? So I'm good. Bot portal. I'm like, yo, right? And it looks like I'm completely griefing, right? But in the game, I'm stun locked when you're in my tri bush, and Blabber says, I meant wolves. I'm like, oh shit, we now I gotta run, you know?
Yeah.
Or like sometimes someone will say, no flash this guy. Then you all in, he flashes, and like, no flash, you say.
Yeah.
And now look, I'm griefing, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
of course.
It can go both ways on that level.
That's why I like comms listeners, because it can give some insight into
It's like, if you really understand why someone is doing what they're doing and who has to do what to make the game winning, you would have a better judgment of like, oh, this guy picked this matchup and he was not winning lane. That's a problem, right?
Yeah.
Like when I saw, for example, Flag was with Steel, Morgan was like kind of in-feeding in one of the games on Xante, right? He was like dying like 3 times in a row. But he was also like counterpicked by a flex pick, you know, Rumble Jungle.
Yeah.
And he was playing something as Vayne, even CS. That's pretty good from a ball perspective.
Ganked,
Getting chain ganked, not dying to any ganks, making people flash on him. So I thought, he's playing kind of well, this guy.
Yeah.
But he was 0-3 at some point. And then I was like, I still think he played well this game.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, not well, but like, you know, reasonable.
Yeah.
Given the game, what the game gave him, right? The game gave him a shit match up top. And no one's helping him the whole game, you know, like, and you just hope bot wins, right? So it's like, it's a case-by-case basis always.
It's kind of the same probably to our Rumble game today. I think Dokla played really well in that game too. Like, that Rumble was so OP.
Yeah.
Like, he was getting camped.
I thought he was smurfing
He was getting camped, and he was there's so. I mean, all the ganks that they did just let us have a free game. So like he was playing really well on Rumble, and some people might say that he didn't, but I feel like that game he just carried because he was just soaking pressure, and then everyone else was just free to play.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. Do you guys like that, you know, the game is so team fight focused, you know, the just kind of like going more down that road? Because obviously, you know, the game really does generally come down to like a fight at soul or, you know, some sort of
Drakes are a bit too OP maybe. Like at some point before the grubs got buffed, sometimes junglers wouldn't even take all 3 because it makes a sound in the game. You know, you wouldn't even like, it wasn't even worth showing where you were on the map to take grubs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of a problem, right? Like, if grubs are that useless. But before, they were so OP that the whole game was just like, binds around the grubs at, was it 6 minutes or whatever it was? And then again at 8 minutes or 10 minutes, I can't remember what it was. Like,
it swung too far.
It was back-to-back grub fights. And then if one team got 6 grubs, it was lost. They would one-shot your whole base, right? They would swap the whole game and one-shot your whole base with Tristana or whatever.
I didn't like it because I feel like if you're a better
goes
laner,
both ways, you know?
if you're a better laner before, then how can you like win against someone that is better?
They have like 80 gap at the grubs or support gap at the grubs.
Right now it seems like you fall behind, but if enemy makes a mistake, you can win. It's very stressful to play like from ahead because like you need to really keep focus. Like don't do something weird. Don't waste your flashes for fun. It's stressful, but I think it gives a lot of hope for the losing team to still come back.
I think it's exciting to watch, but it does seem stressful to play,
sure
knowing that it's like,
I don't know,
I mess up here.
I didn't really look
over.
at it, but surely there's way more comebacks now than it was in the past. Because right now it's actually, the game is never lost until it's actually lost. It feels like.
It's like the inverse of the Scar quote. We're winning up until we lose the game.
I do think the quest was a good addition to the game.
Yeah.
Like the lane swap meta, where like
lane swap meta
sometimes you would just blindly go top, and if it worked out for you, nice, free win. Or
they matched you. Oh, I guess I can lane now.
I guess it's lost. I also think bounties are kind of OP, and sometimes they're a little skewed. Like you can like supports can like die in lane level 1, right, or something like your classic level 1.
Yeah, and give no gold after that.
And then next def, your team is down like only 500 gold, but the support def is worth like 100 gold, 150 gold, something maybe, right? You can just die on purpose if you want to, and it doesn't matter for the game at all. Like just chunk the enemy team ball, die in peace and run top.
And then you have tempo. And then, like you just make a good play. Kill
like
someone else somewhere.
Yeah, so I think like bounties and like reverse bounties or like dying one-on-ones in early game, it's like too forgiving. And like it counts like drakes in the bounty calculation.
Yeah.
So if one guy got like 2 kills early game and you have 2 drakes, that's a 1 gig bounty on his head. But the game is actually like kind of close, you know?
And that's why the good devs got really buffed this season. That's how I felt playing against FlyQuest in scrims, as I said. They were just dying while pressuring, and that's just a good dev. But can you pull it off on stage? Are you going to be like brave enough to pressure on stage, die, and then get lead somewhere else? Because right now really feels like if you pressure and you die and you can still pressure, it's just better than give up.
I mean, Flyball plays the same way, both in scrims and stage, which I think is respectable. I think the rest of the team is a bit different. Like mid and top are more relaxed on stage. I think Quad is very good in both. He's like very similar in both. So he's just like a balanced guy. Helps that team a lot, I think. But Ballin plays like giga aggressive at every level in every matchup in every single game, you know, scrims and stage, which I like. I dislike when it's all the way around, where you play only aggressive in scrims, and on stage you just
hugging.
Yeah, you just play like, you know, normal people do.
Yeah, the fly ball lane was annoying. Every time we play against them, Core was saying, "Is his jungle here?" I'm saying, "No, Core, he's in the wolves. He's not there." Just
I mean, it's like this a lot. Like you'll be winning 2-2, and then the guy's like walking at you. I'm like, does he know something I don't know? You know, like I don't know why he's walking at me, because if I hit him, I'll win. But he's walking at me, so he must know something I don't, right? Like there must be a reason that he's doing this, right? Like when I was playing a Slide Quest in last, not the BO5 but the BO3,
jungler can't
I
be
was playing
everywhere. That's what he knows.
Kokinami against him, and I was like, if I click on him, I win. If he clicks on me, I win. So he's walking at me. So TP check? No TP. Okay. Jungle check? He's on Krugs. I don't know. Are you sure about that? Like, it feels like kind of like, you know, sus a bit against these guys sometimes.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And
I mean,
but that playstyle actually kind of works nowadays, I feel like. Because if you die, you don't lose that much, like as you did in the
home
past.
guards.
Because you can still get the shutdown if enemy just ints one time, and then you're back.
In jungle, it's similar too. Sometimes you just die invading, then you die again because chain, you know, and then you're 0-2, but you have tempo again, so you're kind of back, you know. If you kill someone, so it's fine.
That's cool. Well, it should be a really fun weekend next weekend. I'm really excited for it. TL versus C9 is going to be on Saturday, and then Lyon will be awaiting the winner of that on Sunday. Make sure to get your tickets if you haven't already. We will see you next weekend in Arizona for the LCS finals to find out who's going to be joining Lyon at MSI. One of these two chaps will be flying off to play at MSI. Gentlemen. One of these fine gentlemen here. Thank you all for coming in and doing the show, and thank you, Sven. I know it's not easy after a tough series to
it's fine.
to do the content.
I don't mind.
I appreciate it.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, well, great. We're happy to have you. So we'll see you all next week.
Beast mode.
Hello and welcome everybody to the post-game press conference. We just saw Team Liquid dismantle C9 in 3-0 fashion. And now we're going to get their thoughts as well as Lyon's thoughts who were watching along. I want to get your thoughts first. Dokla, what were your thoughts? 3-0, was this your expectation, or kind of where are you at right now watching that series?
I mean, it was enjoyable to watch as a C9 hate watcher, so that's all I'm have to say. I'm glad we don't live in a world where C9 makes MSI.
Hey, Vulcan still got MVP though, so just saying. Nice, let's get thoughts over here. Team Liquid, Quid, what are your thoughts coming out of that series? We haven't heard from you yet.
I feel pretty good. I think we play well as a team, and we enjoy to play each other. Yeah, I'm really happy.
Well, Dokla actually made an interesting point there, because C9 and Vulcan have been talking a lot. Specifically, Vulcan was saying that they don't want to live in a world where Jose is MVP. So do you have any defense now that you just took down Vulcan in C9? Do you want to build up your jungler Jose at all? Or Jose, I guess you can just do it. Yeah, let's just hear from Jose.
Nah, I don't care.
All right. Well, hey, you know what? Cool guy, Jose. We're going to have some questions here from the press. I have some questions online as well. So let's get into it. You guys ready to get into it? Shout out the fans, by the way, that stuck around. There's a lot of them still in the Mullet Arena here. So up first, all right, state your name and what your question is.
Hi, my name is Miss Chum Chum. I'm with Summoner Sofa Media. I have a question for Inspired. Inspired, I heard earlier you were saying that you saw some people who were trying to copy your playbook. You see them watching. I want you to call them out? Like, who is copying your playbook? But also, does that apply any pressure with you going into finals? And like, what are you gonna spice up the draft, spice up the champ select with?
I mean, I don't think that affects our or my game, I guess, or our game. I think usually teams try to copy the team that is winning, or at least like try to put some sort of like watch our game and see how we are winning and try to do similar stuff. Yeah, I think watching even Team Liquid games right now, I think they realized a lot about the mistakes they were making. I think that's why they are on a really good run and their games look very solid. And I think watching from outside, I can see a lot of adjustments that they made. I don't think people copy it necessarily because of me, but because I'm on a winning team for a while. And as I said earlier, usually if the team is winning, you look why and try to do stuff that they do well as well.
Do you feel like Jose copies you at all?
I wouldn't say it's jungle perspective. I think jungle is very easy role. You just farm minions, but more from like team play perspective.
Okay, cool. Thank you for the question. All right, next one.
Hey there, this is Jay Silver with Jay Silver Presents. My question is for Jose Diodo. If you were to win this game, you would win your first LCS title. What would it mean for you to go to the MSI stage a title champion?
I mean, it would be nice for sure. I think, I don't know, when I play, I just try to enjoy the series and not think too much about, like, I have to win this no matter what, you know? That's what I sort of did today, and that's what I'm planning to do tomorrow, and just enjoy the games and have a nice time. That's what we've been doing, and it's been working out so far for us, so, yeah.
I like your answer right after the win where you're saying you're just focused on having fun right now. Because, I mean, it was your first time up on stage in front of North America. Actually, I want to get Morgan's thoughts here. Because, Morgan, I know that this is also your first stage game, right? You had never played on stage before, correct?
Yeah.
What was that like for you?
뭐가 남았냐고? Yeah, this is my first time like show. There's many crowds, so yeah, honestly, a little bit anxious, like nervous, but after one game on, I just enjoy the game, just enjoy the mood. So yeah, it was very exciting play today. Yeah,
Played great. All right, we're going to take one of our online questions now before we get to some of the press live here. We have one that's from Arsh from Neymen. This one's for Team Liquid Jan. There's actually going to be two of these. So first up, it's for Team Liquid Jan. So let's pass the mic to Jan. Having 3-0'd them convincingly, do you feel that the hype around C9 was contrived after regular season? Some fans are saying that they were industry plants without any significant wins. Do you agree?
To be honest, despite how much that C9 gets bashed for choking, etc., I think their understanding of League of Legends is actually quite high as a team. I think they probably folded under pressure this time around. But yeah, I don't think they're a weak team by any means.
So you don't think it was a meta read or a execution thing? It is just kind of nerves and being on the stage again?
Yeah, I mean, their base understanding of League of Legends is definitely one of the top teams. I wouldn't say they lack on how to win or anything. I just think the pressure got to them.
Interesting thoughts. Thank you for that. Actually, yeah, we'll come back to Arsh's second question here. Let's get one from one of the press here.
Hey, this is Cloud Sitke from Cloud Media. My question's for Core JJ. There was a lot of community discussion about the fact that you won third Team All-Pro. Some people felt like this was one of your weaker splits and you didn't really show as much as you did in the past. But here you are, you just beat Cloud9 3-0, you're playing a lot better, your recon looks incredible. How have you managed to go from the regular season where people weren't necessarily sure about your play to now making it to the finals, making it to MSI again?
I mean, it's always hard to judge how good support player is. Like usually winning team support is doing the best, and we didn't do the best in the regular season. But you know, at this point, like I don't mind too much about getting third team pro. I've been through a lot of the better one. Only thing I want right now is like winning the final tomorrow, and you know, be part of support player in the first team.
Who needs first team support when you've been MVP, you've won multiple titles? So, all right, we're gonna go back to one of the online questions here. This one's for Saint over on Lyon. So if we can pass the microphone to Saint. This is also from Arsh from Naymen. As the tallest player on stage, do you think your height will give you an advantage in the finals tomorrow?
Definitely no, because if you are tall, then like your sensitivity is more long, so.
Oh.
No.
Your arms are longer. It takes longer for the brain to send the message to the fingers. So what you're saying is that you're the most impressive player up here because your height doesn't inhibit you. It doesn't stop you. All right. All right. All we know is that Raz does not have that excuse.
Thank you.
All right, let's take the next question from Live Press.
This question is for Dokla. It's Paul. Dokla, just overall, it seems like you find ways to elevate when the time comes, especially last split, this split, and throughout your career. What is it about this split that seems to be like elevated, you know, with Castle coming in and just being able to up your play as time in clutch time comes right now?
I think during regular season and the time I was slumping, I just had a bad mentality. And after I had a chat with our coach, I adjusted that. And ever since then, I felt like I've been playing a lot better. So it's just a mindset for me. And I was able to lock in, I guess, when it mattered. So, yeah.
You've always been a very blunt player, and I think that's what a lot of fans appreciate about you is the honesty that you bring to interviews. So is there like a fire lit under you when you see this other player ready and waiting to go on the team?
Yeah, I mean, they're coming for my job. So, you know, it's like, I mean, of course, I have to perform. And it's a team, it's a sport. So, obviously, if you play bad, you're going to get cut. So, yeah, let's have lit a fire under my ass for sure.
Bright lights merchant, you know? Show up when it matters. All right, we're going to take another. Yeah. We'll get a round of applause for that one. This one is from Luis Mario Reyes at Sheep Esports. This is going to be a question for, I believe, wait, let me just make sure I have this one correct. Yep, here we go. Question for Team Liquid Jose Daejeon. So if we can give Jose the microphone. How does it feel to be the first LATAM player to represent the LCS in an international stage since the LCS was established?
It feels nice for sure. I think a lot of players, when we were younger, we were never thinking like we could beat LCS throughout the time. So it feels nice to be here and be one of the top teams. So far, so good. I think it's a very proud moment, but I hope I can make it from the first seat, not the second. So.
Do you feel the support from the LATAM fans?
Yeah, I mean, they love me, so I always get a lot of messages.
There's one thing I've never actually understood. Since you have the mic, I'm just going to put you on the spot. What is the story behind the Tuki meme? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like the frog that they always go like Tuki time or something?
When I started streaming like 5-6 years ago, I will have like a pattern that I always say Tuki when I did a good play or something. So people stay with it for a lot of time. And now it's like I have to explain it many times. So it's kind of like I don't do it that much because I stopped doing it. But yeah, that's why.
Quid, have you ever heard him say Tuki in a scrim or a match or any time?
Not really.
No. We got to bring that back. That's good. Do we want to hear Jose say Tuki in a player comm? I think we got to bring it back, Jose.
No, it cannot be back. It's all meme.
All right, looks like we have another question here from the live press. So let's take that one now.
This is Cloud again. My question's for Saint. In the past, in the beginning of the split, I talked to your coach and I talked to Inspired, and they mentioned that one of the things they were working on is when you have a lead, which you're very good at getting, is figuring out how you want to play the game and how you want to lead the game. And they felt like in a lot of the games, you didn't really do much with your leads. You didn't know how to convert them. But now coming into playoffs, we've seen you actually do that. So how have you improved on working on that?
First, we just talk a lot. Like after the scrim, there's a story like I was like doing 0-3-0 like Anivia game, and Inspire say something like during 10 minutes, I was lay down and just heard like during 10 minutes, and after that we just talk a lot and find the answer. So we just getting better like every scrim.
That's awesome. Okay, we have, I think, some more live ones as well. There's one more online, but let's take one of the live ones first.
This is for Jan. Jan, on Asset Day, Core JJ told me that you guys were having, there's a lot of disconnect between the tempo you guys were playing and making world-class plays and scrims and everywhere else, and it was just a matter of like finding the right time to put it all together. Do you feel, what was the kind of ways it all came together, especially now, especially how well you guys are playing right now?
Could you say the question one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like, at the beginning of the year, it seems like there's a lot of disconnect between the tempo you guys are playing and just making world-class plays and scrims and other moments of brightness, so to speak. What has been the key for making everything just come together right now?
I would say the reason for our failure of like not being more connected, I think, really has to do with being somewhat of a newer team. I think a lot of our ideas really clashed against each other at the start. And I think the vision that we saw in the game was not very, I would say, the same. But I think as time goes on, we keep talking about how we want to play the game, and I think we've aligned very well compared to like the start of the year, I would say.
Awesome. Thank you for the question. I actually have my own question I want to bring up to one of the line players, because I'm realizing earlier I mentioned that Morgan had never played on stage before. Can we give the microphone to Isles? I want to hear from Isles here, because I've loved your story so far this year. It's been a fantastic journey for Isles, mentioning how like you've never gone through the upper bracket, you've been in lower bracket before, and this is also, I believe, going to be your first time up in like a finals on stage, correct?
First time in LCS finals, yeah.
First time in LCS finals. So how are you feeling right now? Where are you at emotionally? Are you nervous? You feeling ready?
To be honest, it's a bit of a weird feeling, having this much time off and like literally going to fly to a venue, and we haven't like played scrims recently for a while. It's a bit like feels like an international break. It feels like kind of what we were looking towards for first stand, but we haven't really had that scrim practice and that consistency of schedule. So it feels a bit weird, to be honest, to think that we're going to be playing tomorrow already. And yeah, I don't know what it's going to be like. Just playing from a new setup, sometimes it can feel uncomfortable, but I mean, obviously it's exciting to be playing in front of fans. And when I was in Brazil, I was playing in front of fans, but not really fans of me. So it's nice to think that they'll be fans here, at least to show up for us.
Does it make you more confident knowing that C9 didn't give Team Liquid very good practice today?
I mean, to be honest, it was maybe an ego hit to me. I thought we were the GOATs, but it seems like C9 is just the worst.
Whew. Sorry to C9 fans out there. I see a lot of jerseys still. I pass the mic to Berserker, though, because Berserker, last time we saw you in a finals, you won. Yeah, round of applause for Berserker, everybody, as well. Last time in the split finals, of course, we just saw you all take the lock-in tournament. But what advice do you have for Isles? Taken to the stage for the first time. What do you say for your support to help calm the nerves?
Can you say again?
What advice do you have for Isles being on stage for the first time?
Advice to Isles? I mean, just play better. I mean, just don't die for fun, and yeah, let you enjoy. Yeah.
Play better, don't die for fun. Do you feel inspired, Isles?
Huh?
Oh, sorry, yeah, that was confusing, I understand. All right, let's take a question from
All right, we
from the
actually
audience.
have a fan question.
A fan question. Ooh, okay. All right, in a Team Liquid jersey. I see where this is going.
All right, so this question is going to be for Inspired and for Dokla. So looking a little bit ahead to MSI. TL is not a known quantity internationally yet because they haven't had a chance to compete. That'll change at MSI. But you guys, you competed at first stand, limited success, a much more competitive pool, looking forward to MSI with the number of teams that are going to be there. What adjustments are you guys looking to try and make? I mean, you're talking about boot camping and stuff like that. What is y'all expectation for MSI?
Personally, I didn't think about MSI yet. We have a game to play tomorrow, so I'm not really sure yet. And who else do you want? Dokla?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of on the same boat. One match at a time. Yeah.
Yeah, whether you're first or second seed really changes what MSI is going to look like because you'll have to go through play-ins as the second seed. So, yeah, I'm sure your question will change depending on, or your answer rather will change depending on what happens tomorrow. It looks like we have some more press questions. No, not right now. All right, then I believe we have one here from the broadcast. So we have one for each team. Let's start with Team Liquid. So this is a question from the broadcast for Core JJ. If we can pass the mic down to here. And these are going to be a bit of mirrored questions. So what do you see is a Lion's win condition?
Farming, and win.
Farming, and win.
Yeah.
Okay, so winning is part of the win condition. Do you feel like they farm too much, or is it just this is one of the many styles that you can approach League with, and they do it quite well?
I'm not sure. Like, I don't have like specific the ideas how they want to play. I think they just like eating something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hungry Jungle. Inspired. I feel like the farm, win, I'm just going to take a hunch, might have something to do with the jungle style of Lion. So what are your thoughts on that?
Not sure. I mean, if we're gonna decide we should farm, then we'll farm. And if not, then we'll probably do something else. I don't know. It's a pretty weird answer.
Yeah, you can't let them just know the game plan. Now you got to switch it up on us.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, you can keep the mic because the next question for broadcast is actually for you, and it's the same question that they gave Core JJ. What do you see as Liquid's win condition?
I think laning is probably their favorite and their best part of the game, so I think they for sure focus a lot on having good matchups. I think seems like their prior of Zyra Khan went very high. I feel like they play really well on that champs, doesn't matter the matchups they pick it into. And yeah, I think looks like right now they're playing a lot of comfort champs, and it seems to be working well for them.
All right, so laning as the strength. Core, can you pass that mic to Jan? I want to hear from Jan, because when it comes to laning, the two of you been on a bit of a tear in playoffs. Do you think that you're going to be able to get the better of Berserker and Isles in lane?
Sorry, could you say the first question again?
Do you think that you're going to be able to beat Berserker and Isles in laning phase?
Laning phase is weak these days.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, if we win, we win. We lose, we lose. Maybe we win.
All right. Do you have to win lane phase to beat them, or is the team just going to carry you?
No, it's just whoever wins the dragon fights. That's always what it comes down to be honest.
All right. Well, great to hear from you. Great to hear from you over here on Lyon. Any other interviews or any other questions from the press? All right. I believe we might have one more for Lyon coaching staff, but we might be able to get that one off stage then. Perfect. All right. Well, everybody in the audience, thank you so much for sticking around for the press conference. Give it up. Make some noise. Team Liquid versus Lyon. Thank you so much, everybody, for being up here on stage and answering all the questions. That was fantastic. But that's it from us here for the Saturday broadcast of the Spring Split. We got finals tomorrow. You won't want to miss it. See you there.
So what you waiting on? Get up, take Two teams ready to play. Only one gets to go forward. It's the battle of the blue here with C9 going up against TL. This best of 5, I cannot wait.
Jarvan ulti.
Was that my Peter?
No flash.
Hey, I can rotate.
They use a lot already. Look at Chicks. Oh, nice ulti.
Nice. He's gonna take the portal. You get it? Nice.
Team Liquid almost averaging a kill per minute in a professional game, in a series that will qualify you for MSI if you win it. These guys are locked in.
I think it's kind of same as last time. I can shoot on.
Oh, Sage ulti. I'm fine.
Let's go. I can chase. I'm going to flash. They're getting
ulti.
Keep going. I'm better no flash. Nice. Almost end the block. I think we can
Drive, yeah.
Third. Process again.
Let's see if we can.
I place 5 seconds.
Sage no flash.
Open nice. Not dodge.
Guys.
I'm happy.
Nice. Huge.
Team Liquid is going to MSI. Team Liquid is going to the finals, and they will sweep Cloud9 out of Arizona.
Welcome back to the LCS Spring Finals driven by Kia. Those were some highlights of yesterday where Team Liquid obliterated Cloud9. Cloud9 had 8 kills in the best of 5, which is the fewest kills Cloud9 have ever had in a best of 5.
You're depressing the Cloud9 fans? They just started the show.
Woo! Team Liquid.
So you're telling me Cloud9 set a record, baby? Woo!
Yeah. Breaking history. Let's go.
46-8. Whoa.
Yeah, that was rough.
Whoa.
It's also the second least they've had in a non-best of 1 ever.
That's crazy. The all-time record was actually TSM with 6 in the 2014 Spring Finals against C9. Didn't break that record.
They didn't do that one.
Did not.
It was always next split. Either way, Lyon versus Team Liquid is what we have in the finals once again. This was a big lower bracket match in lock-in where Lyon beat Team Liquid 3-1. They also played in the upper bracket of the Spring Playoffs where Lyon won 3-2. And now the winner is going to be the LCS Spring Champion.
It's the lower bracket magic. It's fun to see. I love a completed bracket, and today it's completed. But just seeing that run from Team Liquid, it's great. What, you don't like the appreciators?
I love completed brackets, and today it's completed.
Yes, that's what I'm waiting for.
This is the best day for you.
You are
LPL.
my favorite.
Care about the result. He just wants the bracket to be done.
I just get to see the numbers.
I love crossword puzzles.
Well, you know what? We got something else that is completed. This is our Samsung OLED Power Players for the entirety of the Spring Split. The whole thing, right?
Oh my God, it's completed.
It's completed.
It's completely complete.
You get to check that off your list.
AP is a winner. Let's go!
That was the Ziggs game that we actually saw a highlight of. He teleported in with an item and then instantly got one shot by Ziggs. Or by Yone.
Nice.
Had his item.
He got his item.
But he had his item.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure the Masu one was that Lucian Milio 2v2 kill too against Sentinels.
Yeah. Well, we already touched on it, but the last time we saw TLAW and Lyon play, it was an absolute banger, went all 5 games. This was a really, really exciting one that did come down to the very end. Dokla made this big catch onto Quid that kind of decided the series. And it was already an incredible series, but TL has been on fire ever since they lost this series. They're 9-1 in the lower bracket, and that's, I think, what is giving a lot of TL fans hope.
Yeah, and I feel like Team Liquid after the series, kind of like you mentioned, the major lesson was decisiveness. Like the decisiveness that came through from Dokla, like you mentioned, finding that catch onto Quid, or the decisiveness from Saint in that insane final game on his Silas where he was able to make like a really good catch with Inspired on the Xayah. Like those moments are what you live for, and I feel like Team Liquid ever since, as you mentioned, has just been a far more decisive team.
Yeah, and I mean, they seem to have also figured out the exact way that they want to draft.
Yeah.
I think these two teams are super interesting. I'm hoping, like, because we've seen TL kind of raising through the lower bracket, only dropping 1 game, like you already said, Isaac. I'm hoping for 5 games just because I think the way these two teams play is different, and the way they match up, especially depending on draft, it can go either way. They're both very smart teams with great players.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I think TL has gotten better since then, but just because they've gotten better does not mean that they're going to win the series guaranteed, because I also think Berserker had an uncharacteristically bad series. He talked about wasting his flashes. We saw that Smolder play where he was super slow to follow up on Isles, who had hit a sick flash bubble. Then he doesn't flash over the wall. He flashed over late. He dies. So I think Berserker played far below his normal level. TL has gotten better, but if Berserker's on point, I think Lyon is going to be really hard to beat.
It also doesn't mean that Lyon has just stayed completely stagnant either, right? Yeah. They also 3-0'd C9 when C9 was looking a little better, I think, and they have Inspired, who always seems to be able to adjust to the moment and the game to have exactly what the team wants. Because if I'm picking this on paper, I'm thinking Team Liquid's 9-1, they're surging, they probably have better lanes, Quid is in MVP form, they got it.
Yeah.
But then you're gonna load in, and Inspired is gonna somehow like either counter jungle you early or have the perfect team fight look 40 minutes into the game.
Well, it was also interesting to hear Jose say exactly that in his post-match interview yesterday, right? Where he was like, Inspired is a good jungler, and also he adjusts to whatever his opponent is doing, right? And the last time we saw them face off against each other, it felt like the two of them kind of stuck to what we know of their styles, and it was still a 5-game series.
It just feels like throughout the year, if I take a step back, the biggest learnings have been when these two face off against each other, like in playoffs, in lock-in tournament, where it's like, oh, Morgan may be the best performing member on his own during that time in that split, but he's getting bullied because of the draft, and it is getting a little bit oppressive. So their lesson was, we need to send some resources top lane, at least so if a team is like dedicating to take Morgan out of the game, that we can combat that, right? And they did a better job. They shifted how they viewed the game, and then they faced off against them again. It's like, wait, now we're not, like, we're freezing up in the most important moments, and we feel like the game state's good for us up until they make an incredible play, and it's another level up for Team Liquid.
I think, though, that's one of the hallmarks of Inspired teams is they always seem to have what it takes in the moment, whether it is a draft evolution, a play evolution. This has been a hallmark of his teams across many different rosters. But we got Kangas, who's been hearing some scorching hot takes down in Arizona. What do you got for us?
You're absolutely right, Azale. We're here at the Mullet Arena. Fans are getting in for the finals. It's 103 degrees outside, so we got some scorching hot takes to match the heat. Up first, what's your name?
Isaac.
Isaac. All right, Isaac, what's your hot take?
I definitely think Team Liquid's going to keep the momentum yesterday from doing that clean sweep against C9. And I can see it either going both ways. Either it's going to be reverse sweep with Team Lion and Team Liquid, or it's going to be with Team Lion doing a reverse sweep on Team Liquid.
So reverse sweep one way, but maybe a sweep as well? You think TL could 3-0 it?
I think so. I think Team Liquid has what it takes to do it, but it just comes to the laning phase and warding objectives and getting on top of everything and everyone doing their jobs.
Okay, I'm going to say that's like a medium warm take because Team Liquid have the momentum. How do we make it hotter, Isaac? We need to match a heat outside. What's the scorching hot take?
Just run it down mid. I don't care. Put on a show. That's my hot take.
Hot take, run it down mid, play through Quid.
Let's do it, yep.
Run it down mid, play through Quid. Thank you, Isaac. You can get back to your seat. Let's get the next scorching hot take here. What's your name?
Horizon Cast.
Horizon Cast. Okay, we got the gamer tag. Does it match the jersey? Hey, it matches the jersey. Nice. All right, what's your scorching hot take?
My scorching hot take is for the best chances for the LCS and MSI, Lyon need to lose because if they get the first seed, they'll just waste it. Let's give it to a team that can actually do something with it. Lyon, if they get the first round bye, they'll just waste it. They'll lose all their games. Let's give it to a team that can actually do something with it. Come on.
What do we think? What do we think, Mullet Arena? I'm hearing some cheers. I'm hearing some boos. I would normally say make it hotter. I don't know if you can make that one hotter. How do you make that take hotter?
By reminding all the people that are booing that they're just secretly Cloud9 fans and they're still angry from yesterday.
That's a pretty scorching hot take. Thanks so much, Horizon Cash. You can head back to your seat. Let's get the next hot take. All right, how are you going to follow that one up? What's your hot take?
Dokla Penta wins the series.
Dokla Pentakill wins the series. We got the knee out, big Dokes. Wait, what do you got? Lion went 3-2. Okay, so it's a nail biter series.
Silver Scrapes.
Silver Scrapes. If we could be so lucky. How do we make the take even hotter, though? I want to match 103 degrees outside.
An Ornn Penta?
An Ornn Penta? Have we seen an Ornn Penta?
What would be crazy? That would be...
How about this? Penta in the finals.
Yep.
And then MSI, Pentakill in the finals.
In the first game.
In the first game.
Also in the finals.
And then also in the final. Full circle. All right, do we think that's a scorching hot take? All right. I like it. Thank you so much. You can head back to your seat. All right, next up, what's your name?
Jackson.
Jackson, what's your hot take? What you got?
My hot take is we've seen the Heimerdinger buffs to the turret range. We've seen Jan hover it yesterday. I'm saying we got to bring back the Heimerdinger support. That's what I'm here for. That is what I'm here for.
Heimerdinger support. Okay, which support's going to play it? Isles or Core JJ?
Core JJ.
Core JJ.
JJ's got me.
Okay, yeah, I think so. That's a pretty hot take. How do we make it even hotter?
We also saw the Yun Teemo hover.
Oh, okay, I don't know.
We love our Yordles here.
So you're thinking double Yordle bot lane, Teemo Heimer.
Yeah, of course.
Can we check the win rate? Can we check out OPG.gg real quick and see the win rate of that bot lane duo?
I don't know if we need to see the win rate.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe. And I'm here for production. They actually did check 0 games played. How did we get that fast? That's crazy.
I don't know.
Yeah, can we get a shout out to production?
Shout outs, production. Thank you.
Shout out to you. Thank you for the hot take. All right, you can head back to your seat. And we got one more scorching hot take. What's your name?
Josh.
Josh, what's your hot take?
Top's more important than people say it is.
Ooh, just in general, as a whole.
Yeah.
Okay, so how so? Defend your take.
They always save counterpick for it, so like, it's got to have more. It's not just an island. Like if people are waiting to pick it, then clearly it's useful.
Okay, so who do we think is more important than Dokla or Morgan?
Dokla.
Can we zoom in on the size comparison here?
Yeah, see, so.
Do we have a sharp? I feel like he needs more muscles on there. You got to like bulk him out a little bit, right?
I think it died. The marker died.
The marker died? Oh, all right. Well, we'll get you another one. How about that? All right. Well, I like that you're wearing the Lyon jersey. How do you think the series is going to go? Are they going to win it?
Yeah, hopefully Silver Scrapes, but 3-1's cool.
3-1's cool. Hopefully Silver Scrapes.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Thank you so much, Josh. Thank you for the hot take and head back to the seat. That's it for our scorching hot takes. 103 degrees outside. It's hot, guys. How you feeling about that, Analyst Lounge?
That was great.
I'm loving it.
That was good.
I'm loving it.
Great take.
Horizon
Great
Cast,
take.
flaming all the C9 fans.
That was a good
This is some good clapping.
That's a good clap.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Josh at the
Yeah,
end had
amplifies your
some
clapping so much.
very good delivery on his line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big
I
fan
actually
of
loved a
Josh.
lot of those takes.
Yeah.
I'm down for the Teemo Dinger bot lane.
Yeah.
I'm down for the Orn Penta.
Yeah.
I'm definitely down for the Orn Penta. That's never happened. Production did say it's never happened in Tier 1.
Well, I would imagine also an Orn Penta in the first game of MSI is like, so you think they're gonna go to plans? You think that's a second place?
Hey, the first game they play.
Ah, fair.
Against T1.
Slowly roll there, buddy.
I'm just putting it out there. Nice challenge. Nice challenge. That's good. Oh my God. I can't wait.
Doku's got some aura
Yeah.
in the walk-ins, I will say.
He's always leading the charge.
He's the best walker-inner of our
He is.
pros.
Walker-inner.
Yeah.
Just the
He's
best
not running it
walker.
down. He's walking it in.
True. So-
Yeah. I mean, he had a really
you.
great
I got
series.
it.
That was good.
I was just
All
thinking about the guy who had the
Don't leave
scorching
me
hot
hanging
take
now.
of running it down.
Wow.
Oh!
Yes, you almost left him hanging.
He's not sending that to you for a reason, all right?
I do want to talk about how top lane can be important and Dokla. Because, I agree with both of those things.
Okay.
So I'm going to go over how his... I almost actually...
I know.
Time with the broken hand.
One of these
And that could have
days.
been really, really
That's
bad.
crazy work. Trying to bait someone with a broken hand into a high five.
I'll catch you slipping.
All right. So we're going to talk about weak side just because, Inspire did shout out Dokla, and Dokla played weak side really well. Weak side, to be clear, is not just dying in top lane, because I see a lot of people being like, oh, he's playing weak side top, and then it's just a shot of him dying a bunch of times in his turret. This is not what happens with Dokla at all. They were pretty much getting something on the map everywhere. So right here, what's going to happen is that we already have the map set up where Annie is already rotating up here to end up helping Thanatos, and Dokla is going to fend off this dive. Thanatos pops his ultimate. He's going to end up buying a ton of time to allow his team to respond, right? Because they don't really have the wave. He flashes out, he wastes so much time, and already the TPs are heading up, and you have Victor is going to be really important because he's going to head up here and end up getting a kill there. So basically just, it takes him so long to die, and Thanatos and APA are already so low by the time Berserker is able to TP up. Isles is here. Berserker ends up cleaning up this kill, and then here's Saint to get that kill onto Thanatos. This is super important because Thanatos up until this point had been a huge bright spot on the map for C9, and that actually increased after that entire play. The Lyon gold lead from 400 to 1.4k. Here's the kind of the dive that everyone thinks about when they think of Dokla playing weak side in this series. Right here, Inspired actually has the Rift Herald, and they are going to pretty much pop it as soon as this dive that C9 setting up right here. Isles is already getting deep vision down here. So you see just how much time Dokla wastes and how he's going to equalizer the wave across here. He's going to basically burn this entire wave down, flash out the EQ combo from Blabber, and they are not only able to not dive him, but then Herald is already popped in mid. Even though the Bard ult misses, they're able to clean up this turret, and also checking in on top side here, Victor is actually able to take down this entire turret. Their gold lead after that tier 1 turret top balloons from 1.3k to 2.8k. And I think it's really important to talk about, just how much Dokla is able to do on the weak side for this team, but also what weak side actually means, because it means your team is actually getting something out of it on the rest of the map.
Absolutely. It's weak side on a good team versus weak side on a team that's not doing anything.
You're just dying.
We've seen the difference because immediately upon C9 showing where they were going, Lyon was responding in an intelligent way.
Yeah.
So it's just because Lyon plays low kill games doesn't mean they're not applying pressure.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good example of that. Also, I had to point out, APA trolled that dive so hard, man. Like, on comms, he says, I'm going to flash Q, and then he flashed Ws and misses it.
Yeah.
That was crazy work.
Happens, you know?
Happens.
That was also the worth, where Dokla responds worth and is like giggling and getting comms.
But I will say, it's so important within playoffs to make use of every timing that you have. And I think the top 4 teams do a great job of being able to do that. Dokla buys them so much time. He has just been a real star this playoff time.
Absolutely, and it feels like he's always stepping up in the big moments. You know, he had this tweet after the last series, Bright Light Merchant shows up yet again, 3-0. And I just feel like he has, in the playoffs, always looked better. And you know, the goal difference, all this sort of stuff, isn't always showing it, because that is with games like what we saw, where he is getting weak-sided, he's not getting help, he's absorbing all the pressure, and he's still having better stats.
Well, also, this is crazy because in the playoffs, you don't get to play like Dignitas and stuff. So you're playing against the hard teams. You're playing against better competition. You're only playing against the best teams in the playoffs, and you still have better statistics.
Yeah.
Defamation lawsuit from Dignitas.
They have a lot of pending suits for us.
But to your point, like, the entire conversation at the beginning of the split to like the middle portions of the split around Dokla was like the major news point, right? And it was the fact that he ended up turning it around near the end of the split, and then has turned into, as you were mentioning, like a real playoff riser. He is one of the best top laners, if not the best performing top laner in playoffs right now, for what he gives his team. To Jake's point, there's a reason why you give him counterpick. And it's what he gives you.
Absolutely, but he's not the only one who is a playoff riser, and I've always loved how Inspired is so good at problem-solving things in-game, figuring out ways to win regardless of the situation. It's not always about, you know, the most obvious way to actually win. So I wanted to go back to this fight. Inspired talked about it on Pros, where he was saying he felt like in this game against Cloud9, they basically were in a no-win position. You're really relying on your MF at this point of the game to be getting the damage done here, but MF is so vulnerable because of this. Flash and all available on Rakan, Flash and all available on Xin, Flash and all available on Malphite. So how he was talking about wanting to play it out is he's going to basically really try to play on this line just around their engage range so that they will be baited to engage on him, but not able to engage on him without spending tools. So before this clip started, he'd already hit a shock blast. He hits another here, pushing back Sven. He's putting on threat to draw them towards him. And so now look, when Cloud9 turn on him, look at him just standing right on the very edge here. He gets hit by the miasma, and Cloud9 decide we're gonna turn. Now look at all the tools that are getting spent already. Instant flash from Blabber, flash from Vulcan. They're gonna be popping double ults here immediately on him. And then watch Thanatos. They're gonna commit even more to going on him. All of these flash ults spent. Yes, he gets killed, but now look at what happened. no ults. The ult is not showing its cooldown, but it's already currently running. And look at Berserker. He didn't even have to spend his flash. He's completely untouched. So he has now done his job. Even though he just died, he baited all of these tools. He sets up for his teammates because he knows if I just sit there and I play safe, all that's going to happen is I'm going to land a shock blast or two. That's the most you're going to do, and then you're going to have to back off. They get the dragon for free, and they win that fight. But by playing on the edge, by putting out that pressure, he forces Cloud9 to make a play. Cloud9 overplays, makes a mistake, and that allows them to win the fight. And I just think that's so cool about Inspired and how he sees the game.
Yeah, trying to be creative in the game states that you are to find an edge has always been his specialty. Like when we've shown it throughout the entire split of like, oh, we're in a pretty much like a big disadvantage in terms of like trailing for Dragon. We don't know where the enemy flanker is. He searches for that flank. So it's like, it's good to be able to see him be in these lane states, or game states, I mean, and then like find a way to win.
It's just so funny. We're going to get so accused for gassing him up because I agree with your point. But like the alternative is, look at this guy get one shot. Perfect play. But it's absolutely true because otherwise Berserker literally can't play the game.
Yeah.
So you really do have to be, like, it's so counterintuitive, but it worked perfectly.
Sometimes the best way to play a fight in a low percentage game is to just create space, right? You have to recognize.
Absolutely.
There are
On
many,
Jace. It's not like he's even playing a tank.
There are many fights where that would have been stupid and lose you the fight, but he recognized the opportunity here, and I think that's what's brilliant about him. And he has been on a historic run. It is not just this split. It has been the last bunch of years. And when we talk about dominance in NA, we talk about double lift. And his run here from 2015 to 2019, it felt to me like if you wanted to know who was going to win the LCS, you just saw which team had double lift because he went from CLG winning, goes to TSM, wins, goes to TL, wins. Then he actually went back to TSM, won again. This is considered one of the most dominant stretches from any player in LCS history. Now, this is the current run here that we have Inspired on. From back to the Danny EG roster, you know, winning with them, to going to FlyQuest. He got the first title for EG. He got the first title there for FlyQuest. Has been on this dominant stretch. Now he's on Lyon. Guess what they did last split? They won.
Got their
and
first
they're
title.
in the finals again. This guy is on such an incredible run that we have to look historically and put it into context. It is one of the greatest runs ever, and he has to be getting up there for conversation for one of the greatest players ever in our league.
It literally feels like when he's in playoffs that he's going to be able to win. And Jose's going to be the one that has to stop him if he wants to, Emily.
Yeah, and I think these stats are so interesting to look at because, again, we've talked about how good these two junglers are, but just look at how different they are throughout the game, right? Like, obviously, Jose is going to have a higher team procs. Inspired is 8th out of 8 junglers. K+A at 14. Jose is 2.3. Inspired is 6. But then you look at stuff like their CSD at 25. Inspired is getting so much more gold, and that's not like this isn't a bad thing, right? This isn't saying like, oh, Jose is bad because of this or Inspired is bad because of this. I just think it's super interesting how their stats showcase the different styles that they play, where Inspired does typically default to getting more farm later on, to being a carry in a lot of their team fights, where Jose typically does interact with his lanes a lot earlier to get them ahead.
And I think a really interesting thing about this, Azael, is the way that they voted for each other in All-Pro. Because to me, clearly both of them have a value proposition of what they feel like jungle should be, because they do have such different styles. The only player from player or coach votes, and this is how you read this, that voted for the other one was Daejeon Inspired. Lyon completely left off Jose, and TL completely left off Inspired aside from second team.
Exactly. That is what you're looking at here if you're trying to digest this. It's the fact that Inspired and Reignover both didn't even put Jose in their top 3. And when I had Inspired on pros, I had the opportunity to ask him directly about this. And, you know, he was saying that it was specifically about, you know, his personal experience. And he just didn't feel like it was that hard playing against Jose. And it's always interesting because some people will look at this as gamesmanship, as like, oh, you're trying to not give votes for someone who is your competition. But Inspired just felt like, hey, I just don't feel the pressure when I'm playing against Jose.
And I also feel like if Inspired wanted to not have Jose get the award, he would just tell you he did that. Like, I just feel like Inspired cares so little about what you think of him that he's not going to lie about something like this.
And it is really fun. Of course, like they just posted pictures together, but that's a nice way of looking at it. But they are two completely different types of players. That being said, before the final gets underway, it's time to celebrate the Kia MVP. That is Vulcan, and he's on stage. So let's check that out first. That's going to be the highlight reel. Play it! Play the reel!
target is going to be Quid there on the rise. Channeling Thanatos with an decimating smash over the wall, and C9, you draft, engage in League of Legends. Memorize it. Vulcan's card is doing so much work in this first game, and with Hombach about to fall, this is just tragedy.
Oh, so it's kind of close.
Griffin gets interrupted. Yeah, Griffin gonna eat that combo there as Vulcan chases after him. The approach, APA drops the ulti, they're ready to go in, they find the combo on Amazu! Woohoo!
I think the biggest thing for a lot of people right now is making sure that we don't live in a world where Jose Diodo is MVP.
You care to elaborate on why that's important?
No.
C9 wants to clean up more of these kills, and Vulcan with the two-man binding.
Holy banger.
Everybody, thank you for the warm round of applause for Cumin Shen from Kia America presenting the Kia MVP Award to Vulcan.
Congratulations for winning the Kia MVP. Well deserved.
Thank you.
All right, Vulcan. Not a lot of supports in the history of the league have won this prestigious award. There's only two other names before you, Aframu and Core JJ. So first question, what's it feel to have your name up next to those two legends?
It's a pretty nice company, I'll say. I'm very grateful for the votes that I received because it's not an award that I expected to win so late into my career, and especially not in the current meta. So yeah, it feels very good, but I will address the elephant in the room that the individual is never more important than the team, and I would trade this for a chance to play. So yeah, but I'll take it.
Understandable. A true competitor's mindset, but I gotta say, Aframu and Core JJ are often cited as the two greatest supports in the history of the region. So now that you've earned this, do you consider yourself one of the greats?
I've considered myself one of the greats for a while, so, but it's nice to have that, you know, to put next to my name, so.
Now you got some backup for that. Also, I wanted to highlight, I don't know if you're aware of this, but you won MVP through majority player votes. So how does it feel knowing that your peers thought so highly of your regular season performance?
Yeah, it was nice. I'm not gonna lie. When I heard about it, I think it's obviously no offense to you or the broadcast, but
hey, I voted for you.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, having the respect and the recognition from opponents and players from other teams means more than from the broadcast or the press, obviously. So yeah, it was nice to see that I won it through the players' vote. Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we can watch your games, but they know what it feels like to play against you, so I'm sure that that is part of why it feels so much better for you. What point in the split did you think that this is possible, that you actually were on an MVP run for a regular season?
Probably the, what's it called, when I wasn't dying for like a couple of weeks in a row.
Yeah, that was for like 5 games, right?
Yeah, 5 games for not dying, and then I had like a couple nice Seraphine plays, as nice as Seraphine plays get. So around that time, I thought it was possible, and I was very much trying hard to not lose a game, because if we stay undefeated, there's a good chance that it's going to be a player from C9 that wins it, and I was happy we got it done.
You got it done. Took away from Jose, too, like you said. Any final shout-outs that you want to give to anybody who's been supporting you through the process?
Yeah, I want to shout out my fiancée, Yana, who's been by my side for the Spring Split. And
the fiancé buff, the MVP trophy. Congratulations, Vulcan. Thank you so much for this Kia MVP interview. Thank you so much, Mullet Arena, for the applause. That's it from us here. Back to the lounge.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here at the Mullet Arena for LCS Finals weekend. It's not quite time to kick off the games here just yet, so instead, we're going to play a little game first. It's a new episode of an old favorite, a little this or that with Kobe and Cap, live here in Arizona.
A classic. All right, you want to play along with us? Let's get into the first slide. The better pocket pick, Jose's Lee Sin from yesterday or Inspired's Viego pentakill. This is a tough one, Flowers, but I got to go with recency. Jose's Lee Sin from yesterday. Good pick, Spawn.
Yup, I think I got to go with that one as well. Get his moves on that
recency
yesterday
bias.
were so crazy. Exactly. Maybe today, if Inspired locks in the Viego and gets a pentakill, then we can be proved wrong, right?
All right, next slide. Let's get to the next one. What do we have here?
Okay, bigger collapse in spring playoffs. C9-06 after going 7-0, or Immortals 2016, the 17-1 near perfect season that then fell apart. That was the year before I joined the LCS, and I remember watching that thinking, man, these guys are on such a tear. It's a miracle run. This is crazy. I think I got to go with the history on this one. That might have been 10 years ago, but it's still relevant every day.
It truly was. That was the Hooney team. Oh, man. Honestly, I'm going to go with you on this one. The C9 one recently is quite painful, too, but we got to go with the Immortals one. Next slide. What do we got?
All right, number 3.
Sweeter revenge at MSI. Would it be beating Furia or beating Busio, who left us for Europe?
Benedict Arnold over there, you're going down. I'm voting that every single time. We got to teach him a lesson for running off.
I'm going to say we need to beat Furia back, man. The America's Cup, I was there, and that thing was super painful. We need to beat Furia. All right, next slide.
All right, that's our first disagreement there on number 3. All right, number 4. Who wore it better? The ASU Sun Devil or Little Devil Timo?
Ooh, all right, crowd, what do you think? Is it the ASU Sun Devil? Pretty loud.
Pretty loud.
Okay, is it the Little Devil Timo?
This crowd
that was like 50-50.
It was pretty close. I feel like I heard it a little bit
I'm going with ASU.
All right, let's go with ASU. Let's go with ASU. Shout out to the home team. Shout out to the Sun Devils.
All right, next slide. What we got?
I think we got one more here. That was the last one. Never mind. That was it. Thank you guys for playing along. Hope you had a good time with that. And now, Lounge, back to you.
Pandering.
Wrap it up.
Pandering.
We love pandering here.
Yeah,
exactly.
Who would do that? Not me.
Get that foam finger back on.
Disgusting, really, what people will do for a simple cheer.
That's great. I mean, I will say, the mascot just looked like the evil, like Honey Nut Cheerios guy. I'm sorry, ASU. It did.
Honey Nut Cheerios are delicious.
They are. They very much are. But are they as delicious as Team Liquid's current performance?
I was wondering where you were going.
Transition.
And I was just going
Nailed it, guys. Thank you.
Nice.
All final time by myself.
Amazing.
They've been performing incredibly well. I actually wanted to talk about their drafts a little bit because I've been loving them. I've been eating them up.
Just devouring these drafts.
Yes. And mostly it's a combination of the consistency of, as Jake in the hot take said it, like finding the last pick of very much like a lot of the times he's putting on weaker matchups, but it is so good for the compositions that Morgan is able to get like a lot of the tank options that are comfortable for him.
He's Impact 2.0.
Exactly.
He really is.
And he's filling that role incredibly well. I think another aspect of it that has been reliable has been the assassin picks from Quid, but also a surprising note is that this isn't draft order. That was the first pick of Kali that we keep mentioning. But like you can just drop this and it's completely fine by them. One thing that has been surprising me has been the control mages that have been performing really well. Our thought process for Team Liquid coming into playoffs as a whole was that they would be very constrained in the meta. And that has not been the case. And while the playoffs have been happening, there were changes in the patches that allowed Core JJ to go towards picks like these. And so, like, even though, like, yeah, Nico's a pick that we all know and love, and that's completely fine, but Bard, Rakan, he's a playmaker. Put him on
Yes,
playmakers.
sir.
Yeah.
And so it's now they're going to the old reliable that is very comfortable for some of their engagers, and it has been making it super easy for them to always have picks, always have fights that are working for them. And so even though there's this one aberration where it's not a tank top, I mean, they got the Cassante anyways, and it was 4-5, so technically it's the same damn thing. It's an idea that they're consistent with always.
Yeah.
So are they, like, if you are going against them, if you're rain over and you're drafting versus them, do you know what they're going to go for? Absolutely. Can you deal with it? That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think TL, despite the fact that you saw the consistency in their drafts, the two big things, I'm glad you highlighted Core's champions because I feel like Bard was something he was always going to play in the Enchanter meta because it does have a little bit more agency. You can roam a lot more. But I thought his Bard yesterday was great. He's always been a fantastic Rakan player. And then the fact that Morgan just communicates with the team so much better makes those tank picks work a lot better than they previously did for this TL squad. So whatever communication thing they fixed there really, really allows Morgan to be so much more effective on those picks.
And I want to put the story of the drafts you just talked about into the general story of their year, because I feel like at the start of the year, they had that quote saying that they wanted to play like an LPL team.
Yeah.
Which to them, I think, was dominate early, fight always, and then pick to carry your lane. So we saw Morgan on a lot of like counter picks and carries, and then we also just saw them constantly trying to go forward. But I think the team hit rock bottom when I had them on pros when they lost to FlyQuest.
Yeah.
And in that game, they had a jungle Maokai, a mid Jace with an 80 carry Senna, and they got ran down by Nasus because they just literally had no damage.
Yeah.
So I think what they've done a really good job of, to your point, is finding the comfort picks that they can still excel on while still having better scaling, which is the incredibly different part. And then obviously Daejeon engage, which everybody knows.
And I think it's not just a change in champions; it's a change in mentality. You know, Quid had this quote from pros that you did with him that I thought was really, really good. Where he's kind of talking about, hey, like you're on a team that is so good, you don't really have to do that much, right? And I'll just let other people carry me. He changes his mindset to no. I need to be the one to carry. We are going to win through me. And we have seen that in the lower bracket.
So
he has been on fire. And I think it's so interesting because when I think back to Lock-In, when these two teams played, Lyon had to draft around Morgan. It was all about these range counter picks top, about shutting him down. I think today is about Quid. Can you stop this guy in this current form? Because he is absolutely on fire.
Yeah, I mean, just watching him, it is akin to the 100 Thieves days, where he was like no pressure on him whatsoever, no chip on his shoulder, no nothing. Like he was able to just be as comfortable as possible with the resources on him and be that playmaker. And I think that the other edge is that when he's walking up on Victor, he has the full team behind him. He feels just as if he was playing a TLAW or a Yone. So I really have been loving the confidence that he's been playing with.
Yeah, and I mean, the team, I think it's also the team has confidence in him as well, right? Like, we went through the first pick Akali stats yesterday. That's the first time in Tier 1 recently, right? Over the past 3 years, where a first pick Akali has actually won that game. And it just shows the overwhelming trust that the team itself also has in Quid, and he's paying it back tenfold by absolutely popping off, just like he did yesterday. That Yone play in Topside River was just insane.
And I think it really goes to show, as we show in this graphic, when he got Player of the Series versus Cloud9.
Shopify.
Yeah, that's Shopify.
21 kills, 0 deaths.
That's the wrong one.
That was 3 weeks ago.
I didn't mean that one. That was versus That's FlyQuest. That's the wrong one. That's another.
Yeah, but also Player of the Series.
Yeah, but I was talking about the Cloud9 one. So if we, there it is. There we go. Yeah, 3 in a row. 3 in a row.
Which Player of Series do you want, Raz?
I mean, I'm
be more specific.
I need to be more specific. That's true. I need to say the team's names because on the lower bracket run, he's been getting Player of the Series after Player of the Series after Player of the Series. Like anytime we were thinking maybe it could be Core JJ off of his engages, or maybe it could be Jose Diodo off of like some of his like incredible like a Nefiri or a Lee Sin play. No, consistently he has been the carry, and so you talk about the mentality change that he has had, and it has showcase
these
in
stats.
all of
He's
these
doing
games.
a third of his team's damage.
This is disgusting.
Yeah, or like across the entire lower bracket run.
Is there
He's doing
another
a third
graphic
of
you
his
guys are
team's
not telling me
damage.
about production?
I don't know. Is there going to be a fourth player that's
Yeah, is there a fourth player this year?
Maybe at the end of the
Are you
show.
asking them to spoil it? That's crazy, brother. But before you spoil the series,
Understandable.
we got to go back to Kangas because he is on the hunt for the biggest LCS fans at Mullet Arena.
Huge.
That's right, Azale. Welcome, Mullet Arena. We're getting ready for the grand finals, but we're here on a college campus at ASU. So we're going to do a college campus tradition, and that is a scavenger hunt. I've been given a list of people to find, so we're going to run around the Mullet Arena and find them. You all ready to participate? All right, up first, I got to find someone who's sunburned. It's 103 degrees outside. Who's sunburned right now? Wait, okay, back of the neck? Okay, I think that counts. All right, what caused the sunburn? Was it the heat?
It was the heat.
All right, who you got taking the series?
TL30.
TL30. All right, that's number one. Number two, someone. Oh, I got some booze there. Okay, someone in a nostalgic jersey. Nostalgic jersey. Who's wearing a nostalgic jersey? Oh, you know I see one. I gotta go right there. We got the CLG jersey here, baby. All right, who you got taking the series?
Lyon 3-2.
Lyon 3-2. What do we think? Lyon 3-2. Appreciate the jersey, by the way. All right, next up we got an ASU student. I know we're on Arizona campus. Oh my, right here. We got a bunch right here. All right, we got some students. Who wants it? Right here. Who's taking the series?
TL 100%.
TL 100%.
100%. These guys don't agree. 100%.
Well, what's the series score? A 3-0?
3-0.
That's crazy. What are you studying at ASU? Not that it, it matters.
Media arts and sciences.
Media arts and sciences. Do we think that validates his opinion?
Nah. If it's not engineering, it doesn't count.
You're in engineering, I assume?
Electrical engineering, yeah.
And who do you have taking the series?
Lyon 3-2.
All right, the engineers say Lyon 3-2. Hey, I was media production, man. We can make it, okay? Yeah. Thanks, guys. Next up, someone in a Lyon jersey. We saw TLC9 rather yesterday. Lyon. Oh, we got some. You guys are so far away. All right, I'll come to you. All right. So, who's taking the series? I assume you're going to say Lyon.
You already know Lyon 3-2, and only because they want to make it a good series. Otherwise, it'd be 3-0 easy.
They're going to give us entertainment. All right, and who's going to carry?
Dokla, of course. I mean, this says enough, right?
That's a sick sign. That's a bicep right there. We got some big dokes. All right, let's see if I can do this safely. There we go. Next up, what? A marching band? That doesn't make any sense. Where are we going to find it? Wait a minute. There's a marching band right here. Do you guys play any League of Legends songs? Can you guys play some from League of Legends? Yeah, let's hear a song. Let's hear it. Energy is electric here in the arena. That's incredible. That's incredible. Last thing on the list. Last thing on the list is the LCS trophy. Well, that should be up there, right? Wait a minute. Where's the LCS trophy? Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, I think I left it somewhere. Oh, I gotta go get it. All right, I'll be right back, everybody.
Brother, how are you going to lose the LCS trophy?
I can't believe it.
On finals day. What is Kangas doing?
I believe Kangas lost the LCS.
I mean, just yesterday he talked about stealing it on Twitter.
Yeah.
Like he talked about stealing
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, he's not smooth. He put it in his car.
This is all him
In that
just
beautiful Kia.
acting like he didn't steal it.
Yeah, maybe the cops were on his case. I think that's what it was.
Oh, he's got it.
There we go.
He's back.
They made him come clean.
They're giving him the runaround. He's gone up and down the stands.
Yeah, he's really milking this.
Yeah,
he's celebrating with a trophy.
Congratulations, Kangas, on the spring title.
You better wipe your fingerprints off that thing, buddy.
Yeah, we need the like.
You are lowering the elo of that trophy right now.
Where are the Stanley Cup gloves? You know how they always have the white gloves
Yeah.
to like handle the Stanley Cup? Kangas, where are your gloves?
He's getting his Cheeto fingers all over that thing.
That's not your trophy, buddy. Stop posing with that thing. That's
Yeah,
not
he
your
is milking this too much.
He realized he got the
you better
grease.
clean that. It better be sparkling next
Yeah,
time
we don't want
see
no
it.
burger grease on that thing.
Okay, Raz, 13 minutes until we start the game. We're going to go lane by lane.
Okay.
We'll start with you.
Yes.
You're going up and giving us your quick rankings lane by lane. We'll discuss afterwards where you think each player goes.
All right, perfect. Now, of course, we have to do an emoji that exemplifies me and how I view myself.
Okay.
An artist. Look,
An artiste.
Okay, Dokes with the advantage over Morgan.
Okay.
Keep going. You got to go fast.
Speed
I gotta
ranking,
go faster. I
Wait,
gotta go
what?
faster. I gotta go faster.
Don't explain yourself. We're gonna do that after.
Oh.
Whoa.
All right, down
that
the
is
line.
far to the left of Berserker.
Oh, yeah.
Holy.
Sorry, Isles.
All right, we need something that is going to be clearly recognizable as myself. We're going, I'm going to join you around here.
There we go. Not a follicle of hair.
Oh no.
You know what? I think that I'm on the core side
right.
as well.
Yeah.
The
If he's
engage
playing
meta, the engage
It's
meta.
the engage meta that really
It
changes it.
is. Yeah.
I mean, is this going to change my opinion on the overall series when I actually do this?
I meant to put my bald head further on
identifiable.
Inspired side. I'm not
I'm
going
going
to
to
lie.
get flamed for this one. I'm going here,
You're a
here.
golfer.
All the way.
Whoa.
Yeah, here,
Join the club. Join the club.
here, and here.
Okay. Okay. We're all aligned.
Oh, okay. All right.
Come out with some crazy opinions, Emily.
You're
Yeah,
asking
Emily's
the wrong
flaming hot
person.
takes.
Yeah, you
Everyone in the middle.
All right.
Emily, move my bald head over more to Inspired.
I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go here. Wait, how do I do that?
She's going right in the middle.
Yeah.
Put a second bald head.
You can erase Azale and put him back.
Yeah, I think. Ooh, yeah,
I'm being
over here with
proud of
Raz.
it. Thank you, the
Yeah,
double
there we go.
painters. We're
All right.
cousins.
Wait, how do we? Where's
right,
the move?
Add
tool?
another bald head. Add another
Just
bald
add
head.
another bald head.
double
Okay.
bald.
There it is.
Where?
There it is.
Where do you want it? Like.
Over by Raz for Inspired. Between you and Raz. Between you and Raz.
Yeah, oh no! All right, there's
That's
too
good.
many bald heads. It's fine. You're taking over, Azale.
I'm
It's fine.
taking over.
They're multiplying.
Okay, discuss. The most lopsided is actually Inspired against Jose, but I feel like if the series turns to Team Liquid, that's where they're going to have the advantage. And I think likewise, if Saint outperforms Quid, then Team Liquid's hopes are dashed.
This is why, though, because this guy always steps up in these massive moments.
Yeah.
You know, I do think I favor him because of the gravitas of the moment, because of the importance of the series, because it is for a title. Inspired has shown me so many times that he can do it. This guy's an over 50% win rate, not in games in the LCS, in titles per split. And he could go to 7 for 12 here today, which is just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and also it's the versatility, right? Because we do talk about the classic, Inspired, the full clear king, whatever you want to
CEO.
call him, right? CEO full clear. But he is so flexible, especially in big games. Like Jose himself said it yesterday, right? Where he is going to adapt. We've seen it in particular against Blabber multiple times where he just does these really, really early invades around their pushing bot lane. I think he is incredibly intelligent about how he wants to mold himself to what his opponent wants.
We gotta also address this. This guy was like the best in all of the regular season. He was dominating. But yeah,
That's
we're
just
all
good.
over
Yeah,
here.
that's just how good Quid has been.
We're all over
That is
here.
kinda
Triple
crazy.
player of the series.
Yeah.
I was the least all the way over.
Quinn didn't even get All Pro, by the way. He wasn't even in the top 3.
I voted Saint as my first team All-Pro.
We can
And
change our
this
opinion if we
is-
want.
This is just how good Quid has been in this lower bracket run. He's doing a third of his team's damage.
My
He's been
bald head
such
is
an
over there
important
too.
part,
I'm
yeah.
not flaming. I'm
That's
just saying
him.
it's crazy.
Just
This guy
pointing
was
it out.
dominating the whole season.
I think also something that I found in the stats,
Ooh.
thanks to our stats guy Liam,
That's
is,
stats.
I mean, we know Inspired's been dominant, and Berserker's also been dominant. So we looked at all-time LCS game win rate. So it's not even just about titles, it's just about how much of these players won. Inspired has the best all-time LCS win rate for junglers with a minimum of 25 games, higher than anybody else. And some
Wow.
pretty cool names show up on
Yeah.
this list
Yeah.
as
Odd
well
one.
as it goes
The
down.
odd one.
The odd one,
Dexter is
Sven
a throwback.
Scarin.
Oh my God.
Mateos,
Dexter.
famous
Raz, your boy
co-streamer
My
on
boy
Closer.
Twitch
Closer.
now.
He's making history out here.
But then Berserker also the winningest AD carry of all time in terms of win percentage. not just in terms of total
Wow,
accolades.
Masu is up
Kevin
there.
Masu. So yeah, the dominance lately of the 80 carries to play with Inspired, actually. Berserker Masu and Danny is pretty incredible.
There's a trend.
And a lot of these people who are falling down the list, opponents of Inspired.
That's crazy.
What was Blabber's win rate before Inspired?
I'm not
Probably
sure.
higher.
But that's kind of scary. Wonder Twin powers activate. We're winning together. We're both literally winning every series. That is. Honestly, when this team was constructed and you have 2 MVP types of Berserker and Inspired, that was the thought process of like, do they just win everything? And like at first during the regular season of lock-in, you're like, ooh, maybe not. And then immediately it turns on.
And then they locked in.
They locked, exactly. We're branding that. So it has been amazing to see. And on an organization, a historic organization like Lyon, that has won so many titles in its history, it's crazy to see that you put it all together. It was like 17 coming into the year, and for them to now, you can hear the ownership, the Latin American fans, be able to speak on how historic it has been for this organization to be able to accomplish this in Latin America.
Yeah.
And then when they came into the region and like didn't have like an amazing year last year, and a lot of it was like, oh, like there are visa problems, this, that, there were so many frustrations, but they see themselves as a winning organization and they came back to their winning ways.
And I think one of the interesting stories about this series is also I've seen a lot of Latin American fans, and they're torn because you have one of the most historic Latin American orgs of all time, and you have the most historic Latin American player of all time, and they're on opposite sides, right? It's like Jose has so many fans that it's like, do you cheer for the organization who you've seen play in this league for so many times, or do you cheer for perhaps your favorite player from the region? And so I think fans' hearts are being torn in two a little bit here.
I think it's the player. I don't know. That's actually a really
depends on the
Depends
it's going to depend on the fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that has been the argument, honestly, just what I've seen in social media. It's the fact that they have been clashing, but the fact that it's even a conversation that in the LCS, it's like one of the best or most notable Latin American players in Jose Daejeon, who has like a rabid fan base, versus Lyon, who has historically ran the region. That is incredible to be able to see happen on this kind of a stage.
And I want to talk a little bit more about Team Liquid, because I had jumped off the Team Liquid bandwagon.
Oh, yeah?
I think a lot of us had. Raz, you had them #1 in your power rankings, then you started predicting against them. Really, they had.
I just jumped off.
They started doing better once you jump ship, Rez.
Yeah.
They had that game 5 against Lyon in the upper bracket where they had a 2,000 gold lead on Lyon and couldn't advance the game, and it felt like there was something fundamentally broken.
Yeah.
But I feel like they've simplified the game, and I'm projecting here, but I feel like they have a couple of rules that they're following that has allowed them to go 9-1 in the lower bracket. So here they are. What does Team Liquid need to do to win today? I think they're putting Morgan on weak side. They need to focus and play around Quid.
Okay.
They need to draft for scaling, and they need to drop the enchanters for core, because Morgan couldn't connect with the team. Core JJ, who's the best engager on the team, couldn't engage. So now they just put him on weak side tanks. Quid carries, Core engages for them, and if things are going wrong, they're going to have better scaling anyway.
Why does it look like they're my keys to success?
Yeah, what?
You're showing me. You're showing me the
copied
Discord
your
messages.
homework.
It's crazy. Why does it look like those are mine?
Kind of making like an unimpressed.
Yeah, you're like, I don't like them, let me make my own.
Something else I want to talk about for the TL side is the lower bracket advantage, or the potential lower bracket advantage, because I actually talked with Inspired and Sven and Jose about this on Pros, and he was saying he feels like, though it is lower stress to just qualify straight to Sunday, to win in the upper bracket because you're going international, it is an advantage, potentially, in Inspired's mind, to play from the lower bracket. You get confidence, you won the series the day before, you got to play on stage. That all matters in a match like this.
Yeah, and I think the stage stuff is super, super important. It was really interesting. TL released this thing on their Twitter of Spawn and Steve talking to the team beforehand and about like, you're gonna feel this way, you're gonna feel that way, just like rein it in. And then Spawn's pep talk is amazing. So if you haven't watched it, you should go watch it. But I do think there is an advantage to having momentum, especially a series like yesterday, right, where you were so dominant. It basically proves all of the effort you were putting in throughout this lower bracket run paid off, and now you're in finals.
You say all this now.
Why are you staring at me?
You say all this now, then what are your predictions?
I'm scared.
You should be scared because you're talking all
I'm
this good
always
stuff.
scared. So I said TL 3-2. I think it's going to be really close.
Okay.
Yeah, usually, I'm the only TL person. So usually when two teams meet in the upper bracket and it's really, really close, I almost always pick the opposite team to win because I think what happens is the lower bracket really hones the way you want to play. As we've already talked about, TL have really figured out, I think, a formula of success that works for them. And I think, again, I think it's going to be really close. I'm going towards the TL side just because of the improvements they've made, and also, honestly, just because of Quid's performance has been absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the last, let's say, 16 days of games, Team Liquid's won 3 best-of-5s. Some of these signs and heads are incredible.
Oh, yeah, that is a good shirt right there.
That's a good shirt.
That's a good shirt right there. You were looking handsome.
Team Liquid being 9-1 and Lyon only having the 3 games against Cloud9, I'd be totally with you, Emily, for the things that we've seen and how that leads to victory. But the thing with Inspired, and why I said I was not going to predict against him until he loses, is he simplifies games in high-pressure situations, which for a team like Team Liquid, who's had a hard time pulling things together, makes me give the slight edge to Lyon. But like on paper, as we've been saying all year, Team Liquid would be favored, but in reality, Lyon has Inspired.
I mean, you have the checklist, and it's all the things TL has to do to be able to win, right? And there's 4 of them.
Yeah.
Lyon has to do one thing: listen to Inspired.
Oh,
and I think that's a pretty easy checklist to follow. This guy, as much as I feel like this version of TL would have beaten the version of Lyon we saw when they played in the upper bracket, Inspired always seems to have the next evolution, the next plan, the next idea. He always seems to be that one step ahead here in the LCS, and I just trust him to do it again here today.
It's that plus when they are like backs against the wall, I don't like their drafts. They seem to play well regardless of that and adapt within the games. And then that, where you're like, okay, you hear the voice of Inspired, but who's Inspired's weapon? It's Berserker. Berserker has just been so good in big moments, especially that MF game, where so many of those fights were looking bad, and then it was just ended with shock and awe. And I think that if you have great comms, which they do, sometimes spicy comms because they're willing to hear it and understand each other and the flame that they're sending toward each other, that they are always on the same page. And when things get tough, you have an incredibly strong, mechanically good AD carry that can carry you home.
Absolutely. We can see we're very close to the beginning of the LCS Spring Split Grand Finals. We know that Inspired has won 6 of the 11 possible titles. Will he be able to make it 7 of 12? Or will Team Liquid be able to complete the lower bracket run? Quid has been absolutely unstoppable. Jose has had a career split. CoreJJ has been an exceptional engager. Azael, what are you looking forward to?
I mean, it's just going to be an incredible series. All of us, though we have 3 on the side of Lyon, all of us are predicting 5 games. I really think it could be anyone's series. It is all up to the players who steps up in the biggest moments here. It is the LCS Spring Finals starting now.
How would I describe our road to Arizona? Probably very short.
They jump right back in, but Hosebioto has to flash back up the wall. Well, coming in as D9 already find the enemy jungler. They're going to secure themselves this goal point as well. It's a massive bullet time. Everybody is caught in the MF ulti, and Lyon wiped them off the rip.
The playoffs have been a bit easier than expected, but I still think they were quite challenging. Probably one of the most competitive splits that I played so far.
I don't feel like any pressure going to finals because I know I'm doing everything I can to win, and if it goes well, fine, good, huge.
Hosebioto turns it right back around the hole.
I know a lot of people cheer for me and they want me to win. When you're playing on the big stage and people scream, you can feel the shaking, you know, it's very fun.
Feels good to be back in the finals. I love playing in front of an arena crowd. I have a lot of fans that always cheer for me, so that's always nice.
He's already dropped the Arcane Storm, and yet again, it's DOKLAW, the cavalry arrive.
It's always exciting to play in the big stage,
and that's the moment I enjoy most.
Damage teleports come in. That's the Herald down, but Core finds the engage. Shockwave on a 2.
We've been had very up and down this year, but one thing we know is that our high is really high.
The path to Arizona is paved. Road sign reads Liquid.
Key thing to beat Team Liquid is if core JJ is not in a position where he can do a lot of creative stuff on the map. I think they are not that strong of a team.
As Blabber tries to enter right back into the fight, goes to the Cataclysm. Saints locked up, but Blabber shot down.
Going to this final, we are underdog, which I like it. We're gonna fight them. You want the trophy? Come and get it from me.
Hello, ASU! And welcome back to college, where the top class of the LCS are ready to take stage for the final exams. Mullet Arena, please join me in welcoming your grand finalists. Up first, Team Liquid Alienware. In the top lane, Morgan. In the jungle, Jose Daejeon. In the mid lane, Quinn. And AD carry, Lyon. And in support, Core JJ. And facing them on the rift, the defending title holders, Lyon! In the top lane, TLAW! In the jungle, Inspire! At mid lane, Saint! At AD carry, Berserker! And in support, IOS! Three teams entered Arizona this weekend. 2 teams have been chosen to go to MSI, but only one can be crowned your Spring Split champions. It's final season in Tempe, and there's just one more test for these teams to pass. Give it up one more time for your grand finalists, Team Liquid Alienware and Lyon!
Team Liquid, they earned the opportunity to play Lyon in the grand finals for the title here in the Mullet Arena.
Inspired, I think he's been winning too much, so I will make sure we will win today. Honestly, I'm not worried about Inspired. I mean, Jose is gonna, take him down.
Is there anything that unique? I don't know, we just win.
First Darkened Dagger hits him, Inspire goes forward, and he finds the first blood. Jose Dioto's going in, a beautiful kick comes out. Team Liquid goes in for the round one, but they want even more. The minion wave is going to give him the opportunity to recast the slice and dice, and there it is. Ruthless Predator sets it up. Goodness gracious, how audacious, TLAW.
Still alive, Mazu in some trouble. Blind forward, decimating smash bomb!
Isles lands the shot.
Fourth flanking, lands the engage there onto Mazu. The carry's down.
Safe to the back line, and Team Liquid has already lost. Triple kill for Saint on the Yone. Massive fake sealed! Quinn just cut them to ribbons!
The safety, no flash on the Victor, still not punished. The calling's enough to kill Cryogen. Team Liquid continue forward.
Berserker just got 3! And they will earn their spot in the finals to compete for the LCS Spring Split Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the LCS Spring Finals, driven by Kia. We're here in the Mullet Arena in Tempe, Arizona, one more time after our qualifier yesterday between Liquid and C9. Liquid proved their worth to go against Lyon today for that trophy right there.
Yeah, Liquid are definitely warmed up after yesterday versus Cloud9. Excited to see if they can keep that momentum going forward here. Lyon, of course, did defeat Liquid previously in spring, and so have the upper hand, but Team Liquid feeling a lot better and very confident.
Yeah, that confidence. I ran into Core JJ this morning, getting into the elevator to come here. I asked him about that confidence. I said, you feeling like you guys got what it takes to win today? And he just confidently and quietly said, yeah. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. I'm excited to see how they go up against this Lyon squad. That was our representative at our last international competition at First Stand. It was Lyon who claimed victory in lock-in, earned the right to represent North America there. We know that both of these teams are going to be representing North America at MSI, but there's a pretty big difference between first seed and second.
Very, very different, especially with T1 being in the play-ins now.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest difference of all, is having to go through that extra difficult step. So not only are you fighting for the trophy, you're fighting for the chance to have that better position once you do go to Korea here in only a few short weeks. But all of that can be talked about in the future, because right now it's all about the best of 5 in front of us today.
All right, let's jump right into draft here and see, because Lyon have had the advantage of seeing the extra game and seeing the extra series of Team Liquid, although it was short, so not a lot of data to gather, Flowers. 3 quick games, but we'll see if Lyon have prepared anything specifically to try and counter what Team Liquid showed yesterday. Meanwhile, Team Liquid get the advantage of, as we said, being warmed up from already playing on this stage.
You want to talk about something specific? Lyon specifically saw game 1 yesterday and said, you know what? Jose Daejeon should not be on Lee Sin. That's the first ban of the draft for them, alongside the Rakan. Over on the other side, Team Liquid going to focus out a couple powerful junglers with the Nocturne and the Jarvan, as well as removing Bard from the pool, as Nefiri is the final ban for Lyon. So that means starting off here, Kobe, it's 4 jungle bans and 2 support bans.
And I always like this approach from the side that Lyon are on here with second pick, trying to attack specifics of what you just saw Team Liquid use yesterday, because you know Team Liquid invested time in prepping that Lee Sin and that Rakan.
Yeah.
Both of these things, the Rakan and the Lee Sin, used in game number 1 by Team Liquid to great effect. As Dokla is playing to the crowd, the Lee Sin and the Rakan, if you remember, those are the 2 that won the really big first Dragon fight for Team Liquid. They were the 2, the playmakers. After Cloud9 had gotten that Dragon, it was Jose on the Lee and Core on the Rakan that turned it back around. So the specifics are definitely there. All that being said, with the target bans, meant that Varus got through, and it means answered here very quickly with the Ezreal. Of course, Karma is up and available, and so we expect the Karma to follow. But we'll see what they end up blocking very quickly here. You still, they still could go for the Prio on jungle instead. They're leaving the possibilities here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, we've got the Xin Zhao locked in for the Lyon side, wanting to have that in Inspired's hands in the first game. 80 carries both already selected, like you're talking about. Xin Zhao is another one of those highly played champions from Jose. Jarvan and Lee Sin also very commonly picked by him. So I'm curious where they're going to want to go on the Team Liquid side, considering Jose Daejeon was just so important all series long yesterday and has been such a huge component of Team Liquid's success so far this split. Orianna, 100% presence in pick ban. That champion being left open is another one of the costs that you're talking about of all these target bans here in the first phase. So Quid pilots that in game 1.
Okay, so some choices now. You could either answer jungle and pick like a Trundle or something into the Xin, which is a good individual matchup, and then might dissuade Lyon from going for a tank. Or, well, there you go. Have that
That's a pretty good
immediately
guess.
is their thought as well. The other options, of course, I was going to elaborate on would be going for support early. But it seems they do value that counter pick even further than grabbing an early support here. And you can see there is also value in support counter pick. So let's see if they want to grab the Karma now for the Ezreal, or you can pair Ezreal as well with plenty of other things. You know, Nico still up and available as well. And those types of engaged supports. But we're going to get the steal away here. They're going to jump on it before Quid can get his hands on an Akali. We'll pick it on the side of Lyon. Not only is Saint very good in Akali, but you always want to put pressure on Orianna as far as the side lanes go, as far as the mid lane goes later on. Trying to get some kill pressure on the immobile carries here. So Akali just looks good in general. Into Varus, into Orianna. Neither of those two carries have escapes or ways to dodge very easily. So Saint is being set up here with some good targets for himself. And since your opponents are already showing that Trundle that we talked about, that does dissuade you a bit from going for the more tanky routes, since whoever is going to be your front line does have a hard time of trying to survive via stats, but you can try and survive via, you know, immunities and stuff like that, like the Xin Zhao ult trying to get the range discrepancy there. And we'll see. The Nautilus being banned out here because Lyon don't want to deal with any easier point and click. One of the only things you can do against Akali is get some point and click and get some things that will reveal her in her shroud is another option.
So, Poppy banned away, Nautilus banned away, Karma obviously kept away from her good buddy Ezreal down there in the bottom lane. One ban left to go for the Team Liquid side. I'm curious if they want to further target support, since we have already had a decent amount of support focus so far in the draft, but no, instead they're going to get rid of the Gnar. They don't want Dokla to be able to bring that one to the table.
And that's a pretty good one, since Team Liquid are showing the Trundle like we talked about. You don't want to go like full tank stats, and so a Gnar would be a good kind of in between that Lyon could go for. So I do like that ban. Taking away some of those options. And then Alistar, you can still rely on your ultimate, even if Trundle can steal your tank stats. Can't steal.
Yeah, it's just damage reduction.
Yeah, can't steal your actual damage reduction from your ultimates. So very good option here for Lyon to try and work around this Trundle, and it gives you the engage here to try and set up the Akali, try and put even more pressure on those low mobility carries Team Liquid are wielding.
All right, TL, what's the answer going to be to the Alistar? We know that this champion is not particularly a powerful laner. Generally early on, you're going to have to cede control in that lane. But Nico is the exact opposite. Nico can have a lot of pressure in the lane, especially next to something like the Varus. Jan and Core JJ will be able to play this bottom side 2v2 from a position of strength.
All right, let's see what the blind pick for top side is going to be with the Gnar banned out. Renekton does look very good here. Not too many hard counter answers available, and going for a like Quinn would be in Dokla's wheelhouse, though. You know, he does like going for some counter pick range tops. So, you know, Morgan goes, you know what? Actually, we're going to blind pick Sion instead. Little bit easier, especially since we're the ones already with the Trundle. We guarantee that we are going to have a stronger front line. Only problem is Akali doesn't really fight front to back. She goes.
She fights dirty.
Yep, she fights dirty. She goes straight to the back line instead. Okay. Good answer here, honestly. I do like this answer with the Shen because it gives Akali a dive buddy, and it's a good matchup into other tanks, into Sion. As long as you can get your Q pass-throughs with your Keyblade, get some very good tank trading up there, and you can remain fairly safe. Plus, the block zone is also very good if Trundle ganks you, can deal with the bite as well. So Dokla classically been very good with weak side rolls as well as with counter pick options. So now he's going to be up on the top side, weak side for both him and Morgan.
And it's kind of like what you were talking about with Alistar. You're up against Trundle, who's going to use Subjugate to steal your traditional defensive capability through armor and MR. Alistar has damage reduction through the Unbreakable Will. Shen has damage elimination through Spirit's Refuge, those auto attacks aren't going to matter. I think they did a good job kind of sidestepping around the Trundle issue here in the first game. But it's like you said, with Trundle and Scion, that is a big front line. So this Akali with the Shin on top, the Ninja Missile needs to find its target onto those carries because you're not fighting front to back.
Plus, I think it is always a important thing to try and get a good individual matchup or jungle matchup into Inspired so that you can try and put some pressure there. We'll see if the Trundle does try and play off. I would say specifically bottom lane would be a good place for Jose to play off of. If the Trundle can play off of the Varus and Nico lane and maybe use that to go for some invades on Inspired and put Inspired under a little bit of pressure, that could be a way for Team Liquid to destabilize the Lion shot calling process or take away some of Inspired's potency.
All right, so loading in here, we've got the Doran's Helm start for both Morgan and Dokla. The less effective early sustain item compared to the shield, but scales so much better, just gives you the extra health, the extra resistances. And looking down here in the bottom side, nobody's gonna try to do anything super crazy early. Again, I wouldn't expect any sort of really risky early gambits from the Lion side, considering Alistar's early weak lane.
Yep, and should be the Team Liquid duo gaining lane priority here. They're getting some harassment down while they're doing it as well. Isles is fighting for the brush control here, though. Does get the sweeper, and they don't get the last auto onto the ward here.
And you can see on the left side of your screen, this is TL versus Lyon in 2026. The series score has favored Lyon 3-0 over TL, but the game score 8-4 means that these haven't just been sweeps. These haven't just been stomps favoring Lyon. TL has been competitive, but they haven't solved the equation yet.
Yeah, exactly. This one has been fairly close, and that's why I think it's important to examine the game score and the individual game play as well in their series versus Lyon. So let's see if they can actually come out ahead this time around. Full best of 5 we're hoping for today. Yesterday it was fairly quick, but on this bottom side, they are getting the pushback here for Berserker and Isles. Now that Alistar has access to the combo, being level 2, having the options there, and both junglers are pathing down towards that bottom side, so expecting the confrontation there, and then you'll get the fight over the Scuttle Crab. But with the bottom pushing here for Berserker and Isles, feels pretty confident.
Yesterday was a down payment on fun. We had to get the 3-0 done so that we could have the 3-2 one way or the other today. There's nothing quite like silver scrapes in an arena, and I hope that these teams both have everything ready to go today.
I love it. The early call for silver scrapes. We're calling for it at 2 minutes and 40 seconds into game 1.
Yes, I am, Kobe. We had to do a fast 3-0 yesterday, and I want some action back and forth here today as Jose Yoto makes his way down into the bottom lane, chasing after Berserker, who tries to get all the way out and does make enough distance. Berserker and Isles surviving the gank there, but not for free. It's the heal from the Alistar, the flash from the Ezreal, but also Core JJ committing both summoners of his own to try to make it happen.
Exactly. Offensive used summoner spells can be punished just as easily as defensively used ones. But I do kind of like the look, you know, the Trundle here with the pretty quick clear and move down there. Inspired did look for a wraparound, but because they've already started their recalls and backed off here for the TL side, no point in investing extra time because you do need to get back in time for your second clear, your respawn for those Krugs. And so he's going to go for the recall, floor reset up to the top side here. Both of them with the exact same reset and purchase.
Yes, sir. Just a little bit of stats early on with your Ruby Crystals and Long Swords. As Inspired clearing out these Krugs. If he tries to make a move towards the top side, obviously you do have a little bit of vision up there placed down by Morgan. Quid in this mid lane matchup against Saint. You talked a little bit about it in the draft. Obviously, Orianna is a very powerful laner. She is a very powerful team fighter. There's a reason she has so much draft presence, draft priority so far this split. And Akali is the answer because the weakness to Orianna is the side laning. If that pressure is there, especially if Saint can get a kill or two early in some skirmishes, if Lyon can force that, it can really create a frustrating and dangerous situation for Quid.
Yeah, when you get access to that Akali ultimate, definitely have to feel the threat of the all-in. Looking for that kill pressure, but both junglers smoothly into their second clears, so nobody dropping any time or anything. Trundle was like a couple seconds ahead of the Xin, which is the basic clear speed last time around, so got the gank off on bottom side, but no problem there for Jose anyway. Still got up there for the top crab after his reset, and so they split very evenly. Saint trying to do a little bit of work here on the trade as he approaches level 6.
Yep, and now that he's ticked that over, Quid is going to have to be very conscious of how much HP he has at any given time for the Akali all in.
And you're going to have to constantly call the Shen, state, the Shen health, the Shen game state up there, so that you have to be cognizant. Can this Shen really stand united one of the cross-map plays, or does Morgan have him under enough pressure that the Shen would lose a tremendous amount by doing so? Of course, Doklet does have his teleport still available, as neither of them have gone back to base at all, but they are trading fairly heavily on health, and Morgan is keeping the push with his Scion, so does have the extra little bit of advantage there. Inspired still going to go down, start up this dragon with the first charge of Smite used, so he can get access. And Jose, can they even walk in? I think with the Akali creeping around, Akali had mid priority, so gets to go into the brush there.
Yep, Saint is hanging around the area. Jose is going to approach the river now, potentially look for an angle onto Saint, who goes for the Shuriken flip instantly to create some distance away from the traffic cone, immediately pops the smoke and just walks it off. Back in the draft, we were kind of talking about how the Trundle prevents certain enemy champions from working out super well. He duels Xin very effectively early on. However, Akali, one of the best answers into a ball of stats like Trundle is to simply not engage with his stats. So Akali being able to pop that smoke, you just walk away from him. It's very difficult to do a whole lot for her with that Trundle. So easy enough for Saint to walk away from it. As now, once again, he keeps the pressure onto Quid, dashes in for the perfect execution, forces the flash out of the Team Liquid mid laner. Saint's got control in mid.
It's beautiful for Saint because he's also doing a good job tracking enemy jungle. You know, after they did the pass through and just saw the jungle previously for Jose, nobody's going to interrupt him, so he knows that he can go in for the pressure trade onto Orianna, and every time you use your ultimate for the flash is a very good trade, plus you got a large health bar exchange there, so he gets to push the minion wave in too. It's just very, very good stuff here from Saint on the Akali, and it sets you up for the next time that your ult comes up. The perfect execution will be ready. The flash will not for the Orianna. So you can try and, collaborate with some of these plays. Your jungle, maybe your Shen, maybe even your Alistar gets a roam timer up there.
Well, speaking of timers, we have the swap timer here as Yon and Core JJ have made their way into the top lane now, and you're going to see the teleport from Morgan taking his position down here in the bottom side of the map with the first Drake already gone. The only objective that's going to be available to fight for here for a little while will be the Void Grubs, and it's Team Liquid who has control over this top lane right now with those about to spawn. Core JJ walking back up, disguised as Jose Daejeon, who is coming up towards this topside river right now, passing through mid lane. Saint still no perfect execution cooldown ready just yet, has about 1/4 of that left to go. Jose can start up the Void Grubs. Core and Yon have so much control over the top side, they can rotate right on down. This should be an easy pickup for Team Liquid.
Yeah, really nice swap from Team Liquid, and getting some time, as we're seeing right now on screen, a cannon minion going into the dirt. Top side was able to get the early pressure, as you're saying, into the Void Grub, so good kind of movement there. Of course, Lyon did get that earlier dragon that we had been talking about, so they already had that one in the bag. But TL are doing quite nicely, and Morgan especially is farming up very well the Soul Furnace here for the Scion with some good CS numbers for himself.
And I always like seeing Team Liquid make these earlier macro movements across the map, deciding how they're going to assign roles, assign positions all over the Rift. You remember back when Team Liquid was the team to beat in the LCS, when they were always the top dogs. The last time they won a championship, Spring 2024, it was back in lane swap meta, and Team Liquid was one of the best lane swap teams that there was. They were so effective at it. They were so much better. Their understanding of the macro game was so good, and it felt like it really hit them the hardest when everybody just decided, no more lane swaps, it's dead, it's gone, we're getting rid of it. It was a gut punch to Team Liquid. So seeing them be able to rotate around like that, it's always the TL I like to see.
Yeah, and it's a pivotal point because Core JJ is still on this team. Yeah, Team Liquid did rebuild a lot of pieces, the whole top side, But Core JJ and Yon still, on the squad, and Core JJ is a very pivotal part of a lot of that macro that does go on for this team. A lot of the shot calling. He is a leader. He is a huge veteran of the league, of course, which is in stark comparison to Isles in this series, in this matchup. And although Isles has really done a very good job and overperformed a lot of people's expectations this year, the difference in experience and accolades is very clear between these two supports. Core being such a veteran, but it's been a really nice surprise and story for Lyon that Isles has had a lot of success since lock-in playoffs. Here we go, though, with another swap to the top side.
Yep, there's the chains of corruption. Dokla tries to get away, but the follow-up damage is extreme. The first blood goes over to Core JJ as Isles teleports up, wants to see if there's anything to grab, but Hosedioto has also arrived to the scene, so Lyon won't get anything back, and Team Liquid strike first.
Really nice, another swap for them, and it is successful. It is Core JJ, the veteran, that actually does get the last hit, last little bit of damage. So, he gets the lion's share of the gold, which isn't ideal, but at least you got the gold.
Yeah, because they killed a guy from Lyon. I get that. I like that. MasterCard item power spike right there. The Sunfire Aegis completed from Morgan. This is not a commonly seen item. I feel like Sunfire has greatly fallen out of popularity over the last couple of years, but that's going to be the option here for the extra wave control, the extra push. Dokla on the Shen, still building towards his Titanic, but since Team Liquid made the play up there in the top side with multiple players, that means that Inspired now sees the opportunity to go after Drake number 2 as it spawns. They've got control over this bottom side river, and he should get this without any issue.
Yeah, I mean, Lyon are going to keep getting the dragons, but TL with their swaps have 1,000 gold lead here, plus the first blood kill that Core JJ was able to get. But also, it's showing up again. We got to keep highlighting Morgan CS looking very good, and that Sunfire Cape damage does scale with your HP, which Sion, of course, gets a bunch of bonus HP when he does farm really well like this, and the Soul Furnace does do a lot of work. But we're getting another one of these invades where you see Core JJ linking up with Jose, very well coordinated by TL, getting that deep vision in this side of the map. Quid under attack again, though.
Yep, it's both ninjas going after him at the same time. Dokla arrives, Quid gets away, a beautiful flash. And Dokla and Saint are not going to get it done. Quid's shockwave slows him down. He gets out. Yes, it costs him that summoner spell, but that's Stand United off the table now. And Yon and Core JJ are going to use the opportunity to continue mining money off of these top lane plates.
You said it. Great timing there from Quid. Right as the Shen arrives, you know Shen is going to go for that taunt immediately upon arrival. So he flashes it, creates the distance. He survives again. And although they keep burning Quid's splash, they haven't been able to take him down. But here's another look. Berserker under fire, getting poked a lot at this top turret. And Team Liquid, they want that first turret bonus in addition to the first blood bonus. So all this gold focus going for TL. Yes, while Lyon have been able to stack their 2 dragons, Team Liquid have had really good calls, really good swaps and plays to get themselves well positioned in this game.
They have got a lot of money right now. Core JJ up 1,000, Morgan up 1,000, Yon up 500. The only gold advantage for the Lion side is Inspired. And remember, when we were looking at what the Lounge was talking about at the start of the day, comparing these two junglers, Inspired is often someone who's going to be maximizing his path, and he's going to have a lot of gold just because he's so efficient with his clears. But he is going to have to get involved and try to make something happen here, because Kobe, 2,500 gold, 13 minutes into the game is a pretty significant lead.
Yeah, and we'll see how they utilize that when they move them around, because they've got plenty of poke damage, really good at sieging here with the Varus, of course. And with that gold, you're getting your key item completions in. The Proto Belt here for Core JJ makes the Nico an intensely aggressive engager. Alistar is usually a really good answer, though, and that's why they've drafted it with the headbutt. If you can try and mark that Nico, find Core JJ, who is usually very sneaky and hard to keep track of. But if Isles can track him, then Alistar is usually a very good answer. He's this the bouncer of Summoner's Rift. Try and keep that Nico engage away.
Just toss him right back out of the club. Inspired, also important to note here, because for so long the guaranteed Xinjiao build was just like, Sundered Sky, standard AD Bruiser stuff. This is the more new age Titanic Hydra into the Dusk and Dawn. This thing does surprising amounts of damage. It can really catch you off guard if you're not ready for it. So now Hosedioto gonna look for Saint. Quid could be the target as Core JJ with a Pop Blossom just wants to contain the Akali. Back over the wall goes Saint, and Jose is ready for the follow. Saint continuing to try to run, but the Subjugate is on, and they even pass the kill off to Daejeon. Team Liquid couldn't be happier with that.
And look at that timer on the Shen Stand United too. It's still down from the offensive play they tried to go for. Team Liquid, I feel like they are crispy clean this game so far. 3,000 now, the gold lead for them. They're keeping track of these timers on the windows that they need to go aggressive. They go aggressive. They've been avoiding so far a lot of the Lyon offensive plays, and because of it, TL have accrued a very nice mid-game gold lead here, which sets you up to put a stop to the Dragon stacking before it really becomes a problem.
Exactly. That's what I'm looking at. That 1 minute and 5 second timer up there in the top left right now. You let Lyon get one more of these, then you kind of have a problem. Then you have to deal with every single possible dragon for the rest of the game being the soul. But I feel like right now, if you show up to that bottom side river with all 5 from Team Liquid and you say, all right, you got to fight us for this, Lyon probably doesn't want anything to do with that.
Definitely would be dangerous. TL gonna go ahead and get the objective that's available already. Pick up the Rift Herald before the dragon spawns. Still got 40 seconds to work with there to get down to the other side. They can melt right through this thing, and look at the map right now. So pushed in for Lyon. They're just trying to deal with the sideways. So TL have a pretty easy, again, window to go for this objective, pick it up without much of a cost. Akali is about to get up to that bottom side turret, but TL have already made the call. They send Morgan down here, so one minion wave is going to drop to the turret as well as some turret plates to Akali. But we'll see if this Akali can find effect in the team fights later on, can really put that pressure back onto Quid, back onto Daejeon, who are going to have their flashes, because Quid's timer on his flash is coming right back up right now. So, again, really good timer for them. Orianna now does have the flash back and available. They're going to use the Herald mid first for mid-priority flowers. It's a good checklist here for Team Liquid. Again, going straight by the numbers. Shen, though, has pushed in topside and getting turret plates, so doing some work up there. I think that they're going to look for the wraparound. Lyon looking to engage.
Yep, Isles is going to lead the charge in, but now Inspired's the first target here from Morgan. Dokla waiting, seeing if there's an opportunity here for the Sand United. Hosvioto, very low, is assassinated now by Saint after securing the Drake. Lyon looking for more here in the fight as Berserker puts bullets into Morgan, but the Scion very tanky. Lyon still walking away now as Berserker shifts back to a defensive posture.
Yeah, the Akali and the Alistar getting around there into the Dragon to assassinate the enemy jungler, even though Team Liquid do get the Dragon. Lyon get one kill for themselves. Still definitely not worth for them as TL continue to push, but here we go. Now the flank.
Yeah, now Lyon wants to really try to make that punish. Here comes Saint yet again, throws the 5-point strike into Quid. Daejeon and Core JJ continue to try to disengage. Core make a distance from down. That was beautiful. Quid with the shockwave just lines it up for Daejeon to shoot him down.
Holy! Quid is able to hit him with the shockwave into the snipe. Team Liquid, although they do drop a single player there, Jose, after going down at the Dragon, they still keep their eyes on the objective. So here it is. Alistar goes straight in and Saint wrapping around. As you can see, Inspired's on the top side and pops the Xin ult, so he's kind of distracting on the other side, but Shen ult is used. They get their assassination off, and then TL say, fine, we're going to try and peel here. We use our flash to exit. Core JJ used everything to try and peel. They can still walk it out. Morgan is very healthy, very tanky from how well he has done early in the lane phase. And then with this teleport in for the flank, they're able to get it. Look, you tag the Akali, you see the shadow, the damage of the tag there gets the little effect so you know where he is, and they pull off the shot.
Nice, nice, good job. Huge.
All the AoE damage, very effective versus Akali. So they get the damage from Core JJ, they get the damage from Quid, and then Daejeon lands the snipe as well for himself. And so even though, they do drop one person, do the assassination with the double ninja, they still are able to keep their eyes on the prize and keep the gold lead around that 3,000 mark.
And speaking of the prize, remember that Quid was the prize player of the offseason, right? When you were looking at everybody going into 2026, everybody was looking for Quid. There were so many different rumors back and forth. He ends up going over to Team Liquid. He had such a good performance on 100 Thieves, but then for a while, it wasn't quite living up to the hype, this performance, this expectation. But now, since we've gotten to the playoffs especially, he's been doing such a good job. He's been such a big performer for the Team Liquid side. And having the synergy like that, just to have the communication and trust in each other, okay, I'm going to shockwave him as long as you hit him, that just means that Saint teleported in only to lose his own life. And now 3 seconds on the clock until the Baron spawns. It's still Team Liquid 3,000 gold lead, but I don't expect any crazy early Barons unless they can get a pick first, as Saint gets another wave shoved up here in the top side, then has to take his retreat. Remember, Team Liquid has already secured all 3 outer turrets from Lyon. Lyon have yet to claim a single structure.
And they're kind of creeping around on the top side. Both teams thinking about this allocate. They're teleporting down to bottom, so they're going to double solo lane bottom attack right here. They're going to try and take down this Shen.
Exactly, you go after the Shen because he can't protect himself. Decimating Smash knocks him up into the air. Quid should have more than enough damage to take this guy out. Dokla tries to go for the taunt, but it ain't gonna work. Dokla falls, Quid gets the kill.
And then Morgan's gonna have teleport as well as Jan has teleport here, remember, on the Varus, so they still have the ability to go for the defensive play on the other side of the map. The cost is still gonna be the outer tower, but those outer towers fairly fragile this late into the game, and they hold on to Morgan's teleport and Jan's teleport, just investing the Orianna there to grab the kill. All the meanwhile, they also get the push in mid, so 2 lanes get pushed out here for TL. Another very good call from them, good play for them. Yeah, they dropped the top tower, but getting turret play on bottom afterwards here for Quid, also quite nice, and Jan is just quite rich. The entire bottom lane here for Team Liquid, with some very, very healthy leads for themselves.
Yeah, 2-0-1 on that Varus. We talk about how dangerous it can be when you're playing one of these immobile AD carries up against an Akali with a Shen on top, with a Xin Zhao as the enemy jungler. But Jan's done a great job of positioning aggressively enough to have very high farm, to have this super accelerated economy, but never actually putting himself in danger of getting picked off.
And we'll see how effective his poke damage can be in this game, in this entire series, actually. Teleports right back out, so they're getting here very quickly. Dragon is only 13 seconds away, so double teleports invested for Team Liquid. They just got fresh purchases for both Jan and Morgan here. Morgan with the Jack show done for Sion, so Morgan is going to be a very tanky boy, and they've got vision control.
Inspired takes a little bit of damage. Nothing crazy, though. Morgan going forward through the enemy blue buff jungle, just trying to create a little bit of extra space. Core JJ does not land Tangle Barbs onto Isles, but some additional poke from the rest of the squad does. The Alistar already down to half.
Okay, so remember they use both teleports, so who's going to go over to catch that top wave? Because top is getting split pushed up to the tower. Shen, Dokla over there already at the tower, and it's going to be Quid that they do decide to send over. So Dokla out a little bit, but Team Liquid still. They're able to zone off, and now,
yep, there's some danger for Isles, who immediately has to pop Unbreakable Will just to save himself. Saint looking again for that flank angle, but there's nothing to flank. The fight's already over. Isles can no longer participate, and that wins Team Liquid control over the top side river. They can continue establishing vision, controlling this area, even though they didn't get a kill.
Okay, Team Liquid, Dragon number 2 acquired for themselves. Looking pretty good. Can Lyon get a real assassination off on either Quid or Jan? You know, last time around, getting it onto the jungler inside the Dragon Pit is one thing, but for a team fight, I mean, Quid is already approaching level 16 very quickly. He just ticked his Rod of Ages over, so he's 15, and look at the experience bar, almost 16 for the Orianna level up for level 3 Shockwave. And so if you can't burn the flashes here of the Orianna, of the Varus, then your Akali flanks, even with your Shen stand united on them, might be hard to pull off. Team Liquid, as long as they have flashes available for their carries, their comp is still very, very strong, especially in front to back with their Trundle Sion again being such an incredible front line. Let's see here, though. Jose is going for a little bit of a wrap around. Inspired's looking at him. They still have the control wards here and plenty of vision for TL, but Lyon are working around, but they haven't been able to create
quite, much for themselves.
I don't think Lyon have created much of anything at all this game. They managed to grab those first couple of Drakes, sure, but those both came at the cost of Team Liquid being able to get other things with their map rotations.
There they
Lyon
go.
now going to make a move to start up this Baron. Xin Zhao does a lot of healing with the Dusk and Dawn build. Baron pretty much doesn't matter for him. So if Team Liquid is not aware that this might be happening, okay, Ward over the wall is going to see Inspired. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure Inspired just solos this down slowly over time. Berserker over the wall, of course, could have contributed with the Mystic shots. Morgan is going to continue forcing Berserker away. I like the attempt there from Lyon, because if Team Liquid was not aware, that could have turned into something pretty sketchy, pretty quick. But TL sniffs it out. Saint still in the enemy jungle prowling around, but doesn't look like he'll find anything here just yet. But no, what I was saying is it felt like Team Liquid have been the ones making the plays, making the calls, deciding what's going to happen and where, and Lyon haven't been able to find any counterpunches of their own.
Certainly has been the case. See if it continues that way. Next Dragon is 2.5 minutes away. Lyon have some time to lie and wait, look for some of these plays. Scryer's Bloom does tag the ward there. Saint still trying to hide, but does get the Orianna ball to check for vision, and now you've got CoreJJ up there too, so looks like Team Liquid have it under control. Jose, though, not showing on bottom, but hovering on this side of the map. They know that with the Baron available, a play would have to be very quick. They've got teleports ready, though, so they could go for a little something here. With a Trundle, of course, the ultimate you can always use to actually go after tanks, but they're going to just give him a little love tap as Morgan deals with the wave. The old smack and a chop.
Yep, just takes a bite out of him, has to walk back away. Isles goes in there for the headbutt. Pulve, and that forces the flash at a CoreJJ. Pretty big deal, actually, considering Nico Flash can be so powerful in a team fight. Jan also losing over half his HP there, trading back and forth with Berserker, both 80 carry ults, now also off the table, as Inspired and Isles are still hanging around, seeing if there's something they can find here. Isles is spotted on the ward. They're in the brush. Saint off to the left, too.
Okay, CoreJJ with no flash on Nico is going to be really, really helpful for Lyon. That is a big, big part for the surprise engage that comes from Team Liquid. And Lyon at least are keeping up their split pushing. Dokla gets a tower on the bottom side, too. So they are able to get the cross-map play, and they cut the Team Liquid gold back down to 2,000. Lyon remaining very calm here, continuing to play their split push, continuing to play their other side of the map, and you saw Berserker go a little bit aggressive there. You know, step one is basically get your spell shield off of Jan, you know, break that, and then step number two would be trying to get his flash, but they're unable to really get much more after that, so looks like we are going to have the Dragon number 3 set up here. Whichever team gets it will be the third one, and Isles already into a pretty deep flank here with the control ward as well as his own vision by Tribush. Has some confidence that this is unknown to Team Liquid, but it's not going to be unknown for too long. Let's see, taking away the Blast Cone at the very least.
Perhaps it will be. They haven't gone and spotted out that Alistar here just yet, so Isles will pass back towards that Tri-Brush, staying on the backside of the Dragon Pit. You can see a teleport coming in now as Team Liquid wants to have everybody ready to participate in this battle. Here we go. Dragon started up. It'll be number 3 for whoever secures it. Morgan arrives here with the extra big shield from the TP. He's just going to lead the charge into the pit. Inspire jumps over the wall. CoreJJ could be in danger. No, he gets himself back away. There's the Pop Blossom, but it only finds Isles, who wants to go forward. It's open. Saint into the back line. Jan's in trouble with the shockwave, protects him. Saint gets the assassination. Shut down credit for the Akali, but the kills go back the other way. Team Liquid has already lost both bottom laners. Lions finding their fight. The Dusk Dawn Brawlers have found their angle. Hosnioto's about to fall too as Dokla and Berserker continue fighting. It is a 4 for 2, and Lyon roar to life.
They get the flank, they get the assassination, and they take down both Team Liquid carries here. Lyon diving under the tower to finish the job, and they will be able to get the third Dragon for themselves, setting up Soul Point.
Beautifully done from Lyon.
Nico has no flash.
No, they don't know where I am.
I will find maybe go on Nico. You can maybe go on Nico.
Yeah, Nico no flash, guys. Yeah, Nico no flash. Really far there, but I'm coming.
Take it slow, take it slow. Okay, we are going.
Varus.
Varus flash.
I can keep Varus.
Go Nico after, I will block this. Sorry, over the wall.
Okay. I die, but
Go from. Oh, we are going.
Oriana.
Has flash, I think.
Has flash. I'm coming, guys. Okay.
I'm dead now.
Try to drop.
Can you drop? He has flash. Sam.
Dragon or Nash?
Dragon.
Break, I think.
Frustration on the face of Spawn in the Team Liquid coaching room. But you saw as soon as Lyon said, all right, it's time to go, everybody full sent it. It's those two Dusk Dawn bruisers that I'm talking about, topping the damage charts. And when they dive in on top of Yon's Varus, Saint uses the execution to dive through him. The Chains of Corruption completely miss. And after that, Varus has no way out.
Yeah, Lyon are able to get very easy access to the backline, to the Varus and the Oriana here. Nice moves from them. But first, they started by attacking the Nico, the core JJ, as we mentioned, when he had no flash here, and they are targeting and marking that big AoE ultimate, and they force it out with just the Alistar inside of it. It is a huge win for Lion's side. So, good comms and good targeting from them. As we said, you got to mark that Nico, goes right after him, and then it opens up. So they're able to get a really good flank and pincer movement onto the Varus and then chaining it into the Oriana. And they don't let up. You see, as soon as they get a little momentum in the team fight there, they're diving under the tower to finish the job, get themselves Dragon number 3. And now it's a little bit more dangerous here for TL, or a lot more dangerous, because neither carry, in addition to dying, they also both don't have flashes now. So have to be very, very careful when they're even farming waves.
So I think that, oh boy, hold on, we don't have time to think. Quid is getting dove yet again. Defensive shockwave, not enough this time. Joseoto wants to get one back, but there's no way Lyon have found the pick on the enemy Oriana. And now with that critical carry down, Baron is up, and Lyon control the top side river.
Yeah, you have to be so careful. You have no flash. Your low mobility carries, farming side wave, can't even walk through your own jungle because Lyon have already infiltrated. They took over the vision, and now with the Baron force, here comes TL. They're going to try and fight him out.
Team Liquid going in. The Baron already down to about 1/3 HP. Saint still on the left flank of the fight. Morgan going to soak a lot of damage here on the front line as the Baron partially resets. Team Liquid staying as a 4-man unit. Saint still staying over the wall. Morgan continuing to be tanky. Inspired jumps over, goes after Joseoto here a little bit, but it's a lot of damage on to the Lyon jungler. Keeping himself protected right now with the Crescent Guard. Inspired still alive, has plenty of HP through the healing. The Guardian Angel also available. Core JJ here with the Pop Blossom defensively, but again it's Saint finding the kill on Yon. Morgan has to flash over the wall just to stay alive, and the Akali is still in the fight. Lyon is still on the Baron, and they get the objective and an extra kill to boot. Isles falls though, as Quid has made his way back onto the Rift, and Team Liquid looks for more of a punish. You're gonna see the recall here from Saint. He doesn't have his teleport to rejoin the fight as the rest of the team has to try to get themselves away. Dokla eating some damage, flashes over the traffic cone, keeping himself alive for now. Berserker with the assassination, no! The flash out from Core JJ lets him survive. Now Berserker's gotta be careful. The shockwave damage still catches him even through the arcane shift. Now Inspired trying to come and help his AD carry. Quid needs a little more damage, and he finds the ball over the wall. Saint goes on a killing spree as Morgan finally dies. Lyon, holy moly, man, what a sequence.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they want to chase them down because they want to eliminate as many of the Baron buffs as they possibly could. They get 3 of them off the Rift, but critically, Saint keeps his. This Akali is insane. The split pushing threat. Look at this Saint flank around the backside. He's looking for the Varus again. He deleted Yon last time. He knows he doesn't have flash this time, so he went for the flash engage. He hit the E. He got out of Core JJ's ultimate. It was just beautiful there by Saint on the wraparound. This Akali is destroying Team Liquid. The Baron, they were able to use it to draw Team Liquid in, focus them, and then they get the assassination.
Akali is a pain in the ass.
Yep.
Have you tried to
Every AD carry ever.
Exactly. And remember the last time Yon even had flash, and Akali just doesn't care. Here we go, though.
Yeah, Inspired could be caught. Joseoto keeping him locked up. Chains of Corruption forces at least the stand united, but Isles ready for the counterattack. And here's that Akali yet again. Pop Blossom onto multiple targets. Resurrection at least going to be forced here onto Inspired Xinjiao. Core JJ already down. A nice shockwave comes through. A little bit more is not enough as a double kill for Saint. Means this fight is going Lion's way yet again. It will be an ace traded away for nothing as Team Liquid cannot keep up any longer. Morgan finally dies, and the reward is a Lion Ocean Soul.
Team Liquid played the early stages of the game well, but Lyon just out-teamfight them at every turn now. The Assassins doing their work, good flanks and good kills, as you say. Not only is it a soul, but they're also going to take over a bunch of tower money. Here's another look. Inspired still has his Guardian Angel, so they're happy to kind of play the fight slow. Look at the mini-map. Akali is walking over, so they're buying time. They have the Shen ultimate now. They make the re-engage. As Akali arrives, Isles went for the headbutt combination. Corjay buys a little bit of time with the ulti, but it doesn't matter. They're all here now. The rest of Lyon have arrived, and they're going to be able to get the assassination again. You see Saint into the back line. It's ridiculous. It's actually insane. Saint here, the first team all-pro mid laner, now has a death cap on the Akali, and he was murdering the back line of TL before he had the death cap.
And for those of you guys that missed the end of day press conference yesterday, one of the questions posed to CoreJJ was, how do you evaluate Lyon's style? What are their win conditions? And he thinks for a second, and he says, farm and farm and farm and farm, and then you win. And that's what Lyon did this game. I remember back at the 23, 24-minute mark, I was saying, I feel like Lyon haven't done anything so far this game, because they hadn't. They were still in the farm and farm and farm phase. And then we get to the fights. We get to that dragon fight that changed the flow of the entire game. That was the pendulum swing where we went from farm and farm and farm to win. And now Lyon stand poised with a 7,000 gold lead, with an Ocean Soul, with a gold graph that drops straight from the pretty blue mountains of Team Liquid into a sea of blood. And it's the Akali causing all of that violence.
And it's not like that Akali's the only threat or anything either. Okay, here we go. Now he's under threat.
Yep, he's already used the smoke. Shockwave pulls him back. Subjugate there, but no, again, Dokla's Stand Uniteds are keeping his team protected anytime they're under threat.
And you have to protect that Akali because he's worth 1,000 gold. He's a fully stacked bounty on him. So TL trying to attack him, and they do get the Stand United out for themselves, but you know, that is kind of a drop in the bucket at this stage in the game.
All right, Team Liquid. They were in control for so long, but now it feels almost impossible to navigate these fights to be able to keep your Varus and your Orianna safe against this Akali. Look at the itemization. There is no Guardian Angel. There is no Seeker's Arm Guard. There is no Zhonya's Hourglass on these carries. There's nothing to really protect you from Saint.
And Saint is literally full build. If he could just upgrade that ring into a Medjai Soul Stealer.
Get the book
right now, if he felt like it. And definitely everyone would respect him. So let's see, as they move in, they have easy ways of split pushing. Shen, of course, does not have Stand United, but still has teleport, so no problem for him. And then Saint, of course, you know, he's so far ahead. He's got the intimidation factor, and Akali could pretty much kill anybody, so you got to give respect to that side lane too. Meanwhile, Team Liquid trying to clean their jungle of wards, clean it of some vision. At this stage, they're kind of hoping for the miracle comeback team fight. In order to do that, your step one is get your vision so that you can try and hopefully get some sort of play where you have numbers advantage or catch somebody by surprise within rotation. But Lyon have been really locked in here. And it's hard to catch them out because Dokla's Stand United's coming back up. Berserker is on Ezreal, very mobile. And right now, Isles doing his work to try and keep that vision line up for Lyon and keep the extra information available to them so that they can easily continue to hold this line of pressure and wait for the Baron to arrive. All that's left now, they can start it up once again. If Team Liquid come through the jungle, they do have an easy turn here from Lyon off of the Baron and right back onto him. You thought he took no damage before, Flowers. Well, he's got an Ocean Soul.
He's got an Ocean Soul and a Death Dance. He's not taking any meaningful damage ever at all. Inspired and Berserker starting up the objective. Saint hanging off to the side. Again, you've got to track the Akali. CoreJJ trying to do just that, but instead he may die. Pop Blossom at least forces the stasis out of Saint. Now protected by the Stand United as they try to burst him down, but Saint is still alive. Dokla arrives for the two-man taunt as Jose Diodo and Morgan have to try to get back even further. Berserker still firing Mystic shots. Saint looking for his re-entry into the fight as the Ocean Soul heals him back up. Morgan tanking here in the front line. Very difficult to hurt the Scion. But again, it's Lyon not under any real pressure. The Ocean Soul will make sure that unless Team Liquid can find a kill, they won't find anything at all.
Yeah, Lyon are very happy if you trade some cooldowns here and
make the fight long. They're just able to get lots of value out of the Ocean Soul. Team Liquid, though, they didn't take much damage at all, so they're fine to try and come back and re-engage.
Okay, Isles going to be focused here at the start. True Shot Barrage comes through there from Berserker as he and Inspired are about to finish the Baron already, and they've got it. Saint goes over the wall. Dokla absorbing the damage of the carries while Morgan does the same on the left side of the fight. Berserker goes forward. Morgan still under a little bit of pressure, down to about 40% HP now as Inspired jumps in, finds the knockup with a 3-talon strike, goes defensive with a Crescent Guard. Lyon continuing to push forward, but now deciding to pull it off a little bit further. Elder Dragon is in 45 seconds, and Lyon wants to be prepared.
Yeah, it looks like they do have bot lane pushing, but going for the resets here after they've acquired the Baron. Gonna go spend a little bit of money first. Let's see about the setup. Okay, immediately teleporting back out. So Saint as well as Isles going back to base first. Quick little pit stop here. Berserker as well gonna go spend. So we have a little bit of time then on the reset here for it. 20 seconds on that Elder Dragon. And Team Liquid, this is your hope, Flowers. You're just hoping some sort of miracle happens in this. Maybe there's some crazy skirmish where the dragon gets low, you can steal it. They still have a very beefy front line, but becomes a little bit more problematic now. Okay, they're going for the split push. Dokla here, he does have a Stand United, so he's going to go up to the top side, put that extra pressure. It's going to be answered by Jan, who also has a teleport of his own.
All right. Dokla applying that top side pressure as Team Liquid know they can't afford to let this Elder Dragon go. This is probably their last chance here in the game. Berserker and Isles posturing aggressively. Inspired Rabbit around the side of the plate, but it's Saint who's already gone in. Pressure onto Quid. They've got the Orianna down to 10% HP. Isles is ready to follow it up as Inspired continues the chase. Quid is running for his life as Team Liquid tries to scatter. Morgan stuck in the middle of everybody. Defensive Chains of Corruption will not be able to save the Scion, and Team Liquid is forced away.
Saint is actually a demon. He is an absolute demon here on the Akali. Just putting so much pressure. Quid has no flash now. Got completely chunked out on the Orianna, so he has to go all the way back to base. Yeah, you didn't kill him, but he's no flash and back in the fountain now, so they're starting up the Elder.
Dokla over the wall. Jan at 33% HP. Dokla goes in for the two-man taunt. He finds Quid. Again, the Orianna barely hobbles away, but they cannot fight. Both carries are nearly dead. Berserker already finds the first. Quid's about to be the second. Saint dives in. Saint goes legendary. Elder Dragon is acquired, but Elder Dragon's not even needed. A double kill for Berserker, an ace for Lyon, and that'll be the end of game one.
Woo! Okay, well, Saint looking like the devil here, and Team Liquid, they're going down in game number one.
They are going down in game number one, but they were ahead for so very long. It all came down to that critical dragon fight. Once Lyon had their items, once Lyon farmed it up, Lyon were a problem that Team Liquid couldn't solve. They'll take game one.
What an opener. Team Liquid in the early stages of the game, lots of good moves by them, but Lion just take over in these team fights, and the Akali goes unstoppable.
Let us know who your player of the game is in this one. I'm telling you right now, I'm voting Saint. Lounge, what do y'all think? We'll find out here in just a second as we're waiting on our lounges. I'm pretty sure Azale probably has to get his mullet straightened up, perhaps. You know, that man has a beautiful head of hair. But I think that Lyon, they played it patient, they played it strong, they wanted to make sure that they were ready to go, and they were. But now, before we head to the lounge, let's toss down to Kangas, who's with our LCS Commissioner, Mark Z, for a special announcement.
Thank you very much, Flowers. We're here with the Commissioner, Mark Zimmerman, AKA the man who zimmers. How you feeling? You having fun at Mullet Arena?
Yeah, I'm having a great time. I'm super excited to have LCS Spring Finals on the road again for the first time since I think 2023. It's been a hot minute since we did Spring Finals on the road. So very, very happy to have such a good crowd to be checking this series out with.
The crowd's been fantastic. The fans definitely showed up, but I'm hearing, little birdie told me, an LCS pigeon, that we have an announcement for something coming up in the future. Is that correct?
Yeah, obviously very happy to have this road show. People are always asking when the next one is, and sometimes, you know, we've been a little slow getting it out there. So this time, we finally are actually able to announce it during this finals. Summer Finals, the championship, will actually be in Atlanta at the Gas South Arena on October 3rd and 4th.
All right, sounds good. Shout out Atlanta. People can start planning their travel now, right?
Yeah, people can start planning their travel. We'll have an article going out 2:15, I think, with more details about Split 3, everything you need to know, opening weekend, all that stuff. All the news about Split 3 will start hitting this afternoon.
October 3rd to 4th, Gas South Arena, Atlanta, Georgia. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Mark Z, for that. Any shout out you want to give for the fans? Let's get them to make some noise for you, right?
Yeah, of course. Shout out the fans for showing up, throwing down. Hopefully a better series today than yesterday. TL, please bounce back. Just get a little bit more for the fact that we have such a nice crowd here.
And speaking of the crowd here, that's an announcement for the future. That's a future crowd. Do you have anything for this crowd for today?
Well, I have something for you as well. Since I know how much you love your buckets, you can go ahead and maybe give that one away.
I can give this one away?
It's all yours. Do what
the commissioner says?
You have my blessing.
All right, I'm gonna give this one away. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. It's signed by all 10 players up on the stage. Who wants a bucket? Yeah? What about over here? Anybody over here want a bucket? This was a bad time to go get snacks. That's all I'm gonna say. What about here on the floor? Anybody on the floor want a bucket? I can't accept a bribe. I'm sorry, sir. Oh, there's a lot of loud fans. I can only give it to one. Who's gonna get it? Make some noise, Mullen Arena. All right, here you go. Are you ready? Everybody cheer with me. Bucket! That's it from us in the arena. Back to the lounge.
Let's go!
Wow.
Bucket!
Bucket!
Bucket! Bucket! Bucket!
It really is like I'm back in college.
That is impossible to follow.
But you have to try.
Bucket!
Bucket! Here's our Samsung Rift Vision breakdown from from this game, where I will say Team Liquid was in a really good position. They have a 2,000 gold lead. They've gotten the last 2 Drakes, but I will say this is where Lyon is so good. They identify how to win the game. So here's the setup. For the first time here in the last 2 Drakes, they are at the Drake first, and they have bot lane push deep, which is going to allow a couple of things. Additionally, look where Team Liquid is. Sion was clearing out a wave, and Varus is in base. So Team Liquid is late to this Drake. As the start of this clip happens, we can see they get the Sion in, they get the Varus in, but then watch where Saint comes from and how this fight starts. The key that Lyon wants to have in this comp is they need Saint to have access to carries. Yon and Quid. Team Liquid need to have Morgan and Jose blocking the access to the carries. But as you can see, things have already gone horribly wrong because Shen is in mid lane. Way up here, he has access. Saint's over here, he has access. And from here, the fight is kind of already lost. So if we continue to play this clip through, CoreJJ ults early onto just a solo ulted Alistar. Then Dokla and Saint have ninjas ascending to one-shot Yon. Quid can't be that effective in this fight. They managed to turret dive him and get a kill. And this is really where the game did turn. Saint started getting ahead on Akali, and every team fight was them just finding creative ways to access the carries over and over again. And I think that was the defining moment in the game, guys.
So it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it's a really rough game for TL to lose, right? Because I liked a lot of the things they did early. They seemed to stick with the game plan they had. I actually really loved their lane assignments and lane swaps, so.
I was kind of disappointed, though, that we see Morgan here. You're playing Sion, and you're greeting for the wave top. You're showing up to the Dragon late, which I felt like is such a key component to their comp. But Jat, this is a checklist.
Yeah, they hit
So,
Jat's entire
Here's my
checklist.
concern. This was a
It's
fat
very
L.
concerning.
You know what, Jat?
It was a fat L. They hit all my
They might have hit
checkpoints.
all those.
Bucket!
But guess what? There's some other things that happened here. I talked about the Lyon checklist here.
Oh, what's the checklist looking like?
Listen to
Inspired.
Jat? Oh,
It's no way. No, it's inspired.
No, he's drawing inspired
gonna be
directly
okay.
over your face.
check.
That's a check. That's a thumbs up.
And they win.
Yeah.
Player of the game is Saint.
Yeah, Saint got that one.
If you're listening to Inspired, player of the game goes to Saint.
Oh, unanimous. Yeah. As it
Colin.
should be. I think whenever Lyon end up pulling out these team fights, you then go back and break it down. It's like, oh, they just played this super, super well. They made so much space for this Akali after that initial fight, and it was a great flank, like you already pointed out, Jet.
It's got to be a bit heartbreaking, though, I think, for TL, because they had a comp that wanted to play slow, wanted to play for late game team fights. They got to that position that they want to be in. They got the third dragon. Their setup at the third dragon was exactly how they want to set it up, where they're always there early as you're trying to walk in. Trundle Pillar, Varus arrows, Nico poke, all of these tools. You have to walk through a Scion. You're getting marked. It's so difficult. And I just feel like they got lazy with their setup on this last dragon, and you do not get to make mistakes against Lyon, or they will kill you in team fights.
Yeah, and I want to bring up Quid's stats in this game versus the rest of his lower bracket run, right? Because I think the kill participation, obviously, he was very involved in anything they could do. However, it's looking a lot worse, right? Because obviously KDA, but then damage and damage percentage.
Yeah.
Because Saint kind of took over this game. If you can't see it yet, you will soon. Raz is standing behind me with a trident to my neck.
You're saying all these good things, but you're the one that voted Team Liquid.
Would you like to?
This is a really.
Would you like to flip flop?
Join us, Emily.
Are you flopping?
Join
I am.
us.
This is what.
Emily flip flop. Yes.
Flip flop. Flip flop. Flip flop. Flip flop. Flip flop. Let's go.
I just had to make sure it didn't hit my hand. I think the big thing for me here is just how good TL's early game was.
Yeah.
Right? Because like if they hadn't lost that fight, I kind of wanted to do a Telestrator breakdown of their lane swaps because I thought they were super smart. They were controlling the map really well. They did obviously give up those 2 Drakes, but I thought their map play, it was like vintage classic TL and played super well, and they still lost in these team fights.
And it's just the Lyon team fighting. Like the blueprint for how Team Liquid got here was through scaling and late game team fighting. And then if that doesn't work when the execution was actually pretty good, it's hard for me to imagine the way that they actually come back to win the series and win 4 of the next 5 games.
I mean, the way that Saint is dancing around the Nico in some of these fights is just ridiculous, right? Like, it is difficult to play a champion like Akali into a lot of AoE, like the Nico ult, like the Shockwave, like the Varus tools, right? And he just made it look so easy.
Yeah, and that last fight, you're just seeing like Team Liquid trying to get something back because like ultimately they got Baron, but this angle, constantly trying to be able to, like being able to find it was so good for Lyon. And what is really scary is Team Liquid getting those advantages like you were saying, Emily. Like being able to find that like swap topside. And on top of that, Morgan is already doing really well in lane. All of these, that gold picked up in the early portions of the game. All for nothing, all for that.
I feel like it's always so demoralizing when you're looking at it and you're like, we got the comp we wanted, we got the game state we wanted.
Nice.
Everything went our way and you still lost.
And they also took Quid's Akali away from him. So he won't be able to have it for the rest of the series. I mean, we got champion damage right here. If we look at like damage on kills, you can see there wasn't a huge amount of effectiveness for the Varus. Like only 3.7 thousand damage on kills.
Look at Akali, by the way.
Even if you did a bunch of damage. More than half of Akali's damage was to get a kill. So that's absolutely playing for team fights. It was such a...
That was practically as much as TL's entire team for damage and kills.
Well, will Team Liquid be able to come back? A 41-minute and 50-second game. I think we're in for a lot more long games this series. Team Liquid's going to have to find something to take
Do it for the fans, TL.
Game 2 being next. Team Liquid, please.
No sweep.
Let's go, Lyon.
Brothers cheering for a sleep?
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, shopkeeper time. What are we doing for this build?
First pick, 564 miles of range.
This should last us a while. What's next?
Lane economy is key.
Okay, how about 30 miles to the gallon then? It's a high tempo pick.
We can't neglect power. How about 329 HP?
We can buy one more item. What about vision? The map's fully lit. We're not missing anything.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
And Rez, hey, support means support. No running off this time.
That was just a one-time thing!
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Hello? Whoa.
Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys, apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Yeah, Nico no flash, guys. Yeah, Nico no flash. Really far there, but I'm coming.
Take it slow, take it slow. Okay, we are going.
Varus.
Varus flash.
I can keep Varus.
Go Nico after, I will block this.
Sorry, over the wall.
Block. Okay. I die, but...
Go from, oh, we are going.
Oriana.
Okay, has flash, I think.
Has flash. I'm coming, guys. Okay.
I'm dead now.
Trandu. Drop. Tarzan.
Drop, can you drop?
Welcome back to the LCS Spring Finals driven by Kia. We're here in the Mullet Arena in Tempe, Arizona to find our LCS Spring champions. Team Liquid and Lyon have earned their place on this stage. And for the first 25 minutes of game number one, it looked like Team Liquid had it all under control. But then the Lions pounced at the 5th Dragon fight. They took control of the game, and they never let it go. They earned themselves their game one win.
Man, I was really worried for them, too. You know, I was like, well, they're not doing a whole lot yet.
Yeah.
But they are notoriously one of our slowest teams where they're always willing to give things up if they don't think the circumstances are absolutely perfect for them to fight.
Yeah.
And then when they choose their circumstances to actually fight, if they keep winning like that, then they just absolutely take control of the game. And so Lyon are able to take game number one right out of Team Liquid's hands very emphatically. Especially Saint deserves a shout out. The Akali constantly putting that pressure onto the Team Liquid carries. The low mobility Varus and Oriana constantly. We heard the comms listening. They were scared for their lives. They were like, what do we do? The Akali is so annoying. However, they also were unable to deal with the rest of Lyon as well, even though Saint did have the spotlight on him. The rest of them doing their jobs in the team fight as well. So we'll get into game number two here, and we'll look for the adjustments from Team Liquid. to hopefully push us to more games than we got yesterday and see what sorts of changes they have to their team fights.
Okay, so Team Liquid have elected to go for first pick in this one. Lyon are going to go ahead and continue banning out that Lee Sin and Rakan combo that you talked a lot about in draft number 1. Those playmakers for Jose and Core JJ, they don't want them to have access to that. Over on the TL side, it's going to be 2 of those powerful laning supports in the Karma and the Bard banned out. You're also going to see the Nocturne kept away from Inspired, another ban that echoes back from game number 1.
Okay, Nocturne banned. I mean, side laning is a lot more powerful. Ryze, I feel like Ryze is really high priority right now with Orianna and Akali both off of the table from the previous game. I mean, both Saint and Quid, extremely good Ryze players. I don't know if you want to invest your first pick and build the entire comp around it, but with the way that the mid laners were influencing the previous game, I feel like an actualizer Ryze does go pretty hard here. Of course, you know, Rumble Yone comps are also very effective for both of these teams as well. And so they could go this angle. Anivia and Cassiopeia are both still up, and both of those are very good answers to the Ryze.
Yeah.
So Team Liquid actually going for the Cassiopeia instead first here. A lot of teams have prioritizing Cassio ever since the changes and the Deathfire Touch edition. She really has been a powerhouse of an AP carry in the mid lane.
Yeah, that Cassiopeia, not going to blame you for first pick in that one, especially considering it's like her and Ori that are those top 2 mages, and Ori's just gone now since she managed to get through in that first game. But Lion's answer, they're going to pick up the Senna for themselves. Very, very powerful in the current iteration of the game. We'll see if they draft what they want to lane with that alongside it, and yes, indeed they do. Senna Nautilus here for the bottom lane of Lion.
Nice, okay, so this provides you a lot of angles to dive for because Nautilus is the point-and-click go button, and then Senna can, obviously with the Senna ultimate, help heal and shield up anybody that you want to dive, you know, your jungler or your top laner that you're going to be able to get. So Senna and Nautilus really facilitates a lot of very good team fights, and especially against the Cassiopeia here. We'll see what Lion can cook this time around. Because again, Team Liquid drafting a mid laner that is super high prio, but does not have a dash or much mobility. Just has to rely on the extra speed that she gets and trying to land the ultimate. So here we go. A favorite of mine, a favorite of a lot of people's, Core JJ's Rel. This has been a classic for him with this champion, and we'll see if they can get those big dream engages to group people up and melt them down. With Rel and Cassiopeia Miasma, it can really CC up a team fight.
Yeah, if Jarvan Rumble is the spicy hot pot, you've got Jarvan Cassiopeia to be the bucket of sludge. You trap them in the Cataclysm, Cassiopeia pukes on the floor, they can't even flash out of it anymore because they're grounded. You throw Core JJ Engage over the top, that is a nasty combo to deal with. I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Team Liquid, but how does Lion choose to LeBlanc?
El Santo with another assassin. Okay, so LeBlanc does not take over team fights like Akali does, though. I mean, nobody does what Akali does.
No, not quite.
Akali is one of one. LeBlanc, though, does have angles much more for poke if your opponents do not have point and click. And Flowers, while a Jarvan, Rel, and Cassio are all great, you know, AoE engages, they are not instantaneous point and click against a very annoying blinking LeBlanc that is going to try and poke people out. So the Saint has another chance this game to use his mobility well. And you do also want to get map control with a LeBlanc pretty early on so that you can find angles for LeBlanc to roam around, to gank, to use the Fog of War to your advantage.
Now let's see what we're going to do in the second half of the draft. Then the Ziggs being banned away by Lyon. They don't want to deal with a bot lane Ziggs that can, again, just offer more of that wombo combo and the huge AoE potential. Over on the Team Liquid side, they want to get rid of the Nefiri. Having that powerful assassin jungler alongside a LeBlanc could be a nightmare for keeping people safe.
Especially, again, with the Senna Nautilus that can facilitate a lot of things diving into the back line. Definitely agree there, Flowers. You don't want too many of those annoying champions go through. Inspired as well, very good at using the Nefiri to go for these invades. So The LeBlanc really does want one of those super nice AD junglers that puts a lot of threat to go with it, though. So we'll see what else. There's so many up and available right now that you could go for. Pantheon is like super easy because it's point and click for Inspired, and they could just set up LeBlanc combos on the Cassio. But you also want to be able to get around the Cassio Miasma and stuff like that, and get angles to jump on her. So they go for the Rumble topside ban instead here, instead of trying to further whittle down on Inspired's champion pool. But lots of options available for him. You have Vi, you have Wukong, you have, as we said previously, the Pantheon is still up and ready too. So plenty of angles here he could go for another AD threat, and that is one of the three, which Wukong, of the ones that we stated, was the best team fighter of all of those. Because of the AoE, and it really does serve quite a few purposes here. Noticing that Inspired has been tending a lot more towards the jungles that are also very good at team fighting, and he does a very good job at controlling that mid space in a team fight. Did it very well with the Xin in the previous game. Now on Wukong, utilizing the clone and the ultimate, can do kind of similar things, creating some time.
Plus, it gives you multi-target engage, right? Nautilus is very good at engaging on single targets, but Dredgeline and Depth Charge, both just for that one value target. Cyclone being able to disrupt multiple Team Liquid players at once, and TL are going to go ahead and lock in the Corki there for the combo with Rel in the bottom lane against the Senna Nautilus.
Okay. Not a lot of fans of the Corki in the audience, it sounded like, but we'll see.
Because he was hovering fun stuff first.
Yeah, true. I guess it's just not as fun as the previous hover. Speaking of not fun is, actually getting a cheer here. Gragas is very good for blind picking, but is just kind of a generalist. Isn't going to be a super exciting lane. You can farm really easy. You sustain really easy into pretty much all matchups. So regardless here, Morgan should have, at the very least, an okay time. But Dokla is a early... okay, it's not going to be the Anivia.
Nope.
I mean, so you could just run out of mana trying to harass the Gragas for Anivia on top side. But Dokla definitely invested a lot of time onto that champion. But he's also just going to go tank route for top side, make it a little bit more stable there for Lyon.
All right, so two very different goals, it feels like, with these comps. Which one do you like better, especially considering what we know about the two teams that was kind of displayed in Game 1 with Team Liquid active style versus Lyon farming style and Daejeon's check you?
To me, I have so many painful memories of if you're playing against a LeBlanc that gets fed and you don't have point and click, it is so hard to deal with her. So, I mean, Saint had a really good performance in the previous game. Of course, if LeBlanc doesn't get fed, then it's, the champion's not dangerous at all.
Magic mosquito.
Yeah, exactly. A little mosquito. So, definitely depends on if he can get the money to have threat behind it. But I would say that could be very annoying to deal with. Things like a body slam flash on Gragas can be an answer, though, because although it's not point and click, it's incredibly quick. Yeah, and if they get close, it's really easy to hit anyways, even though it's not, technically point and click. There's not a lot of answers to that, so they could try and use that, but you do need flash to also be able to make that one work and actually catch her.
All right, let's get into it. Game number 2. Team Liquid would love to repeat the early game from that first head-to-head we saw, but they've got to make sure that when the time comes for the game-deciding fights, that they're ready to decide the game in their own favor. They have these tools, they have this combo potential, and I want to see them put it to work. Jose Diodo on his Jarvan, on one of his most played. We know this guy can accelerate the game on this champ.
And Team Liquid here should have a really consistent team fight available to them. As long as they can get good vision coverage to work with. Interesting level 1 as they went straight through mid. Team Liquid bullying their way in to split the map here. They've got the Corki Rel, so Senna looking to stack souls and looking to scale up, but Lyon aren't done. They're going to try and retake fight over the Raptors here. Here comes Inspired. There goes.
Yeah, Jose Diodo. He dodges the dredge line, but now Team Liquid going all the way in, trying to find enough damage here onto Saint, but no. Isles and Saint both getting away, both having to use their flashes to do so, coming at the cost of Core JJ's flash as well.
Yeah, nice dodge on the dredge line, and Team Liquid have the Corki there. Can be a very, very dangerous. Foss bomb pretty good here before a lot of people have ways to deal with anything. And they're going to split the map. So the Senna that wants to be able to farm souls. Now Jose actually, Isles is not done with him.
No, Jose Diodo trying to get a little bit extra here, but Isles is aware, forces the flash into the Jarvan.
And again, it's because Inspired there, he just did Wolves. Ran away, went to go do the Wolves, and then come back to retake. They, under no circumstances, do they want this map to be split. They do not want it to get split against Senna, who needs the time to scale up. You know, this Doran's Helm Senna that's gotten so popular and looks to collect souls and farm up. You know, a Corki, especially once you get to your like Trinity Force Spike, there's this very big differences in burst damage there. And if the jungle is going to split it against you, it's going to really hinder Senna's ability to scale. So Inspired wants to retake, and with the help of Isles, he does retake his bottom side.
And with everything finally calming down a little bit here, never mind, things aren't calming down just yet. Isles, again, just taking a chunk of damage. Remember, there is no flash left on this Nautilus. He does have to be more mindful than normal of how aggressive he postures himself in this lane. But it does look like we are finally calmed down a little bit. So with some breathing room, here's a look at Lyon deciding what Saint got to play here in the second game.
I mean, Saint is on fire today. Maybe we should just give him LeBlanc then. You want LeBlanc, Saint? LeBlanc.
And now we've got a turret slaying Dokla as we get back into the game. So go ahead, take the execute on that one. Make sure that he denies that kill potentially from going the other way. Doesn't want to give away the first blood there.
Saint getting what he called for. He's on fire, so he gets to choose. He gets his LeBlanc, see what he can do with it this game. Meanwhile, as you say, the trading pretty heavy and gonna get the recalls off on bottom side, but no casualties and a couple of flashes though. Mid lane flash, both of them down. Isles, of course, as we saw on screen, had taken a lot of damage previously and early, so junglers have some options here, Flowers. You know, flash invested from Jose when Isles chased him down on the bottom side. He doesn't have flash to go with, but you can still try and you know, look for some extra jungle pressure around the mid lane where both mid laners have invested their flashes pretty early on in this game. The early skirmish from the invade doing a lot in that area. And see if we get any roam timers for the support as well. Again, if you're bottom lane, if you can open up, get the extra pressure there, having a Rel or a Nautilus roaming up towards mid lane can be a huge determining factor. But Saint himself is taking his extra time. Doesn't see anything, an actual look to make the play on top side, so says, okay, fine, I'll head on back here to Quid and go pick this up. This is actually a pincer movement. Look at Inspired's coming too.
Yeah, they want to see if they can find the angle here on the Cassiopeia. Quid stops Saint from immediately jumping in with the miasma, but now Inspired has arrived. Quid knows he's in a tough spot, tries to slither back to safety, but there's nowhere to go. It's first blood for Inspired.
Wow, what coordination there. I mean, yeah, he looks on the top side. There's not an opening for the top side play, but then they just talk with Inspired and say, hey, yeah, this guy's trying to push the wave. It's a non-cannon wave, so he knows Quid really wants to get that one in, so you can try and push quick, get your timing to go back, and they just call Inspired to wrap around the other side. Saint canceled his recall, came back to lane from the top side, and able to find the extra kill here. Again, with the no flashes on the mid laners, it was primed for an attack from jungle.
LCS jungler win rate here, all time with a minimum of 25 games played. It's Inspired at the very top by only a couple percentage points over Umpty and Blabber. Some old names in the odd one and Svenskeren also showing up in that top 5. But just goes to show, whether it's the old era or the newer era, it's Inspired who's at the top of the mountain.
It really feels cool to see other names like the odd one up there as well. As Svenskeren talking about the older school dominating junglers, but yeah, Inspired has really just risen to the top of the LCS. He has done so well being over here. Mid lane under attack again, but you know, Jose just trying to come hover here because LeBlanc constantly going in. Very, very annoying to deal with. Again, without point and click on the side here at 4TL, this could get out of hand. And with the nice little pincer they had on mid lane to abuse the Cassiopeia when Cassio had no flash, does make that annoying. But here we go. Cassio gets the honey fruit to heal right back up and try and burn down this dragon.
Yeah, the Cassiopeia is so effective at being able to DPS neutral objectives, but Quid staying in the brush for now as Isles is going to step forward immediately. Core JJ goes into the engage, and that's Inspired under a lot of pressure, but Team Liquid's going to be careful themselves. Saint makes his way into the fight, tries to go forward and finds the kill under Jose Diodo. Lyon is just team fighting better. 6 minutes into the game, they collapse on TL, and TL collapse in front of them as that's 2 dead, going the way of Lyon. They'll take the objective on top of it.
And Lyon were one step ahead. They brought the extra man. They brought the Cassante here. Big Dokes walked his way to the dragon fight and can teleport back to the top lane. Look at the mini-map. He was walking over. So Inspired walks up. He's like, okay, you guys are going to flash engage on me, use everything. They use Cassiopeia ult and everything there too. So Inspired was still able to get out the backside. And then since they also got the enemy low there, Assassin LeBlanc slinks on in, and Saint is laughing his way to an extra kill here. It's going to be another good game for him on a very mobile Assassin.
And Spawn's reaction, well, I guess that happened. That's frustrating one, man.
I mean, they had their call, and they were focused on going for the flash engage onto enemy jungle, but Inspired still had clone, and Inspired didn't even have to flash out. Just able to turn around, get out of there, and it opened up a very big counterattack opportunity from the rest of Lyon to punish, and they did better prep. They're the ones who had Dokla walking over from the very beginning, so they have the confidence to move forward too, in addition to having the early stages of the fight go their way too. And they just teleport Dokla right up to the top side, and Lyon off to a very good start here in the next game. But Team Liquid, they're not done yet. Doing some grubs here. And Core JJ trying to keep watch.
Yeah, Core JJ trying to keep Saint at bay as the grubs, they're only started, but not even a single one finished by Jose Diodo before Lyon brings in enough firepower to force TL back. Now Inspired can step forward and start up those grubs himself. Looks like TL's just going to go ahead and give up on it. So Inspired should be able to pick up all 3 of the grubs as the team maintains its almost 2,000 gold lead. Berserker continuing to farm down here. 23 stacks on the Senna. Like you talked about earlier, Kobe, all it's about in the early game for this champion, stay calm, farm up, and get to the point where you are just unmanageable.
And I do want to highlight a little bit as well Dokla, because him getting the teleport advantage and being able to walk down there for the team was a had a sizable impact.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, game number 1 also was pretty much all about Saint, or a lot about Saint and Inspired, but it's worth shouting out that Dokla was player of the series last time that Lyon and Team Liquid played. He has done a lot for this team as far as playing weak side, absorbing ganks, doing things like getting the extra little teleport advantage for objective plays. Can also be very, very impactful. It's how these top laners can really have an impact. And since Morgan had used his to go back top lane, opened up a little bit of team play here. And now Flowers, we're sitting in a world, well, where Core JJ is in a brush, but
we're sitting in a brush.
I don't know. We're sitting in a brush, in a world in a brush. And he's going to desync their recalls, but we're sitting in a world where Lyon are already 2,500 gold ahead with the grubs, with the dragon, all the objectives to their name. Dokla's proxying here, so you get the extra timer for yourselves, and see what they can do with it. They do have the 1 kill onto LeBlanc, who got a very big early Dark Seal with 4 stacks onto it, as we do get the Static Shiv, which is very nice for Senna. Obviously deals with your minion wave a lot easier there for your stacking, for your minion wave control at the very least.
Step number 1, right? Towards that power scaling fantasy for the Senna. Get the Static Shiv online, makes the soul collecting that much easier. But with what you're talking about, Dokla, I feel like the conversation around this guy is always, his decision-making later on in the game is so impactful. He finds ways, he finds angles, he finds opportunities to get involved and change things in a way that other top laners don't always see. The weakness that he has, the criticism that people has of him, is often that his laning is not up to the same level as some of his other opponents. But here in this game, he's 3 waves almost ahead of Morgan in terms of farm. He made that play that you're talking about to roam down to the dragon. Dokla's having an awesome first 11 minutes.
Exactly. He's able to earn the extra pressure there, get the teleport advantage, turn it into something for the team too. Of course, the actual fight and the play there was the large portion of it. But man, are we in for another long one, Flowers? Because right now, Lyon have it really under control, and Team Liquid gonna have to pull something out as far as the team fight. They're kind of in the opposite position this time around. It's gonna have to be them that come up with a huge combo. Did kind of highlight it in Champ Select. You know, you're talking about. You liked the
sludge bucket.
The sludge bucket, as you said, with the Jarvan and the Cassio, trying to get Cataclysm and Miasma combination together. But Core JJ on his rel is notorious for getting into some pockets of Fog of War, getting some vision control, and having a large impact. Unfortunately for them, all the members of Lyon do have flashes. Okay, Isles actually going in for the initiation here. Dodges out on the Shattering Strike as well.
Yeah, not the full engage that they're going to commit. Just trying to see if they can get any panic, any scares out of Team Liquid. But Core JJ calm enough. Doesn't really get a whole lot back with the Shattering Strike, but didn't need to. It does, however, mean that Lyon still has total control over this bottom side river. The LeBlanc is still so scary with the Luden's Echo already completed. That Dark Seal for the extra early kick that you were talking about. It just means that if you're trying to approach these guys and you don't have enough information, you're really running the risk of getting one tap somewhere. So Lyon just earned themselves an essentially uncontested second Drake here. Go up 2-0 in that objective count.
I don't know, Flowers. Whenever it's quiet like this,
you don't like it.
Whenever it's calm like this, you really think Inspired teams, it's exactly how they want to play.
Yeah, they're in the pocket. They're exactly where they want to be.
Of course, they're also 3-0 up with 3 objectives to their name and a lot of gold and Senna scaling away. But TL, you would have to think they're under attack again. Core JJ does expend the heal to get out of there. But that's going to be the end of that.
You could see Isles wanting to get in there with the dredge line to Spider-Man close enough, maybe follow it up with some CC to try to slow Core down, but no, he was just simply too far away. Up here on the top side with the Kanik Rookern done for Dokla. He is even less afraid of this Gragas than he was before, and he didn't seem to be particularly interested earlier on in the game. Obviously, he has that one death so far, but again, that was just an execute while he was proxy farming early to not have to deal with that early laning against the Gragas.
I will say, the huge portion of the gold, well, Dokla's still doing work. A huge portion of the gold lead is on Saint. He's about 1,000 gold, which would, be about half of it there. And if the LeBlanc does make a mistake, then that champion, that champion, if you make mistakes on it, then you can throw away leads fairly quickly and become ineffective. But I wouldn't predict that to happen in this case necessarily, because as we've gone over, you don't have a lot of tools to easily punish that champion in particular on the TL side at the moment. So we will lie and wait, as Team Liquid will here, rotating, Jan and Core back over to the mid lane, keep him farming away. They're at his Trinity Force Spike at the very least, has his burst damage, but side lane's gonna get a little difficult for TL, and we still all have our outer towers up. And even with that being the case, they're gonna get a little difficult. Dokla, as you mentioned, he's got the Kanik Rookern. That's great versus either AP solo laner. So shield very effective down there. Just hugely MR stacking with that and the Merc Treads. So he can go into the Cassio, no problem on the bottom side of the map, while it does leave the top side where your Rift Herald is in the territory of the LeBlanc, just pushing in top side. Dokla's under attack, but you attack the Cassante next to a tower of flowers and
that's a Cassante moment waiting to happen. I see Cassante near a tower, even if he's kind of low HP. I'm not 100% feeling it.
What if they send 4 players? Because look at the mini-map. Team Liquid are going to send 4 players down to the bot side of the map, and Isles is here to protect Big Dokes.
I think you would need another player. You would need all 5 to deal with Cassante underneath the turret. Dokla stays just fine there. Isles guaranteeing it. As back over in mid lane, Berserker continues just farming up here on the Senna, up to 37 souls, working on that second item. And like you mentioned, it's not just the Kanik Rookern for Dokla against the Gragas, but being able to itemize with a single item, with a single damage resistance type against both opponents you might have, it just feels so good for a side laner.
Yeah, stick in the side, either side, no problem for him. And Morgan trying to sustain up there versus either of them was having a rough time. Dokla using his shield time here, takes away the ward. Big Dokes doing a lot for the team this game. And it's going to the Lion game plan, Flowers.
Yup, slow and steady wins the race. The Lion takes a big nap in the savannah before he goes on the hunt for the horses.
He's also already got the food. You know, he's been eating. He's like,
They already ate 3 horses.
Yeah, it's not like they haven't done things. They've gotten every objective. You know, while it is they've gotten all the objectives, topside ones as well as the dragons on the bottom side, in addition to all these early kills that they got around the LeBlanc. And while Saint didn't get the last hits on all of them, he did participate in all of them.
Yep, 100% KP.
And that has really been the pivot point. I mean, we got the comms listening. I really like that they did the comms listening from the draft. And they're like, all right, Saint, you're on fire. You know, he's like, I'm feeling the LeBlanc.
All right. You've earned that right after your Akali performance, sir. Still a 2,500 gold lead here. 30 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Not the easiest fight for Team Liquid to try to take, but I feel like if they want to be able to take this fight, if they want to stop the Dragon Stack and the Soul Point for Lyon, they need to be there first. They don't want to have to face check into the strong LeBlanc. They don't want to risk having somebody get picked off by the Nautilus. You've got to be there first and make them check into your big combo if you want to have a chance to overcome this gold deficit.
Yeah, and TL, they're thinking, all right, we just got to think about item completion points. We don't care about gold so much. You know, at least the actual number. As long as it's meaningful in buying your item completion points here with your 2 item power spikes, which they have not been able to get anybody to. And then focus on their setup for the team fight. They've got the control ward in the brush. They're still going to look for it here.
All right, it is a 5v5 this time. Morgan is already here in the fight. Lyon controls the river for now. Inspired's going to go ahead and take the Battle Herald forward into the lane.
He's going to get the value out of the turret hit.
Yep. Oh, hold on. Dokla's going in. He finds the pick of the hose of the Odo, but the Jarvan is already down. Inspired now into the back line, putting pressure into both the carries. It's CoreJJ. It's burned down by the rest of Lyon. It's the same damn song we sang in Game 1. Lyon's team fight is just better.
And that one almost looked too easy for them because Inspired was off getting value out of the Rift Herald. He was like, okay, our Rift Herald initiation, didn't see anything, so I'm going to take a quick little turn over the tower.
Yep.
And Dokla decides, you know what? That's too far, buddy. So guess what? You are dead. They just, as Inspired's even coming back from the mid lane, they still get that one, and then he gets a little flank. This game is looking too easy.
Yeah, this one's Soul Point, 5,000 gold lead. Enemy team doesn't have a single kill. It's 19 minutes into the game.
I mean, that was crazy. Dokla just
He
looked
just
at
walked
him.
up.
He had the charged up Q and decided, I'm going to make a play. Enemy jungler's dead. Free dragon.
Yeah, I don't really know what else to say about it. That was just Lyon going in and Team Liquid not being respectful enough. If Dokla's got that third in Tofo strike ready to go, you've got to pay attention. Jose was caught slipping, and Isles and Dokla punish.
They did a good job getting that control ward. You see, they took the vision first, but still, you knew he was in there.
Nice. Okay, focus up.
Focus up.
Yeah, he's saying focus up because maybe they're falling asleep with how this game is going.
All right.
I have to say, though, like we were talking about before, Dokla has had so many big individual moments for this team, especially through playoffs. He has had a lot of key engages. So him, as he said, stacking up his Entofo strikes off the dragon, grabbing the vision control in the brush. He's doing all of the prep work. You know, people say you get lucky by preparing and then taking advantage of the opportunity. As we have a replay on bomb side too, where we're going for a little
Hold on, up
dive.
here on the top side. Morgan's in a little bit of danger. Isles having to flash away from the turret. Morgan down to 10% health as Isles does survive his protoplasm harness, guaranteeing that he doesn't get too very low up here, but it's Lyon keeping the pressure on in the top lane underneath the tier 2.
But you remember back to earlier in playoffs too, you know, Dokla on his Poppy when he was looking at Quid versus Team Liquid. Quid was on the Annie in mid lane, and it was a pivotal moment. Game was very close, and Dokla walked up. He's like, I'm not going to give him a lot of time to think about this. Went for the flash play, got the initiation. Here, you know, just doing the prep work, being ready inside the bush, got the initiation, and it gets Lyon to a very early Dragon Soul point. Gets them to a very early 6,000 almost now gold lead, and we're living in a world where the objective bounties are on the game, so the game itself trying to help Team Liquid.
They're going to need all the help they can get. 2.5 minutes on the clock until what will be the soul spawns for Lyon. That is a Chemtech soul, generally, of course, not considered the strongest type, but especially when you have somebody like Cassante, someone who has all of this drain tank capability when he is in all-out form, it can be deceptively powerful. And any soul is a good soul when you're already this far ahead of your opponents. It just makes it completely impossible for Team Liquid to find an angle to get back into the game. Dokla arrives back underneath the tier 1 turret here to try to keep this structure safe. It's still Team Liquid without a single turret take so far in this game. Yes, there's 4 Team Liquid players up here, but Isles has already escaped with the dredge line, and I honestly think if you send these 4 after Dokla underneath the turret, he kills all 4 of them.
I would bet on Big Dokes too. Yeah, I would bet on Big Dokes too. He's got some team backup as well. They fire off the Senna ult anyway, and there's going to be nothing to check there anyway. You know, Baron is under control. They've got the vision over there now and fully retake control of that top side. Even while Team Liquid had invested 4 members, it seems kind of crazy how one-sided we've had these series this weekend, Flowers.
Yeah, I mean, game number 1, to be fair, was controlled by Team Liquid very heavily for a very long time. But then once the pendulum swung, it never swung back. And now I feel like that.
You think it's going to swing back this game?
The pendulum got trapped in the wall.
It's trapped on the Lion
and it
side.
just spawned that way on the Lion side here in game number 2. They have controlled everything since that first dragon that they took away from Team Liquid with the kills they got, with the roam from Dokla. And now there are less than 60 seconds on the clock until the Dragon Soul spawns. The sirens are going off. The exclamation points are popping above your head. Team Liquid, you've got to be ready.
Problem for them is that the 3 items are already coming in for Lyon here. Berserker has the Hex Optics here with the Senna, who is going to be a bit painful to deal with and is going to get mid priority very quickly with the static shift. So Lyon are going to have bot lane priority and mid lane priority in preparation for a Dragon Soul, only 20 seconds away. Team Liquid are here, but can they pull out the team fight? It's going to be a difficult one. They're just hovering up here on the banana brush. See what they can do about it. Lyon, they've got Inspired already in the pit. Oh, I'm telling you, man, if you don't have point and click for LeBlanc, it's so hard. They're trying to catch him, but
the distort is too good. Dokla going in now, finds the first in Tofo strike. We're going to charge those up here yet again. Remember, you've got the Seeker's arm guard available for Saint. Even if they try to burst him down, it is so incredibly tough. Inspired on the Wukong, has Flash and Cyclone both ready to go. Team Liquid still grouped up as 4 off to the side here. Morgan waiting up by the blue buff, wants to try to see if maybe he can get a big angle for a big cask. Just finds a little bit of burst onto Inspired and then has to immediately retreat. TL is going to go ahead and start up the Drake, but immediately Lyon about to pounce right on in. The bounty is claimed. Jose Diodo gets the objective. Inspired has to try to get away. Team Liquid still firing, but nobody's been killed just yet. Jose wants to go in for the kill on Inspired, but instead he delivers himself. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Dokla finally falls. Isles might be killed off here next. TL, that's the best fight they've got all game so far, but no! Lyon's not done yet. It's a double kill back over to Quid. Saint in the Seeker's on guard gets finished off as Berserker's going to be chased down. He fires back towards Quid. The shutdown on LeBlanc as Morgan gets beat over the head with a crushing blow. Just when it looked like TL might have finally found something, they find the business end of Berserker's rifle.
The Hex Optics extra range here too for Berserker. Chases them down. Inspired went to go heal off the Raptor pit after flashing away. Jose just full sent in the backline. Felt a little personal there, trying to kill Inspired at the end of the Dragon fight. Let's take another look at Team Liquid. They are showing signs of life at the very least. So they get the chunk onto Inspired at the very beginning. They try and burn down the Dragon, and they do, Flowers. They burn it down. Inspired tries to go back for the smite, but it's too late. They've already gotten it, and then they engage. Cassiopeia ult. They lock down Inspired. They almost burn him. The Deathfire touches burning him. He gets the heal. Jose's like, I'm going to go finish him. But he just dies. Gets annihilated there. Meanwhile, Dokla dies inside the pit. Morgan went for the flash play, but it is just not going to hit here. And Berserker gets pushed to safety on the other side. Used his flash to reorient. Then the re-engage actually did look good for TL, but notice on the bottom of your screen, Inspired was healing off the Raptors. He comes back to Berserker, and since Quid was so low and Berserker has procced the extra range here for Senna, Inspired's able to finish up with those extra kills, and they use the Senna to chase down the last. Ooh, they hit him back with the scuba. Spawn did it yesterday for reference for people.
This is deep sea warfare, my friend. The coach rooms are out of control with the scuba, and that's what happens
3
when
items.
Senna gets to farm. 7,922 damage in the fight. Honestly, though, Yawn also pumping damage on the Corki. 6188 coming out from him. The fight was a tale of 280 carries, but it's still Lyon with a 6,500 gold lead. Team Liquid, though, can at least be happy that that isn't more than it was before. It actually shortened it by about 500, and they stopped the soul for now.
Exactly. That's the critical part. That little glimmer of hope that all of the Team Liquid fans are holding on to right now. They denied the Dragon Soul, at least for now. 2 minutes in the future, we're going to have another test, Flowers. Can Team Liquid do it again? Baron will be available while the Dragon Soul is threatening the other side of the map. And so it's going to be a hard approach for Team Liquid. But we've seen they denied the last one. Maybe they can do it again and claw their way back to parity.
Here's the tough part. Now you've got the full Zonias for Saint. Now you've got Guardian Angel for Inspired. Dokla is still very, very difficult to kill just in general. There's a lot of tools you have to fight through on the TL side to win one of these fights or even come close to it again.
Yep, that's pretty annoying to have to fight into. Yep. Those are some definitely very, very annoying fight-focused items. These individual use here for the Guardian Angel, it's such a big difference with Inspired having it fully completed and ready. We'll see. Team Liquid trying to look for the angle to get back into it still. Trying to bide their time, see if they can get an approach towards the Dragon. Lyon here, though, they're going to get something out of Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan, he does kind of take a beating, but he gets himself away at least. Does it without the flash as well. Inspired committing the Cyclone to that one, trying to get the kill. Dokla decides not to go all out for it. Morgan manages to escape. Still 7,000 gold lead for the Lion side. Morgan happy to have walked away from that one, but it's 60 seconds until the Dragon spawns, so Team Liquid has to retake control, reestablish their position, and get ready to fight for the soul yet again.
Yeah, we'll look at these cooldowns too. Makes it a little bit interesting. 40 seconds still here for the cooldowns on the ultimates that were invested to come back, though. Morgan definitely will have his. Honestly, Inspired and Berserkers are only a little bit longer than that.
So importantly, Saint just hit level 16 on the LeBlanc, so maximum threat here with that ultimate. He's level 16, Quid is still only level 15 with a 10-stack Rod of Ages.
Also, I do think we should continue to point out these items that are so good for like individual procs. The Verdant Barrier, even as a component item, it still at least gives you that spell shield, even with the long cooldown, is very useful for LeBlanc. We already talked about, there's no point in click, and you have to like use flashes. Well, never mind, it gets knocked off by a rocket.
I do like what he's doing, though, with the Verdant Barrier. Hold on, immediately they want to go in after Quid. They can't quite find him here, but Inspired is going to get collapsed on instead. He loses Guardian Angel as the fight hasn't even started in earnest yet. Inspired getting away for now, survives with 10% HP. Team Liquid, great look there. Scouting out the Inspired flank angle and punishing before he can move first.
Okay, Inspired in the fog of war. Oh, he cancels his recall. Inspired cancels his recall. He's going to wrap around. Saint for the top side.
He gets caught out by Morgan. He throws the explosive cask, and Saint has to continue trying to run away. Dokla and Inspired going in over the wall. CoreJJ going to be under pressure. Has to flash away, keeping himself alive for now. Dragon down to 2,000 HP. Electrifying gaze. Quid goes in. Inspired goes out. The Dragon's still at 3K. Dokla fighting Morgan, and Saint finally grabs the kill. Lyon still looking to take the fight here as Saint dives into the back line. Objective bounty claimed it again by TL, but Quid's going to die. Now Hosieoto jumps into the fight. He tries to get one back, but he can't quite do it. Has to get out of his own Cataclysm. CoreJJ next to die. Holy moly, man. Hosieoto trying to escape all the way back at the tier 2 as Yawn runs behind enemy lines. I don't think they're going to be able to save this plane.
Big Ducks knows where he is.
Dokla's letting him know, gives him one more thumbs up. Gives him that big ol' Intofo smack, and that is 4 dead on the TL side. Yes, they get the Dragon, but they lose the fight, and Lyon is going after the Baron. Jose's the only man left alive. He's coming to try to stop it, but Isles denies him.
Can he get the miracle? He's going to have to get through a lot to be able to make it happen, and he doesn't have flash or ulti to do it. There's no way they let him walk up and get in there.
Nope, they're just waiting on it. Dredge line into the firepower over the wall from Berserker. Isles just trying to keep Jose locked up.
Come back in!
Baron's going to be taken low! Jose Daejeon, the hero of the day, jumps into the pit. He gets past the bodyguard, and he steals the Baron. Dokla punished in the side lane as well. Jose finally falls, but he'll be buried with honors.
It may be a tiny glimmer of hope, but it is still shining for Team Liquid in this game. They get the dragon, they deny the soul, and then they steal the Baron Flowers. He is able to walk up and get in there. He steals it. Jose pulls it off.
A play from Jose Daejeon. Despite the fact that Lyon knew he was going to try to do it, they tried to stop him. They tried to pace the DPS, but Jose gets in.
Oh, man. Yeah, he did have to use his Guardian Angel cooldown as well. But, man, Team Liquid, they are barely holding on, Flowers. They are holding on to the threads of this game, but they won't let go. TL's still fighting.
They have stopped the Dragon Soul twice. They have stolen the Baron.
You got Dragon, no GA. Are you gonna steal that shit?
Maybe.
16레벨 찍고 2K HP.
신놈인데?
Oh! Nice job, Jose.
Got it.
Hey, we are in really good spot now.
You gonna steal that?
Yeah,
Maybe.
Good comms. You gonna steal it? Yeah. 2K HP. 2.6 right now, 2.4. He gets locked up by every CC already used, and Nautilus already uses the auto. They already use the hook. They already use the Senna snare. He gets in there. Look at that timing too. Barely able. It was 15-30 something about there. So it gets the combo. Split second damage. Holy.
Spawn got to be happy for the first time this game on that one.
Hey, if they pull this comeback off, the spirits will be high. That will fully regenerate all the motivation and the vibes on the team. If you're able to make a very difficult comeback in a game like that.
That's tough stuff, man. Jose Daejeon locking in when they need him as Morgan tries to go for his recall. Isle's going to stop him as Berserker's Dawning Shadow interrupted the recall to buy enough time for that. But Morgan can get himself away, at least for now. I don't think Lyon wants to overcommit trying to kill the Gragas.
Yeah, thanks to the Baron buff that Jose stole. He's got the quick recall to get out of there, and they're pushing back for some money.
Okay, Lyon. Maybe looking for an opportunity here for a fight. Teleport about to arrive from Morgan. That's an AP Gragas. He's not very tanky, but a nice petrifying gaze coming in from Quid. Isles is already down. Lyon still scrambling a bit as Team Liquid team fighting is really shining now, Kobe.
Yeah, it was shining bright there with the Zonias from Morgan. He teleports in. They send on him with Lyon going for the engage onto the Gragas on teleport arrival, but Morgan had the arm guard. He pops it, he buys the time, and Quid uses the Lyon engage against them with his Cassiopeia ult. They burn down the counter kill. Team Liquid, step by step, they're working their way back into it.
That was slither by slither. That was Quid having the timing, stopping that engage. Beautiful stuff there. Seraph's 10-stack Rod of Ages, Void Staff completed. He's got his empowered boots, of course. He's doing plenty of damage to anybody that steps in range. And now it's 15 seconds. It's time to hold the Dragon Soul yet again.
Here we go. Round 3 of Dragon Soul fights. Team Liquid, again, they've got control of the banana brush here with the control ward. Jose lying in wait, but Lyon can just force him out. They brute force. They walk their way in. A little bit of a flank there. Morgan decides against it. Gragas coming back to the team now.
Yep, Morgan does not have his flash. Flash is available on everybody else on the TL side. Keep your eyes on Core JJ on that rel. But Berserker's range is such a massive threat. The Dragon down to 3,000 HP. Dokla going in. He drags the enemy jungler away from the fight, but it's still going to be slain. Jose Daejeon is working miracles with the smite in this game. Core JJ ducks in with a Magnet Storm, but he doesn't have the damage. Now Inspired knocked into Resurrection yet again. Core JJ surviving with the Proto Blossom Harness, but he can't quite do it. Saints trapped in the Cataclysm as Quake goes over the wall. Inspired looking to chase, but no. Gunned down by Yon. Team Liquid still fighting. Saint alive for now. Berserker still firing. It's a 3-for-1 trade. It's the third time we've seen this. The Dragon claimed by TL. The fight goes to Lyon.
They're not done yet. I mean, they're trying to chase him down, Berserker.
Team Liquid, their AD carry falls first. Hosdioto's got to keep running. Lyon looking for even more. Long death timers now.
Yeah, they're going to make him pay for that one, Flowers. Jose, the miracle worker, got back into the pit after Cassante ulted him away. Does deny the Dragon Soul, but Lyon are going to make him pay for it with an inhibitor here. They are pushing hard.
Yeah, this is very scary for TL. It's still 10 seconds before Quid's back alive. Lyon are pushing towards the Nexus. Jose and Core the only two around to try to defend it. Jose's already knocked into Guardian Angel. Core JJ staying alive for now. Jose cannot escape this one. First Nexus turret also gonna die. Quid makes his way back into the rift, and he forces Lyon back. But it doesn't look like they're all the way back. Berserker, so strong on the Senna. Level 18 now with all that range. Morgan finally rejoins the mix, but the AP Gragas has just bursted down. Berserker goes godlike, and Team Liquid's Nexus is exposed. Core JJ trying to defend still. Yawn finally respawns, but it's too late. Lyon take game 2. They move to match point.
Oh my goodness. Still do make them work for it at the end, but Lyon in the end, they still get the Nexus. They've been denied the Dragon Soul multiple times, but they'll take the victory in game number 2.
That was crazy. The Baron steal into that last Dragon steal. I thought for sure Cassante took him all the way through the damn Dragon Wall, and he just said, nope, I'm going home. Went right back in, secured it anyway. Hosdioto fighting his hardest, but it was still the Lyon victory. It was the early fight at the Dragon that gave them the lead they had all game long, and it was Berserker's Senna carrying things home. Now let's go ahead and toss things down to Kangas.
What a way for that game to end. That was crazy. How are we feeling about that one, Mullet Arena? Jose with multiple steals, but still weren't able to take it out at the very end. But hey, that's game number 2. We still have more ahead of us. But while we're waiting for that, we got the ASU collegiate squad here in the arena. And I got to talk to President Ali about the program. First off, what's it like running a collegiate esports program?
Oh my God, it's so much fun, but so much work, but it's the most rewarding thing I've ever done. We have an amazing program here with tons of awesome students who are super engaged, really willing to put in tons of hard work and make their dreams come true, so it's a lot of fun to be a part of.
That's awesome. We also have Vice President Eric on my right here. What message do you have for anybody, thank you, anybody maybe in high school who's looking at graduation, looking to attend a university and wants to get involved in a program?
Come over to ASU. We got the party school, of course. We got the best League of Legends program in the West here at ASU. Absolutely. Come here.
And what conference do you compete in for ASU?
Yeah, so we compete in CLAW West as well as NECC. Those are our main 2 leagues that we compete in here at ASU. So if you're interested, you're in high school, come check us out. We would love to have you here at ASU competing for us.
Allie, who's your biggest rival in the conference?
Our biggest rival is UCI.
UCI, are you better than UCI? What do we think, the players? We better than UCI?
Light work.
Light work, right? Light work. UCI, your move. All right, we also have the team with us right now. Shout out the ASU squad. And we're gonna do a little segment called Armchair Analyst here. Guys, this series could be over quite soon here. How is Team Liquid gonna bounce back? What's your name and what's your position?
Liam, I'm the support on the team, and they're just warming up right now. Yeah. I think they got 3 in a row on them, They're going to bring this right back. I know my boys got it.
A lot of Team Liquid fans out there hoping for that as well. How are they going to do it, though? Give me that Reddit armchair analyst approach. How does Team Liquid win Game 3?
I think Core JJ, he's the best support to ever do it, in my opinion. Kyrie's got nothing on him, and he's just going to go out there. He's going to run the map, and he is going to bring 3 straight, and they are winning this.
Where were you during the super hot take segment? I feel like that would have been a great one for that as well. All right, what's your name and what's your position?
Tyler, I'm the coach for the varsity team at ASU. Used to play support. I think Core JJ needs to be able to play the map, so he needs to be put on like Bard, Rakan. He needs to get a champion where he can roam, impacting, shut down Inspired. That's how Team Liquid's going to get back in this series.
I'm hearing a lot of bards from the audience as well. Do we agree? All right, sick.
What's your name? What's your position?
My name is Hazem. I'm the ADC on the varsity team. And
Shout out. And you're a challenger player, right? We were talking, and you've been flamed by Saint in solo queue. Is that correct?
yeah, Saint is not the biggest fan of me.
What did you do to earn Saint's ire?
You know, sometimes you have a couple bad deaths in a game. ADC's a tough role, man. Come on.
Do you have any message for Saint before you give your armchair analyst?
You know, I'm a big Lyon fan, but sometimes it's a little hard to be a Lyon fan when you're getting flamed by your players that you're watching. So if you could just be a little bit nicer in the future, that'd be nice. Yeah.
For the students out there. All right, put yourself in the role of a Reddit analyst, though. Armchair analysis. Let's actually take it from Lyon's side, though, because we've heard a lot of Team Liquid's side. How does Lyon close out this series?
I think we just need to put Berserker on a scaling ADC. You know, the Inspired himself, he says, all you got to do on jungle is farm. All you got to do on ADC is farm. So you just sit there, farm up. Team Liquid hasn't been able to really play the map, keep Rakan and Bard down, and they're just going to outscale them and win the game.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Where's a jungler? I want to hear from a jungler on the team. Oh, right over here. All right. What's your name?
Hayden.
Hayden. What does Jose got to do, man? He did so much work in that game.
It's like he's doing everything. He's winning all the smite fights. I feel like he's on all these plays early. I think he just needs to keep doing that, keep snowballing the game early. Don't let Inspired farm up and outscale him. Stack those Drakes early. Get those skirmishes. Be at objectives first. I think early game, Lyon's been at a lot of objectives first that have really turned the map for them. So I think they just need some better setup for the objectives, and they need to keep playing the early game like they did game one. Just out-rotate them, get the gold lead, and shut Inspired down and make sure Berserker can't scale.
I loved all that, but counterpoint, if he's there first, he can't steal all the objectives, which is kind of cool, right?
That is true, so maybe he does need to do a little bit of running it just to get those clips.
A little bit for the clips. All right, give it up one more time for ASU and the squad here. That's it from us. Let's throw it back to the lounge.
Sweep, sweep, sweep.
Oh, Raz. It's true. You ready?
Yeah. Oh, I got you. I got you right here.
Batter up.
Blue. Oh!
That's a 3-0.
I got a few back in my days. I'm a good batter.
That's looking tough, but enough of Raz. We got to break down this week's Pagoda moment with some team fighting from Lyon that looked eerily reminiscent of something we watched in the pre-show, so you'll recognize this if you were sticking around. So Lyon is looking to actually set up here for a fight. You'll notice Morgan, top with no TP. Dokla took a base, and he's going to use this time to actually just run straight down. You can see Berserker as well is moving over from the bot side. He had just lost his flash, and you are playing with a LeBlanc who needs to have space created because there is Petrifying Gaze, available. There is obviously the flash stun available here. There's a lot of CC, so Inspired is going to try to move forward and again make TL spend abilities on him. He knows that they're going to have the extra man when Dokla arrives, so he steps forward, Q flash immediately in from CoreJJ. Quid is going to look to actually follow up here as well. Hits the Petrifying Gaze. They use the Flag and Drag. They spend all of these tools, but Isles is peeling on the side. And guess what? Miasma is now down. The Flash is down. The Petrifying Gaze is down. And look at the root here landed on multiple people from the center over the wall as Berserker arrives. This sets up perfectly for Saint. Saint goes forward with the Flash, hits the chains, takes down Jose. Cassante arrives. It is a complete destruction at the team fight here from Lyon, and once again, it is Inspired setting it up. And this is the fight I was talking about. This is them against C9. Inspired, again, knows he needs to create space for Berserker, and in this one, he steps forward. C9 overcommitted onto the Jace. They spend all their spells on him. They do kill him, but they lose the fight, and it just felt like we were watching the exact same fight twice here, which I thought was so interesting because, again, we're seeing Inspired's philosophy here in action where he knows, I just need to create space. We have the extra man, make them spend their cooldowns, and I trust LeBlanc and Senna and Cassante to carry the fight.
We've been seeing a lot of plays like that. If you guys see any plays like that, remember to go to where these play. You got to spam the pog emote in the chat. Because I feel like, at least, even though I'm saying this, even though I'm saying it might be a sweep, even though I'm saying
it's a sweep. You're
might
saying
be.
it's a sweep.
It might be.
It's a little
but
rough.
Jose Diota's making it interesting.
He
made it
manipulated
really
that game.
interesting.
He really did.
And I mean, compositionally, you could see Windows back in.
Yes.
I think we talked so much about going into this series about how much TL relies on Quid, right? They trust him enough to first pick Akali. I actually really loved hearing earlier in comms from Inspired about Saint playing LeBlanc, because I think Saint's been having a great series. So let's listen in on that in case you didn't hear it.
I mean, Saint is on fire today. Maybe we should just give him LeBlanc then. You want LeBlanc, Saint?
LeBlanc.
Like how Saint's just like LeBlanc.
You want LeBlanc? LeBlanc.
I mean, he had a great early game. Inspired had a good game. Player of the game, though, is going to Berserker, who was untouched in so many of these fights, dishing out a massive amount of damage. Looks like the casters were also unanimous in going for him.
Yeah.
But they're just such good team fighters that they're creating so much space for him as well.
Exactly, and that's kind of like where I was. I could see both sides. I think Berserker played the fights really, really well, but also, his teammates allowed him to do that by absorbing all of these spells, by creating that space. And that is the strength, the beauty of Lyon teamfighting, is they have faith that anyone can carry. They just have to set them up for success.
Yeah, fight after fight, you're seeing something new. Like, I think Dokla has been finding really good angles on his Cassante to be able to create fights as well. And there are times where Morgan is trying to do the exact same thing, but you're a damage-heavy Gragas that cannot create space for long. So I think everybody on Lyon's side has really been contributing.
And returning to the big picture, as you're surrounded by TL Detritus
A pretty big
over
picture.
there.
Yeah, I agree with you on the picture.
Inspired is one game away from his 7th North American title.
Out of 12 splits.
It would make him, 7 and 12.
Yeah.
7 titles won out of 12 possible titles.
On 3
That's
different organizations.
Insane.
With lots of new young players as well across
Yeah.
different rosters. And I just think it is insane how well he is playing. He always seems to know exactly what to do in the moment to get the win. He sets up for his teammates incredibly well. He elevates his teammates around him, split after split, team after team.
That's why I felt like there was so much doubt this offseason that he would be able to do something similar, right? Because FlyQuest roster was seen as such a super team with how much like it was built around him, like and of course mid and top. But I feel like he is able to uplift, and of course the team has a great environment to be able to do the same thing. So like real credit to him and the team to be able to like yes, even if you're at a bad moment in the beginning of the year, to really rise to the occasion.
Yeah, well, this one might not be for us. You got to take a break, but don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. We are going to break. Game 3 is up next. It might be a 6-0 weekend.
No!
Lyon are dominating.
Come on,
Team Liquid, please.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Slow down, slow. Kind of weekend.
Can you heal me? Heal me, heal me, heal me. Take it slow, take it slow.
Look, look. Take it. Nice.
Take it slow, take it slow. I'm okay. Hook in 3.
Cassio, I'm still looking. Cassio has ult.
Cassio has ult flash.
Cassio no. We can look. Cassio has flash.
I need to heal up. I think bad, right?
Yeah, but
Take it slow, take it slow.
It's okay.
Then I can carry. No flash
No
from Gragas.
Tank from maybe? Nice. Seems fine. Gragas
I think we win.
Cassio has, I think. Okay.
Has, I think. Oh, no flash.
와, 사거리 뭐야, 근데?
Eat that. Yum.
Whoa.
Your range is crazy. I don't know if you guys can
I
add.
don't think we can add. I mean, we should try.
I think try. Cassiopeia also no flash. Everyone no flash.
Come on.
No flash, no flash.
Safer.
No flash.
It Hit a little bit. And J4 again, J4 again.
Kill J4, one tower.
Pass it off.
No, guys, calm down. No flashes, everyone.
Yeah, I'm fine. I flash.
No flash, Cassio, and Gragas has no flash, right?
Gragas no flash.
Yeah, no flash on Gragas. Okay, no flash, everyone. Take it slow. Senna is hitting the tower.
Kill him. I can.
Hit the tower slowly.
I'll mock Cassio.
No
Just keep
flash.
hitting the Nexus.
I think keep hitting the Nexus, you can finish.
Hit the Nexus, yeah.
We're fine.
Oh, my bad, this guy. Guys.
Sorry, guys. I mean, I missed the spite on the Nash. Whatever.
Just when it looked like TL might have finally found something, they find the business end of Berserker's rifle. Welcome back, everybody, to the LCS Spring Finals, driven by Kia. We're here in Tempe, Arizona, in the Mullet Arena for what might be the last game of the split.
Don't say it!
I don't want it to
say
be.
it,
I would
Flowers.
love to get to a game number 5, but so far today, Kobe, Lyon has been superior. They were behind in game 1 until they scaled and took over. In game number 2, they were ahead from the very first fight. And even though Team Liquid had a couple of crazy plays, Jose had a couple of crazy smites, it wasn't enough to hold the line, and Lyon had found themselves now at match point.
They certainly have. Let's get right into the draft for game number 3. TL need to make their adjustments now. Let's get into it. In the last game, as you say, they had some steals to keep themselves alive, some little glimmers of hope, but still extinguished by Lyon in the end. And if you end up losing the game anyways, then people will just look back at it. If it ends up being a 3-0, they're not going to remember, oh yeah, you stole some dragons. Oh yeah, you got us a little excited at the end there. So going to actually have to put that win on the scoreboard. So far, Lyon don't have to change their target bans because they keep on winning. So assume they're going to keep them the same. Well, they do a little adjustment here. They haven't quite yet banned the Rakan.
So here's the interesting thing. Team Liquid last time, they chose first pick. This time around, they're going for the last pick instead. It's the Vi banned out by TL. Lyon's going to continue banning away the Lee Sin, but that Rakan that's been banned alongside it so far is missing. It's Nefiri prioritized second instead. Now, Lyon, of course, still have that third ban, but they also have the opportunity. Maybe you just steal Rakan away.
We will see. Also, what is their planned counter pick? Maybe it's going to go into the hands of Morgan. Maybe it actually is a different role counter pick. We'll have to see.
Yep.
In the end, it's not going to go to Quid's Yone. Lions say we are not losing to a Quid Yone. A lot of teams have, but not us.
Yesterday, we certainly saw what happens when Quid Yone gets out of control, completely dominated that game against Cloud9. And none of that's going to matter unless you can step up here. Team Liquid, how do they want to go about this? Okay, so the Ryze is banned out, the Jace is banned out. However, Rakan is up, Bard is up. Both of these champions can be such huge playmakers. I'm curious, what is Lyon going to prioritize here?
Yeah, the Caitlyn Bard lane is very powerful for bottom side. A lot of pushing opportunities with some Bard stuff later. It's fun to play with the emotions of League of Legends players, huh? With some hovers.
Yeah, Dokla really enjoys this, but that is also a ban that was missing in this third draft compared to the previous 2. Team Liquid had banned out Nocturne both times to keep it away from Inspired. This time it falls through those bans, and that is Lyon's first pick.
Yeah, Inspired loves what Nocturne can do for team fights here, turning out the information for the enemy team. Also, obviously attacking solo laners and side laners specifically, but TL, okay, looks like we are going to go right to the old comfortable here. the Xayah Rakan, Yon and CoreJJ. Rakan goes through the bands, and they immediately snap it up for him. He has a world championship skin on Rakan. He is extremely good at it still to this day. He has not lost a step. Still lightning quick engages from him. And it's not just his Rakan. Yon also has been our best Xayah player so far this year in the LCS.
And Xayah is great against Nocturne too. Nocturne wants to dive in, create that massive backline threat, pop the carry, and Xayah can just pop that Featherstorm in retaliation to keep herself alive. Lyon now gonna go ahead and draft the Yunara Lulu, the hyper carry combo here for Berserker and Isles.
The thing is, it's always kind of is still fun for the Nocturne too, because if you get your Fear Tether on the Xayah, even though she jumps up, and it'll proc when she gets right back down. So you can still stick on her. We'll see though. Yunara Lulu has definitely not had a tremendous amount of success. We'll see though. The Victor definitely has in the hands of Quid. So see if they can pull it off again.
Reliable wave clear there in the mid lane. Locks right.
Is that Locks dance? I haven't seen that.
I think that's what his dance is. This guy's got all the moves learned. As we head into the second half of the bans, Silas is the first one banned away by Team Liquid.
Okay, I mean, that is a Saint special for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Saint and Inspired, Nocturne, and Silas combination has been devastating. Yon does not want to get hit with that again.
Nope.
Because it was literally, he was playing Xayah last time he got hit with that.
Yeah, that's
and
not good.
Saint and Inspired won the entire game. So that right there is a trauma ban. That's what we're going to call that ban, Flowers. That is a trauma ban.
Normally you see those people ban what they just lost to in solo queue, but that is one of the bans. You know, this isn't quite solo queue. This is a little further back than your last game on ladder, but Ornn's going to be banned out now by Lyon as well. They don't want to deal with Morgan on that big tank, that massive engage there in the top lane.
Certainly not, and they won't have to this time around. Looking at open up a little bit more, Rumble priority here. If there's no Ornn answer, it's a very common answer into it. And Rumble plus, dive stuff like Nocturne, get there towards the back stages. I don't know. Let's see what they're working with here as they move up. Another Saint champion, the Ahri, also going to hit the bans.
That's a crazy Bard poster, bro.
I wasn't going to touch on that, but yeah, you can't help but notice, huh?
Nope, no, it just kind of jumps out at you. Ambessa going to be our final ban alongside the Ahri here in this second half of the draft. As Team Liquid, we still need to see what is the top laner, what is the jungler. You know you're going for last pick, that's what you chose. So I expect the jungle to be the pick here. Save the top laner for the counter pick.
Is Griffin in the house?
Is it?
And they're not.
No,
oh, it's still another Griffin
it's
champion.
The dragon.
Get a camera on Griffin right now.
Where's he at?
Yeah, did he party too hard last night? Maybe we don't want a camera on him. But there's the Rumble I was talking about. Let's see if they end up going through with it. They don't have a tremendous amount of CC to actually keep people on a Rumble Ultimate.
No.
But that has not stopped them before. And Big Dokes has been a very successful Rumble player. Utilizes it quite well, especially even in weak side. He's usually very good about his timings, using ult to clear waves. Doing quite well, even without attention. The Shyvana, though. Back to the Shyvana. This another one of these Griffin champions. These things are very farm heavy, and you cannot become inefficient. You can't pay too much attention to your lanes when you're playing Shyvana. You have to keep your farm up. You have to keep stacking, and you need to keep your power level very high relative to the rest of the laners in the game, relative to the enemy jungle as well, because you are really a stat champion, and it does benefit a lot when you have primary engage like Rakan, because Shyvana can do a lot of follow-up. Rakan is a little bit quicker, gets the setup for the CC. Shyvana ult can come on through.
Okay, so we got the Galio locked in for Lyon. That prevents their opponents from taking that as a counter pick into the Rumble. Also gives you more reinforcements to protect your Yunara, which this entire comp seems to be very good at doing. But over on the other side, the last pick, the choice in draft for Team Liquid is to put Morgan on the Yorick and have that split push threat. This is one of the most heavily skewed towards split pushing champions in the entire game.
Yeah, and also a good answer into the Rumble individually. When you have a Shyvana in the jungle, you want all your laners to be capable of themselves, because as we said, you don't want to pay too much attention to your laners. Got to keep your farm up. And you also want to, if you can, obviously try and grab an extra camp here or there if the opportunity arises for a good invade angle. But we will see here, because Nocturne plus Galio, I mean, that's a good dive combination right there. You get the Galio coming down on top, and that is some CC to hold people in place for a Rumble ult. So very long range dive possible here from Lyon. They can attack that Victor, and the Victor might have some trouble in the side lanes, but we'll see if the Nocturne Galio can put that pressure on the low mobility carry, because if you cannot, we have seen the damage output that Victor can do.
We'll also see if we get more than 3 games here today. So far, it has been Lyon triumphant in both. Whether they started ahead, whether they started behind, they found their way to the Team Liquid Nexus. Team Liquid looked so strong yesterday, sweeping Cloud9 in that preliminary match here before the finals to earn their place against Lyon. And now they've got to find success against this hypercarry Yunara, piloted by Berserker. Find success with this Yorick in the side lane and be able to play the map well to enable him to succeed. And I like seeing that, particularly again from Team Liquid, because I think that historically this is one of the best LCS teams in terms of map movement.
And it's not in question at all if Inspired is one of the best junglers we have had in North America. We've been showing stats both in-game and on the analyst desk all day long about how successful Inspired has been, and Inspired doing that invade, as you saw, on the red buff. So he was able to go in through the top side of the map, and then I believe circumvent this defensive Raptor ward.
Yeah.
As that thing is, okay, so that thing sees about to the edge. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, observers. And so he has been able to circumvent that vision as well. Now he walks over it, so Shyvana will get the information. Jose knows. Mid lane has to flash too. They're getting the pressure on the Victor even earlier than expected. Flowers forcing the flash, and Inspired had just showed there. So flash for flash trade in mid lane, but really Shyvana knows, all right, well, I've been counter jungled. How are we going to deal with this? Because Inspired usually will cross back to try and defend. They have a red ward here for Team Liquid that sees Inspired clearing his own Raptors, and Inspired then does a little bit of a wiggle outside of the vision because he knew exactly the placement. So he wiggled down towards his red a little bit before crossing back, and now he's actually doing Wolves instead. So Jose, at the very least, will be able to compensate with the blue.
Yep, hopefully Jose can get away with this for Team Liquid's sake here in this series, as Morgan is now going to rotate down into this enemy jungle. Inspired secures his Wolves, though, just moves on to his Gromp. Jose is going to be able to move out in time without any threat. You mentioned it was flash for flash back in the mid lane, and I think Lyon is more than happy with that, considering Victor is so vulnerable without that defensive summoner spell. CoreJJ taking a couple hits here, as he did have to man this battle station all on his own for a moment, as Jan recalled himself. But now that we don't really have any action after our initial invade, let's go ahead and listen in to Lyon hyping each other up now that they're at match point.
Nice job this game, guys. Let's keep doing what we are doing.
Win in peace, lose in peace, just play in peace. If we win, it's players gap. If we lose, it's coach gap. You know how it goes.
I love that from Dokla, a very monk mentality as Quid takes a ton of damage there from the Justice Punch. There's no way out, it's first blood for Inspired, and the tower can't get one back. Lyon are off to the races, 3.5 minutes in.
Oh man, and Saint sets it up so well on the Galio. Inspired's like, oh great, I will follow up on this play, uses the flash, knows there's no escape for the Victor. They get it as well. Nice spell shield on the way out from him as well, and right back to it. Lyon They're going to win in peace. They're going to lose in peace. Looks more like they're going to win in peace. But here we go. Saint canceled his recall and is like, well, Quid is walking up. He did this because Quid, as he was clearing the minion wave, had been walking and positioning like he was going to come check it. So Saint says that is illegal. Indeed, it is. And they both are able to get out of the tower range too. Really nice just heads-up moment there from Saint, recognizing the positioning, the movement from the Victor here. He knows he has no flash. He says, hey, Inspired, we're going to punish this. Don't worry, I got you. And they do. First blood into the Nocturne Flowers. That is very scary because that affects all laners on the map.
Yep.
It further funds money for an early Hex plate for him, which will reduce the ult cooldown too even earlier in the game, and definitely can't snowball.
Yeah, and you saw as soon as Jan used the Blade Collar, Berserker and Isles knew they could continue chasing, trying to get a very advantageous trade. Second Blade Collar there. That's why you wait till that thing's gone and then chase. Unfortunately for them, Jan got it back in time, so does find a mostly even trade there at the end of things as Isles just continues trying to harass these guys, keep them down, create problems here in the bottom lane. Man, oh man, Team Liquid. Okay, it's only one kill so far. It's not like the game is completely running away from you. But we also started off with the non-ideal situation in the jungle, right? The counter jungling that you're talking about. Shyvana has got to stay on pace or ahead of pace if she wants to be relevant in the game. Hosdiodo still just trying to do that, but it's Inspired invading, threatening him at the Krugs. Attaches the Fear Tether. He's too close to the turret to really do anything else, but he does force him back out of the jungle.
Yeah, luckily for Jose, he's been able to clear his entire jungle and scrap together the rest of it just in time. So does remain at parity for now. Still with the first blood that gives a lot of extra gold to Inspired, so that's less than ideal for them. But at least as far as the farm goes, is doing okay in the aftermath of the invade. We'll see it though once the level 6s do come in. That can be a big moment for Nocturne. Inspired's going to come for this river priority as well. See what Jose can do, because CoreJJ is going to back him up. Look at as well. Here comes the Xayah. Jan going to come for the Scuttle Crab first.
Inspired wants to step forward. Heroic entrance slams down from Saint, but everybody on Team Liquid gets out in time. Nice Blade Collar there on the enemy mid laner from Jan. However, Saint is unafraid. Continues to go forward, but the gravity field does stun him up. Team Liquid continuing to disperse. And once more, Kobe, it looks a lot like it looked in game number 2. It's Lyon bringing the extra man. It's Dokla roaming down to the fight. He's the one who makes the difference, forcing TL back. Fortunately for Team Liquid, they lose no one.
Our team fight comps is so good.
Yeah, we just need to survive early.
Well, they did survive. That's the important part. Again, even though they don't get the dragon, even though that looks similar to game number 2, the big difference is you don't lose multiple players there.
Yeah, and key again. Dokla had earned the extra teleport advantage, as you stated. He comes down to the play. Morgan had to use his teleport to go back to lane, and so they get the advantage there. But TL, it's okay. They're focused in. We scale. They scale. Lyon also, though, pretty happy probably to get that first blood and that dragon.
Ooh, and that recall interrupt just being as obnoxious as possible, trying to ruin your opponent's pacing there as Berserker and Isles continue just pushing Jan and CoreJJ away with the power of this Yunara Lulu. There is a pretty significant CS gap in the bottom lane, Kobe, as Berserker continues firing forward. He is transcended, and Jan has ended. Berserker in the 2v2 stands tall.
So earlier we showed some stats for Inspired's all-time win rate. I want to show you some stats from Berserker's all-time win rate from bot laners. And look at the names that are up there with him as well. Some throwbacks here. Sneaky up there, Danny up there, Hansama even in his Team Liquid time. But Berserker also, again, Berserker was very successful on Cloud9, so that also helps a lot with that all-time win rate. But again, you were just talking about the Yunara. Now the Yunara gets the kill on top of the CS lead. And all of a sudden, if you're repeating, don't worry guys, we scale, it has a little bit different of a tone.
Yeah.
After Berserker gets that kill.
Hyper carry is so scary, man. Jan and Core already down about 3 waves worth of minions. And as soon as Berserker sees the opportunity, as soon as he ticks over to level 6 and unlocks that ultimate, he just immediately dashes forward. The Arc of Ruin with the slow. Kaboom.
Yeah, it was really nice. Glitterland set it up, and they got the level 6 power spike.
Hold on, though. Now it's Morgan in danger. Wild growth from Isles working together with Inspired. They cut down the Yorick. They kill off the Maiden. And the entire time, what's Berserker doing? Playing Minecraft with the Tier 1 turret. Just mining gold day in, day out. 2,000 gold lead for Lyon 9 minutes into the game.
Don't worry, Flowers, we scale. Do you believe me?
No.
Okay, we'll see. Berserker's over 1,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
Lyon here out to a very nice, healthy lead there. Going for a play for Core. He really wanted to stop these recalls. He does succeed in doing so.
But at the cost of the quickness. That's a lot of power that'll be missing until that ulti comes off of cooldown. At least for them, there's not really anything that you're going to be forced to immediately fight for in that duration.
Also, you know, as you answer this poll in chat, look at these wards, super deep wards all over the top side. So while their recalls were stopped, they're going to see any approach. Yeah, thank you, observers. So they're going to see any approach. The thing about Shyvana is they're going to see Shyvana finish Raptors and move over here, and their ward does expire. They're going to be, it's a little bit easier to track her, but Shyvana crossing now, so Jose is walking through river, and the pinks go down, though. They did see, as that ward expired by Raptors, they saw him finish up there.
We do have our MasterCard Power Spike completed here with the Experimental Hex Plate on Inspired. Very powerful item with Nocturne. Inspired already has 2 out of the 3 kills on his team. Very accelerated on this champion. Jose Daejeon has not been able to do a whole lot on the Shyvana, but again, that's not really what you expect. You expect him to farm, you expect him to stay ahead. Problem is he's 900 gold behind.
Yeah. Somehow, too, I feel like Griffin always just finds some kills randomly.
Yeah, just walk up, grab a kill.
When Griffin's doing it. We'll see if it has the same effect this time, but yep, they got to keep on focusing on keeping their income stable here. Jan moved up, try and get some extra pressure on the tower, but Big Dog's under a little bit of danger.
Yeah, he does manage to get himself out of the Dark Procession. It is nice when you have the extra attack speed from being overheated, because remember that Yorick's Cage only has instant-based health, like a ward, versus having actual HP like a unit. So as long as you can just hit it a couple of times, you'll knock the thing down and get yourself away before he can really rack up the damage with the ghouls. We have a lot of pressure here around the top side from Lyon. There are 25 seconds left on the clock until that next Drake spawns. So we are going to see Isles and Inspired start moving over towards the mid lane. Quid does have his flashback on the Victor to evade any sort of threat that might head his way. And let's see the results of our poll here. Will Jose Daejeon... Ooh. Chat does not have faith in Jose in the kitchen on this one. We'll see if they are vindicated or proven wrong. Berserker makes his way back down to the bottom lane, just continues farming up on this Yunara, has his Kraken Slayer well on his way to being that hyper carry they went for. First items coming online in multiple different roles here. Hallowed Radiance completed for Saint, gives him all that extra wave clear with the nice explodey effect. Over on the other side, Blackfire Torch for Quid, stacking towards some of those dots. Unfortunately, Jan still a little ways away from getting his first one done, but at least that cull is down to 21 stacks, so should be able to cash in on that soon and alleviate some of this gold deficit.
Yeah, game still definitely playable for Team Liquid. Still focused, still trying to pull back this series, even though Lyon making a very good showing here in Tempe. See what they can do as far as the setup. Should be bot lane push, mid lane push as well for them, so pretty easy for Lyon. And you're going to see the recall here from Jose anyway, so he's just going to go straight back to base. They're going to sacrifice this one, and Lyon, they're going to get another objective, Flowers.
Yep, they are going straight for the Drake. You've got Berserker there with that Kraken Slayer I mentioned, Inspired with the Hex Plate. It's just, it's a scary thing to check into. Team Liquid, it's only the second Drake of the game. They're not going to bother trying to fight for that one. Too much risk, too little reward. But that does mean that, yet again, it's Lyon controlling neutral objectives. All 3 grubs, both Drakes so far. Now 2 minutes until the Rift Herald spawns, and Dokla is shoving the wave in on Morgan. Jose Daejeon still farming up. So when do we see Shyvana show up?
So one of the problems is, well, I mean, yeah, first you do need your Training Force, so he's got Training Force. And Spear of Sojin is super nice too. But one of the problems, when Shyvana does want to show up, the enemy team has a Lulu. And Lulu makes fighting as Shyvana very, very problematic, very difficult, as does a Galio. Kind of hard, so we'll see. I'm kind of leaning towards chat's answer, but we're going to have a pivotal moment fairly soon here, as everybody is going to try, as you say, and play off of some of their first item power spikes. They're moving in. Team Liquid want to make the position here for the Dragon. They're getting there very early. Resets are coming in for Lyon, though.
Yeah, that Dragon's still a ways away. 4 minutes until the next one spawns, but the Rift Herald here in 55 seconds. That topside river is completely dark, though. Nobody really investing early towards that objective, as Isles does just want to continue playing supportal combat against Core JJ. Slow him down with the Glitter Lance a little bit. See if you can scare him back. They know that they have battling control wards here in this Tri-Brush. They'd love to be able to clear out the Team Liquid vision. There's your Arc of Judgment over the wall, shows that Berserker is here too, and that means that Team Liquid can't really afford to keep playing this game of chicken over the warded brush.
The ward battles, Flowers. Everyone's really feeling those ones. We're getting back
those
into
cost
it.
75 gold each.
Those are expensive.
You gotta defend
those. They are. And the classic chance coming up. We'll see, though. Okay, Big Dokes is on the move. Dokla here on his Leandry's power spike, getting deep in the jungle, getting enemy vision through enemy jungle here. Ooh, they're thinking about a possible play. He did cancel his recall there initially.
All right, Jose, level 10. 2/3 of the way to level 11, to the bigger, badder Dragon form. But Inspired still has that gold lead here on the Nocturne. The only individual gold lead on the Team Liquid side right now is Morgan on the Yorick in the side lane with his own Trinity Force completed. Going to try to allow Dokla to step up a little bit here. Jose Diodo standing on a control ward, so he knows he's not seen. Morgan goes forward, finds a little bit of damage onto Big Dokes, but here comes the Nocturne. Inspired wants to go after the Yorick, and Morgan is not long for this world. Lyon sent everybody. They already killed Morgan. Core JJ is going to be next to fall. He flashes, trying to stay alive. The Arc of Ruin barely misses him. As Team Liquid, you could see Jose was thinking about trying to make a move onto Dokla, but it's Lyon who strike first. They grab the kill on the enemy top laner, and they earn themselves control over the Herald Pit.
Yeah, you could tell, Team Liquid, they were feeling the play coming. They even invested the teleport from Quid to try and get up there, but Lyon just with the full commit, using the globals, are able to make it happen. And even in the aftermath here, they're going to be able to get the Rift Herald as well. Dokla uses his teleport to get right back up there. So Lyon, they grab the kills, and they're going to keep the objectives coming as well.
Yeah, Jose level 11 on the Shyvana.
Or are they?
But he's losing a lot of HP here.
All right, so they do get chased out.
Okay, nicely defended there from TL. They don't want to start it up themselves here just yet. As you can see, that gold lead that I was talking about for Morgan, well, it's down to only a couple of minions now. Here's another look at how the play happened.
So again, this is going to be first teleport from Galio, then they're going to get the reaction teleport from Quid at the tower, as you can see. But early flash from Nocturne, Inspired was like, yeah, I'm going to get ahead of this one so you can't get away from my fear, and they've already deleted them. Then on everybody else trying to approach, they just get cut off. Berserker there, doing too much damage on the Yunar with Lulu right behind him.
This is a tale of two series for Team Liquid Girl in the audience. She was having the time of her life yesterday. I remember that fan cam react.
Yeah.
Today, it is a much scarier prospect here for Team Liquid. They are still down 2,000 gold in this one. The Rift Herald at least still on the map, but it's continued pressure from Lyon here in the mid lane. Fiend Hunter bolts completed for Berserker. This is when Yunara can start to one-shot people. However, he has to try to get away now. Wild Growth and Mikhails both had to be committed as Yon stepped forward, caught him with the Blade Caller, forced that CC relief from the item, from the Lulu, to make sure that the Yunara doesn't drop right there. That could have been a big pick for TL.
Yeah, good peel there for Isles, or from Isles, to be able to get Berserker out of a tough spot without Berserker having to use actual summoner spells himself. And here they go again.
Oh boy, this time it's going to be Quid. He flashes away to keep himself alive. He throws down the gravity field in a spot that if Inspired kept chasing, he would have been caught underneath the turret. Herald's going to be slain now by the Team Liquid side. They got to try to pick up the eye. It looks like Core JJ was able to grab it. Here comes the TP. Lyon trying to escape now as Berserker very early flashes over the wall. Does not want to risk being caught. Nice move there from Team Liquid. They get Quid away after Lyon tried to make the move, and then TL earned themselves the Herald.
So they use their teleport, though, too, to go for the pincer play. So Morgan teleported over there, so Saint does get a turret plate on the bottom side and answer. But yes, Team Liquid, they did get their objective, and Morgan's going to get first tower bonus for TL to chop the gold lead down a little bit. Jose now is caught.
Yep, Jose Daejeon not where he wants to be. Defensive Dragon trying to fly away. Saint continues to chase here as Jan and Berserker fire back and forth. Berserker winning out on these four now. Jose Daejeon again going to be in trouble with the Justice Punch coming in, but the taunt won't connect. Here comes Quid on the side. Saint with the flashback over the wall, staying alive for now. Jan taken low. Berserker takes him out. Berserker is the better AD carry so far today.
Man, and Isles right there doing some work with the Lulu too. These guys, they're winning their own little fight on the other side, Flowers. They kept a fair fight. 2v2 out on the left side. Well, it looked like Inspired couldn't decide whether or not he wanted to fight with Saints.
Ooh, here comes your Arcane Storm. Quid wanted to try to punish Isles, but instead, Quid's the one who now might be in some danger. CoreJJ looking to play defensively, protect his mid laner, but he only dies beside him. It's a 7-0 lead for Lyon and Kobe. They're about to get another turret. They're about to go to Soul Point, not even 20 minutes into the game.
This has been a crazy weekend, Flowers. Yesterday, Team Liquid doing the stomping, and now they are getting stomped.
One day, you are the boot. The next, the butt. That is the way of League of Legends. And here's another look at how that last fight happened.
Okay, so they know we can full send on this Victor. Rumble ultimate doing a lot. Fear procs into the Gallia ultimate that just on the edge of the range gets him. And they're just, again, we knew from draft they're going to try and keep on going for this Victor, punish him every time he doesn't have flash. And they do. Nice turn there from Lyon. In the previous little play, too, when they were fighting over the back of that jungle wall, creating a lot of space to set up for the Dragon, they are able to get a lot of cooldown advantages and then turn it into objective plus more kills. So Lyon, once again, set up very well in this series. And with the gold continuing to flow towards their side, the objectives as well, only 4 minutes away from a very early Dragon Soul, Hextech Soul at that.
This is so scary. I'm struggling to see the comeback condition for Team Liquid without a Lyon blunder. Of course, obviously if Lyon do something very silly, Team Liquid's able to punish that, sure. But Berserker is 2.5 items already on this hyper carry Yunara. Saint having a great time. He's got his 2 items completed with the Imperial Mandate, now also fully done, has the Swift March, Stridebreaker done on Inspired, Bloodletter's Curse for Dokla, just to melt that magic resistance off of everybody. And you already mentioned it, but Isles has been doing a great job on that Lulu, making sure that Berserker can play aggressively, supporting Inspired when he dives in and tries to find additional kills and additional plays. Team Liquid going to drop the Herald here in the mid lane. This is the one objective that they have earned themselves so far in this game. How well will they be able to use it, though? What in the hell?
All good, all good.
Okay.
All good.
That is, I was not expecting that. I'm not sure what was going to happen. I didn't expect that. The Herald,
it felt like you did expect it because you asked the question. Jan now getting burned.
Yep, that equalizer though, trying to get TL forced all the way back. I was expecting something creative, some sort of like drive around the back side of the terrain, but no, that's not going to happen. CoreJJ now might be in a little bit of danger. He gets slowed down, Inspired on the flank, but the rest of Lyon just shoving up the mid lane.
Yeah, they can't get back to mid here for TL. Lyon are keeping him out. Berserker's going to hit the tower.
Yep, he's just farming plates. TL still trying to approach as Inspired finally flies in. He's looking to go after the enemy mid laner. They've already killed off Quid. Jan tries to escape, staying alive for now. Inspired still has the wild growth. Team Liquid still trying to get away.
Not the Maiden too.
Die. Arc of Ruin slows down Jan. Blink your eyes, the Maiden's gone. Lyon just taking anything they want from this jungle as the blue buff is their next victim. 4,500 gold lead, 22 minutes in.
Well, well, well. Looks like Lyon have all of the choices available to them. Team Liquid gonna have to start getting a little bit more desperate here. Only 2 minutes for the Dragon Soul. And they're going to need to clear out a pocket of vision, get a surprise play, maybe a dream, a miracle CoreJJ engage or something. Maybe some sort of Jose steal to get an objective bounty, Flowers?
Well, he certainly had the smite key dialed in the last game. He'll have to do it again in this one. Jose Daejeon still at 0-0-0 in this game. I mean, honestly, considering the team has no kills or assists at all, that's a very good score because it means you haven't died at all. Yes, that is the tragedy of this is that objectively 0-0-0 is the best score on the team right now for TL. That is the state of the game.
Low action score, though.
Yeah. Low action score, 0-8 overall. 5,000 gold lead for Lyon. Dragon Soul spawning here in 60 seconds. TL has to find a way to steal this away. It has to be a crazy steal from Jose Daejeon because I fail to see how you would actually be able to win a team fight and stop them from getting not just a soul, but a Hex Soul.
Yeah, definitely would be super powerful, obviously, for them. All right, I have been liking, by the way, the new mandate when people have been building on Galio, you know, because does effectively work on 3 of your abilities, including your ultimate. And the damage amp, quite nice for your team as well. And when he keeps on landing stuff onto the Victor, it's what we were talking about from Champ Select, where constantly putting pressure on him. This time around, Quid has Flash. So the dream for Team Liquid is alive. Can they do it again? In the previous game, they stopped multiple Dragon Souls that were in Lion's grasp. However, this time around, down 5,000 gold, gonna have to do it again. Quid here with Flash on the outside. Can he do it?
All right, here comes the TP. Immediately, everybody from Lyon has arrived. Team Liquid gonna start up the Dragon. DPSing pretty slowly overall. Saint is standing on top of a ward off on the flank. The equalizer already arrives. Yon's got to be careful. Quid doing the same. They turn out the lights. Jose goes in. Jose steals it again. Inspired has to try to get away now. Team Liquid have already stopped the soul, but do they want to go for a little bit more? Dokla's going to be taken down to 1/3 HP as CoreJJ can't find the engage. Berserker with a wild growth. Massive taunt coming out of Saint. He locks up multiple targets, and the dream dies right in front of TL. They may have stopped the soul, but Lyon shoot him straight through the heart.
Oh, you said it, Flowers. They're going to get the kills, and guess what? That means Baron as well for Lyon. Even though they don't get the soul, Jose comes up with another smite steal. He does it again. Let's take a look. For the Team Liquid fans, they can at least hold on to this. The smites have been true. Combo nicely gets that one, 1380 something we saw at the end, and then they tried to push forward. But now Jose, he can't get in though. There's no way he can get actually inside the pit. Doesn't have his ult.
There's no flash, no dragon form. Dokla's just going to try to burn him down as the heroic entrance arrives. That's a rampage for Dokla. That's a Baron for Lyon. That's a death for Jose Daejeon. And now Lyon have a 7,500 gold lead. They've got Baron for the next 3 minutes, and they got a 5v4 for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good for Lyon's chances here. They were the lock-in winners this year for LCS, and they have locked in for finals in spring as well. They're looking to become the 6th, wait a second, as Saint is going to have to run away. Doesn't think he's in any danger. The 6th North American organization to win back-to-back titles if they can complete it here. So far this year has gone well for them.
And even though both these teams are going to MSI, you've got to remember, there is a big difference between going to MSI as the 1st seed and the 2nd seed. For anybody who missed it, T1 just qualified to MSI as the LCK 2nd seed. That's in the play-ins. You know how many teams get out of play-ins? 1. So that means whoever loses this series, if you want to play in main stage, I don't even think you're going to get there. Hold on, Quid's taken down to 10% HP. Jose Daejeon firing back. Berserker is low. Equalizer down over the top, and Dokla hits him with the airstrike. Jose Daejeon is going to get burned down next as CoreJJ tries to run. Dokla still in hot pursuit. The long-range power of the equalizer finishing off the kill onto Quid. Jose dies with him. Kobe, 15-0?
Yeah, you can hold on to the smite count, though. Smite steals. How about that?
1. It's like 15 without the 5. I don't know if that's as good.
I mean, we can say it again here for Lyon, though. They had 1st team All-Pro mid laner Saint, 1st team All-Pro bot laner Berserker, and although Inspired did lose the 1st team All-Pro to Jose Daejeon, you know the caliber of this player and what he brings to teams in shot calling. And adding Big Dokes to this team really has sent them to another level. Well, you can also say adding Castle to kind of light the fire under Dokes.
Adding Castle to the team has sent Big Dokes to another level.
Yeah, and it sent Big Dokes into the the stratosphere here. So this Lion squad here really has been the pinnacle of the LCS, and they're showing it here in Spring Finals yet again. Looking very good as they approach another victory.
Oh, the equalizer. Yawn is already nearly dead. The Xayah burning away down to 100 HP. Yawn's going to go all the way back to the fountain as Lyon continues sieging the tier 3 turret up here in the top lane, doing the same thing over in mid. Saints ready to crash that wave, and with Inspired and Berserker rotating over, that turret's first to fall.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be more turrets falling very shortly, Flowers. The destruction of the Team Liquid base will continue.
And I do not think morale will improve. Lyon is turning this third game into an absolute beating. 13,000 gold lead, 29 minutes in. 15 kills to 0. It is so hard to close out a deathless game of League of Legends. Just the natural way you play a fight. Generally, you got to lose somebody. But again, we got to go back. Inspired. 11 possible titles he could have won playing in North America. Of those, he has won 6. If he wins here, which is looking incredibly likely, that means he goes to 7 out of 12. That's like 56, 57% win rate in titles, man. And most people can't even get that in games in solo queue.
And the teams and the players that he has done it with, that Evil Genius's team, FlyQuest on there for a long time. From the early stages as well, building them up into that juggernaut that eventually was able to challenge Gen G at internationals very closely, pushing to 5 games. Regardless, though, Inspired, obviously lots of accolades, lots of awards, very successful. And this Lion team already being put together and finding so much success, winning both Lock-In and Spring. Every title that has been available to them since their creation this year. And now,
yeah, Doke was in danger. They're going to full send it after Big Dokes. Team Liquid, they finally make their way on the board. 30 minutes into the game, TL will find their first kill, but it comes at the cost of that Hexal. Inspired was taking that the entire time. So now Lyon add yet another tool to their arsenal.
It's okay. Every comeback starts with 1 kill. 1 kill at a time.
Okay. I respect your optimism, man. We were 15-0. Now we're 15-1. Step 1 done. 14 more to go.
Uh-huh. And now that the Hexal is down, Elder Dragon will be spawning. Or maybe your Nexus won't hold out that long. But maybe you can get a flip. And with Jose's ability to steal objectives, they are hoping they can get an Elder flip, an Elder steal or something, and work some miracles here in Arizona.
Well, you're going to have to work those miracles against a Yunara that now has Infinity Edge, that has Mercurial Scimitar. You've still got the Mikhails on Isles from earlier. It is so hard to do anything to Berserker on this Yunara that is just scaled so far ahead. Yawn at least has his 3-item core, right? He's got his Infinity Edge up at least, but it feels like before every fight even starts, just the threat of damage from Inspired, from Dokla's equalizers, is getting Yawn completely out of the fight.
Certainly is. Lion have done such an excellent job this game, and now with 2 inhibitors down, makes it very difficult for Team Liquid to retain map control while still being able to check for this Baron. They're going to try and do it though. So taking control of the vision leading over to the Baron is their first step. They're trying to work their way into their own jungle here, retake some control, and then hope for a pathway for another Jose miracle.
That's got to be what it is. Dokla down there in that bottom lane. Remember, that is the only lane with an inhibitor still standing on the TL side. Dokla will apply pressure there. He has his teleport to join the rest of the team at the Baron pit if and when he's needed. I don't even know if they will need him. They are so strong at this point. He will have his Seeker's Arm Guard as well. Guardian Angel up on Inspired. Zonya's available for Saint. So many defensive tools for everybody on Lion. It's hard to pick anyone. As the Blast Cone being protected, being guarded by Saint. They don't want to allow Jose, the man with the magic smite key, to get in there. And that's Baron secured for Inspired and Lion.
They make the call, Team Liquid, hey, even if you full sent in there, Jose, and you did it again, like, we believe you could do it, but you would die doing it, and then we would still lose the game. So they're going to hold off, and they're going to hope for the team fight defense instead.
And the Maiden once again falls in the top lane as Saint's going to continue pushing that one forward. You can see the timers in the bottom left, means that the top and mid lane inhibitors are about to respawn. Saint wants to make sure there is pressure on them as they do. Quid's going to be forced to go up there and answer that push from the Lyon mid laner. Meanwhile, Dokla grouping up with his bottom lane duo down in that bottom side. Now that they've got the Baron, they're going to look to force down the last inhibitor turret. Make it a 3-inhib game. Put those double super minions in every wave and seal the deal here on this final.
And the pressure closing in on Team Liquid. This team that was recrafted around Yon and Core JJ. This team built to try and win the LCS. They're going to have to pull out every single stop that they have right now. The base defense is holding for now. Top side's already been broken though. Saints got the super empowered by Baron up at the Nexus Tower already.
Yeah, that mid lane inhibitor's about to be knocked down again. First Nexus turret is already down to 1/3 HP too. There's so many points of pressure coming from Lyon. Team Liquid, they're pulled in so many different directions. It's so difficult to defend. Berserker thinking about going forward. Arc of Judgment finds a tag on Quid. TL falling back to the Nexus now. The castle has fallen. They must defend the keep. Lyon pushing forward. Yawn gets hit with the equalizer, immediately goes up into the Featherstorm. Berserker firing forward, goes in with the Fiend Hunter bolts as Joseoto tries to dive into the back line as a shutdown for Quid. They at least kill off Isles. Berserker tries to get away, but no, he's going to die to the Arcane Storm. Lions on the push, they want to go for the end right now. The Nexus falls, and Lyon will sweep Team Liquid out of Arizona, the same they did to Cloud9. Lyon will win back-to-back titles in North America and represent the LCS as champions.
Clearly and definitively the best team in the LCS this year. Lyon have done it again.
What a final game. Game number 1, they're behind for half of it. They come back, they win. Game number 2, they're ahead for most of it. It gets a little dicey, but they win. Game number 3, there was never a question. They slammed this series.
Well deserved. Performance after performance from Saints. Take a bow, Inspired. Another one for the trophy case.
That thing's gonna need an expansion soon.
And Big Dokes.
Every time the pressure is on, Big Dokes is not a man to back down from the challenge. And Isles, man, really showing his stuff since joining this team. Has been making so many impressive plays and doing so much to enable Berserker to truly shine as the mechanical master that we have seen him be so many times.
Reignover defeating his former team, Team Liquid.
Must feel good.
Rigby as well. Well deserved for the entire squad.
And now, with the trophy lift complete, we're gonna toss things to Kangas, who's on stage with our spring champions.
Thank you so much. We have up first Isles. Congratulations on the 3-0 sweep in the finals. You said going into the upper bracket in general, you'd never been in the upper bracket. So now that you've ran through the upper bracket, how you feeling? Is it easier than you thought?
Honestly, today I was not sure like what Team Liquid's form looks like, and I mean, I made a comment yesterday about I thought Cloud9 just looked weak and we weren't really as good as I thought. But after today, you know, I'm full of confidence again. I think we didn't play our best game today, and it was still got it done with no problems at all. So happy to be here.
Don't even think you played your best game. Okay, so you think that the ceiling is still higher for Lyon going into MSI because you're going to be the first seed representing LCS.
I mean, I think there were a lot of small things that happened today. That the games went a little bit longer than they had to, but I mean, more than ever, a win is a win on this day, so super happy about that.
A win is a win. And speaking of, Berserker gave you some advice yesterday as to how to approach your first LCS Arena Finals. I believe he said, play better, don't die for fun. Do you feel like you lived up to that?
I mean, I definitely could have played better, so maybe not the first part, but I was playing for KDA today. I didn't die too many times, so yeah.
All right, well, congratulations on the 3-0. Give it up for Isles. Let's get Dokla in here. Dokla, come on. Big Dokes, everybody. Dokla, was that easier than you expected?
Yeah, I think we won draft every single time, so credit to our coaches, and I think we just outplayed them in team fights as well.
Morgan seemed like he was on a heater coming into today, especially after how good he looked against C9. So were you preparing for anything in particular against him, or were you just focused on playing your game?
I think it's just easy to look good against C9, so you shouldn't take it for, just chill on it. But no, he's a good player. Game 1, he definitely outlaned me, and game 2 and 3, I think I got the better of him, so happy about my performance.
Well, now this is back-to-back titles, but the first time now winning another split championship since 2023 when you're on the Energy roster. Last time you were on an arena stage, you won. Now you've won again here, but that's a while back, so I want you to reflect. What's different about the Dokla that we see on stage now compared to almost 3 years ago?
I think I'm a lot more confident, and I feel like I know how to play the map a lot better. And yeah, this split was just a journey as well, from just playing really bad in the beginning to 6-man into just winning the split at the end of it. So didn't expect it wasn't a smooth ride, I will say.
Well, one thing that definitely has changed since that last time is how much the fans have connected to you, and specifically what you've been doing on your socials. So we got the Ni Hao Dokla. Have you been practicing your Korean ahead of MSI?
Yeah, 안녕하세요, Dokla-합니다. Yeah, it'll be coming up. Happy to go as the first seed. We also get to go to EWC, so that's nice. Yeah, just really happy with how our team played, and glad we could win.
All right, one other thing, every NA fan always loves to pay attention very closely to how we do against EU at international events. Do you have any message for the EU players?
I mean, G2 beat Gen G, so gotta put respect on them. They have funny picks in draft, but so do we. I think it'll be a close series if we do play against each other, but I'm always looking forward to it. We've had EU's number for a while now, so we're going to keep it that way.
All right, well, we'll all be cheering you on. Thank you so much, Dokla. Congratulations. All right, let's get Berserker over here. Oh, wait, no, he's working on the trophy. Inspired, let's get you over here instead. All right, Inspired. Man, I gotta say, I've interviewed you so many times on the winning stage at this point. And even earlier in this split, you had an interview with Lao on the Spanish-speaking broadcast, and you said, quote, winning another title wouldn't mean much to me. At this point, it would be pure ego. How's the ego feeling?
I mean, good, especially after yesterday's interview, and they said we just farm. Today we farmed, and we still farmed them, so that's pretty funny.
Hey, the style worked. The important part was the win after all the farming. I got to talk, though, about that game, too. It got a little close. Jose Daejeon with 4 smite steals in a row. So talk about Jose and playing against him.
He was owning. I don't know. I don't know. He just won every smite. We played to him. But sadly, jungle is useless, so I can't do anything.
So who on your team do you want to give credit for getting you across the finish line in game 2?
I think everyone did pretty well, but the game from the beginning to the end felt unlosable because of mid gap. I feel like Saint just played really well every single game. Yeah, I think well played to him. I knew he's gonna be a better mid laner today, but I didn't expect him to solo carry every game, so well played.
Yeah, Saint was on a heater. I gotta ask as well, final question for you. Lyon has been coming together as a team. It feels like every week you're getting better, the team's getting more coordinated, and first stand didn't go as fans were hoping. Do you feel like you have a better shot at MSI with how the team's performing, and what are your expectations going into MSI as first seed?
I mean, Gen G didn't make it, so we can't lose to them this time. Other than that, I don't know. I think it's gonna be interesting. I think we took a lot out of the first international we played, because I think the guys didn't really play international tournament before too much, especially Ice and Saint. And going into this one, we probably are gonna get more scrims as well, because there's more teams at the tournament. I don't know what to expect, honestly, but it's for sure gonna be fun.
Well, I'm sure the fans will still be behind you. Thank you so much. Inspired, congratulations on the 3-0. Berserker, let's get you over here. Give it up for Berserker, everybody! Berserker, I gotta say, you have a chance to go to International again. And LCK, your rival, Gumayushi, just qualified as first seed for LCK. You're gonna have a chance at least to play against Gumayushi at MSI. How do you feel about that?
Whenever I played against Gumayushi, we got like 20-minute game over, so I want revenge.
You want revenge. How are you gonna get revenge against Gumayushi?
I mean, HL is a really good team, so I mean, we should like able to just like survive early level. I mean, Cannabis like passing is kind of insane, so we should like survive early level first, and then I mean, if we keep fixing about like mid macro, then I mean, maybe we have a chance. So yeah, I mean, we'll just keep working about that.
Yeah, just Saint beat Zeka. It's easy as that. All right, any message that you have for the fans that have been cheering you along in your championship run?
I mean, thank you for cheering us and me, like, first. And then, I mean, we're going international again. And then, like, we got a lot of experience, like, at the first stand. So I'm pretty sure we're going to do better, like, at MSI. So, I mean, wish you good luck to us. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Berserker. Congratulations on the win. Now let's welcome Saint over here. Saint, the tallest player on the stage. And also your Kia Finals MVP. Congratulations, Saint. Incredible performance and an MVP award for you. This felt like you've just kept improving every single series you've played. We knew last year you looked so good, and Lyon rebuilt the roster around you. How does it feel to have the organization keep you for this year and say, we're going to give you a roster that's going to work?
First, I want to say thank you for my owner, Bibelos, because he made like this roster. And yeah, that's it.
Was he the one in the luchador mask? Yeah. You also have an opportunity to go up against some legends at the international stage. Now first seed from the LCS. You have Zeka ahead of you on HLE. I want to get your thoughts on Zeka. Are you excited to play against him?
Yeah, I'm excited. Also, I think if we don't lose the Smite fight, I think we can have a chance to win them.
So as long as Inspired is hitting the key, right? Well, actually Berserker said as long as you carry, that they can win at international. So are you going to carry for the team?
Sure.
A lot of pressure, yeah. Any final messages that you have for the fans that have been cheering you on?
Thank you for coming and thank you for watching this game. Also, I always think about fan to like I have a chance to play here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Saint. Congratulations, a well-deserved MVP. Once again, give it up for Saint, your Kia Finals MVP. And give it up for Lyon for a 3-0, your first seed from the LCS going into MSI. That's it from us here on the stage.
Such a great performance by Lyon. So clearly our #1 team in the spring. Never dropping to the lower bracket and just demolishing Team Liquid.
I feel great about the one flip-flop I made.
Yeah, flip-flop win rate.
Probably your first flip-flop.
Yeah, I mean, I do
Little
think
handshake.
that game one, amazing, was kind of a harbinger of what was to come, right? Because if TL could not win from that winning position, and because Lyon were able to come back in so many of those team fights, that kind of set the tone for the rest of the series.
And look at the smile on Isles' face. I mean, that guy has been through so much losing to be on a good team. He's really showing up. The Lulu ult he had in this last game was insane. I think Isles had a really good
blocking
series.
the Rakan, that was crazy.
And like throughout this like split, it feels like the critiques that the teams have had of each other, of just like, hey, we needing to play a little bit better. I feel like the critiques and overall pressure that the team has put itself under has been working. Like they have been playing really well individually. Double has talked about his own performance at the beginning of the split in comparison to now. Like I feel like they've really glowed up.
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, it is interesting to talk about because we haven't seen him throughout all the playoffs, but Castle joining the team, I do think was very beneficial to them. I remember speaking to Dokla, I've spoken to Inspired about this as well, and they were just talking about like, he is motivated. And Dokla told me himself when they got Castle, he's like, I'm motivated. Like, I'm going to fight for this spot. Like, I'm going to show that I am the better top laner. And I think that did light a fire under him in a way that has pushed him to really excel in playoffs as we know he can.
And the person in front of you, of course, is Biblos, the owner of Lyon, who the first shout out that Saint gave to was, thank you, Biblos, for creating this roster. From last year to this year, I mean, like, it was the biggest point of conversation. Inspired coming into this team, like, having Berserker from Korea come back to North America to also join them. And, like, I feel like overall, the entire development of this roster and the journey that they've had from the beginning of the year till now has kind of shown what they are capable of.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also shown that getting Inspired is a pretty good start to a roster in League of Legends.
That's a good start.
It's a pretty good start.
Really
I mean, they
start.
shelled out for him, and in Lock-In, they had a rough start, and people were like, ha, it's not going to work.
Wasting money on Inspired.
Well, that's back-to-back titles here for Inspired, for Lyon. They are on fire, and they are going to be our deserving representative, but Berserker is going to be the player of the game. I really felt like his kill on Yon in bot lane started the snowball rolling. This was a pretty contested vote, but I think he's very deserving.
Yeah, that's also why I picked Berserker in this, because it felt like if that lane, and we saw it yesterday too, right? Like that lane is picked for the comp against Nocturne specifically. If that lane ends up just going even or doing well enough, that then can become a problem in later team fights. So Berserker getting that kill in bot lane I thought was super, super important, and he played just super well throughout the series.
Yeah, it feels impossible to kind of play into that kind of composition if a Yunara Lulu really gets going like that early on in the game. Like, how do you be able to play a Shyvana at all and try and take any fight into that plus a Galio? Like, you are so stacked with any kind of defensive like utility that it was just an impossible to like snowball to deal with.
I mean, just zooming out a little bit for the entire series is just their command of their own team composition felt so strong, and they always seemed to have a unified vision of how they wanted to fight. And I think when we heard the comms listen-ins, Inspired is a very strong voice in comms. And I know whenever I've heard them talking outside of game and lock-in when they were struggling more, they're just consistently hammering in, getting on the same page in every team fight. And it's usually Inspired doing the majority of the talking. And I think these are the, Berserker won a lot of Player of the Games, Saint won Player of the Series, and I think they deserve that based on what we see. But to me, that's based on what I hear outside of the game, so much of this does point back to Inspired and the growth that he encourages in the players that have potential.
Yeah, and I mean, I think another person when we do comms listen-ins that we're hearing a lot more from is Saint. And he was the finals MVP as well. So I also think MVP. Like, just like he's been able to really flourish on this roster after initially, like, you could tell how sad he was last year when he kept performing really well, but the team just couldn't come together, couldn't get the wins. He absolutely popped off in a series where all we were doing going into this was talking about how, well, Saint was first team All-Pro, but it was Quid who was popping off in the lower bracket, right? He completely shut him down.
And if your mid laner is playing exceptionally and you have the confidence from your team, enough so where Inspired is like, he's feeling himself, like, is LeBlanc good? The answer? LeBlanc. Absolutely. I think that's something that Saint is so good at, is when he's having a good day, when he's honestly on it, like in terms of like finding angles in team fights like this. Give him the Assassins, give him Silas, give him LeBlanc. He will win you games.
He's inverse De'Aaron Fox.
That guy you put on the bench, Saint you put on the floor.
On that note, let's talk to Kangas, who was with Spawn for a Lucide interview.
Thank you very much, Lounge. I'm here with Spawn. Thank you for taking the time to do an interview with us. I know it's got to be tough after a series like that. So I just want to start off with, where are you at as a coach reacting to what just happened on stage?
Yeah, obviously it's really frustrating because we had such a great playoff run. I think like our series versus FlyQuest and C9, we showed up in a much different way. And then today, game one felt like we had control. And after we lost that one, kind of was hard to regain control of the series. And Lyon, you got to credit to them. I keep saying it. They're one of the most clutch teams in the region. In big moments, they stand up. And then in the easy moments, they make it look very, very easy. So, you know, a little bit disappointed, but also at the same time, very proud of the run that we had to get to the finals.
Speaking of clutch, game 2, Jose was very clutch, stealing multiple objectives and almost keeping the team in the game. It felt like maybe something was going to happen there. So talk about Jose and the mentality that he had in this series and just the team in general's mentality.
Yeah, I mean, Jose kind of personifies how we want to play the game, right? He's a very free-flowing player, you know, enjoys the game a lot and looks for a lot of creative players. And I think that today he was able to keep us in. It's one of the things we talk about a lot. We actually want to be quite difficult to beat. Didn't really look that way today in a couple of the games, but game 2, he made it hard for them, and that's a nice thing.
I want to highlight something as well, not just from the players, but you as a coach, because we saw this video put out by Team Liquid of the speech you gave them before the series yesterday, talking about having fun and playing the game. As long as you play the game and lose, it doesn't matter. I loved that sentiment. And also we saw you having fun in the coach's room doing the little the dive thing. So talk about just the general vibes of Team Liquid, because you are still going to MSI. I know it must sting to lose in the finals, but how's the team atmosphere right now heading into International?
Yeah, I mean, pretty good, to be honest. Like, outside of the defeat today, like, we thought that we really leveled up how we were playing the game throughout playoffs. And I think that you guys saw, like, how much we can enjoy the game. And when we do play the game with that spirit, then, you know, everyone's looking for their own individual play, and we're trying to bring it together. And I think mine and Sam's job is to allow the guys to have that creativity. Like I've always said, like, you don't bring Jose, Quid, Yon on the same team and then, like, coach them into submission. You know, you got to let these guys play the game how they want to play the game. And I think that we've done a really good job of balancing that lately. So, you know, going into MSI, we're going to look to do the same thing. Obviously, we need to have some structure to our game that we'll try and implement off the back end of this series. But overall, like, we're really happy with how the team environment and atmosphere is going. And it seems like we have each other's back at the moment, which is really nice.
It's got to be a great feeling for a roster to have. And I'm happy you highlighted MSI, because that's what's coming next for Team Liquid here. So you're going to be in the play-ins. T1's also going to be in the play-ins. What are your thoughts about your chances of making it out and making it into the group stage at MSI?
I mean, it's always hard, but actually my goal as a coach when I became LCS coach was to beat T1. And when we played them at EWC a couple of years ago, I actually thought we had them. It was very, very close, 1-1, and then we were very far ahead in game number 3. They're an incredibly hard team to beat, but I love playing them. I always feel that every single time I do play them, I learn a lot myself as a coach, and all my players take a lot out of the experience as well. So, you know, we played them in Casper Cup, didn't go well, so hopefully we can bring a different flavor to this time. And I think that, you know, all the teams, it's not just T1, you know, you look at the rest of the team in play-ins, they're all very, very good teams. So we're going to get some invaluable experience, and the goal as an NA org is to make it internationally, get that experience, bring it back to the region and level people up. And I think that when TL and Fly were at their best, that's what we were doing. You know, now Lyon's that team, they've got to bring some stuff back, and we've got to do our job too and make sure that the region keeps getting better. And that's what the goal is.
One other team, I'm happy you highlight just all the experience that you can get, because one other team is KC. So Europe, are we going to beat EU? Well, let's forget about T1 for a moment. Can TL beat EU and beat KC?
I mean, I've never lost to Europe, so like that's just facts. We beat KC last time we played them. Like, I don't see why it would be different this time. Fnatic got towed a couple of times when we played them as well. Haven't had the honor of G2, but maybe if we make the main stage, that'll be there. So, we love playing Europe. It's a lot of friendly rivalry. I actually think KC is a really good team at the moment, so we won't sleep on them. But, I haven't lost to Europe once, so I don't know why I'd start now.
I love that win record. Thank you so much, Spawn, for coming on and chatting with us. Give it up for Coach Spawn, everybody. That's it from us on stage. Back to the lounge.
Spawn stats. We love more Spawn stats.
We do love Spawn.
Yeah. I would run through a wall for that man.
His team tried to, which is why they weren't playing so well afterwards.
I know, maybe I shouldn't, honestly. But really nice to hear from him, and also nice to hear, again, this is a pretty tough loss to take, right? But they are looking ahead towards MSI, and that was kind of the goal, is really qualifying for an international, and hopefully the boot camp will help them out, because that play-in tournament is rough time.
It's a tough one, but I do like the sentiment from both the winners in Lyon and in Team Liquid. that they talked about the experience that they got away from internationals, from First Stand, from the previous iterations of Team Liquid and MSI, like a lot of those experiences. Yes, in terms of bettering the region, but also just you go. I think Lyon will look so much better going into MSI than, of course, coming back from First Stand.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that's going to be so interesting to see how that develops. So I'm down for it, though. The hell are you guys doing up there? What's up? Get off your phones.
They're waiting.
Enjoy the moment you just won.
They're reading Reddit. They're sending out banger tweets. They're flaming people.
Send positive messages so they can read them.
This is the behind-the-scenes content we've been waiting for.
Send the positive messages now. They may be looking.
Yeah. He's crafting his next monologue, scripting it out.
Well, thanks to Lyon for being an incredible champion. Also, a huge thanks to all of our sponsors for this split who allow us to do what we do, allow us to put on shows like this, to get on the road like this to Arizona, where the crowd kicked ass. We are sorry that there was not so good.
The crowd was amazing. You guys are amazing.
They would have been bumping if there was 10 games.
They were bumping with 6.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's more than bumping, Raz? Give me a word.
Belly bopping.
That's amazing. That's it for us. If you want to stick around, we'll be doing a press conference with the Spring Split champions, Lyon. That's really what we're showing Dokla and Inspired for. Thank you for watching the 2026 LCS Spring Split. And make sure to tune into MSI play-in starting June 27th at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific time. Very watchable. Over on the Riot Games YouTube channel. The LCS will return on July 25th for the summer split. July 25th. We'll say that during MSI as well. You're going to check the socials. We'll see you back for summer. See you there.
See you guys.
See you at MSI.
Boom.
Good luck.
Welcome back to the LCS Spring Finals driven by Kia. We're here in the Mullet Arena in Tempe, Arizona to find our LCS Spring champions.
We can look.
Casio has flash.
Up and up.
I think bad man.
Yeah, but
Take it slow.
It's okay.
Then I can carry.
No flash,
Gragas.
Tank from maybe.
Nice. Seems fine.
Gragas on flash. Casio has, I think.
Okay.
As I think. Oh, no flash.
와, 사거리 뭐야, 그게?
Eat that. Yum.
Whoa.
Your range is crazy.
Just when it looked like TL might have finally found something, they find the business end of Berserker's rifle.
I'm gonna
Finish.
Go slow. I will slow out, flash out if I need to.
Yuri coming slowly.
Take it slow. Rakan wants to flash in. Rakan wants to flash.
Look good. Look here. Come.
Coming.
I have Mikhail's.
Shyvana has flash.
Yeah.
Baron's up.
And Lyon will sweep Team Liquid out of Arizona, the same they did to Cloud9. Lyon will win back-to-back titles in North America and represent the LCS as champions.
In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. to the arena, wild animals. Realize we're hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy, the battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now, we're going for gold. This time is for heroes, a new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky, we're flying high, fighting eye to eye. We started fire, we will blow the night. We're gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we're gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We're soldiers, we're heroes, we're fighters. We're the soldier, through the fire, through the blaze. We're gladiators, world dominators, yeah.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Grand Finals press conference with your #1 seed from the LCS Lyon and Spring Split champions. Congratulations again to the team. We're gonna have some questions from the press live here. I have some questions from press online as well. I'm sure a lot of them will be about this finals, but then also looking forward to MSI because they will be advancing straight to the group stage. Are you relieved about that, Berserker? Straight to the group stage? You don't have to do play-ins?
What did you say?
You don't have to play in play-ins. Does that feel good?
Oh yeah, I mean I can rest a bit more, so I'm really happy about that.
Yeah. All right, well, let's take our first question from the audience members then. I don't know, you might be going to stream, but we can't hear you here in the venue.
My name is Hazem. I play on the ASU team here.
Sorry, it got a little heavy for Saint over there.
So my question was for Saint.
I am getting confirmation that the mic is not on. Can we get a different mic for the press? While we're doing that, I'll read out one of the ones from online, but it looks like we'll need a different mic down there. We'll read one from Sheep Esports, from Luis Mario Reyes. This is question for Saint, so mid laner and MVP, Kia Finals MVP. The question is, you never got to debut in the LCK. You're returning to your country now, representing North America, and will have the chance to play against HLE and T1. How will it feel to play against the best in the world in your country?
First, this is like really good chance to run, and I don't think we can like hardly beat them, but I think if we if we're doing better, then we can beat them. Hopefully I have a chance to beat them one time at this MSI. Thank you.
You're giving us a lot of confidence there, Saint. All right, come on, Doug. We can beat them, right? Big Dogs, we can beat them?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can beat them. All right, cool. Is the mic working now? Perfect. All right, let's hear from the audience member then.
All right, my name is Hazem. I play on the ASU team here, and I just wanted to ask, so I've played with Saint a few times, and usually he's not the nicest in chat, so I just wanted to know how you got your name.
I have no idea.
You don't know how you got your name?
Maybe that was not me.
It was somebody else typing to him in solo queue. Okay,
can you say the question again? Like,
he said he's played in solo queue games with you. He's a challenger AD carry, and he said that you haven't always been the nicest to him in chat.
He said I always blame someone.
No, you haven't been nice to him. So maybe you said something mean in chat. So then he asked, how did you get your name? Because Saint usually means like a good, like nice person, right? So how did you get the name Saint? Do you remember, did you come up with it?
In Korea, my name is Sungin. Sungin is Saint. Same like, same
so
word.
we can blame his parents then.
I'm not that good person.
Thank you for that question. That was great. I told him, by the way, that if he's ever in solo queue with you again and you type at him, he can just say, nice getting carried by Inspired. But now you just won MVP in finals, so I don't think that even works anymore. All right, anyway, let's take the next question.
Yes, this is Cloud from Cloud Media. My question is for Dokla. You are sort of the embodiment of perseverance. You know, your time in Optic and then going back down to Academy, then coming up on CLG, winning on Energy, not doing too well the year after, not finding a team, then getting on a team, then doing well at Worlds, not finding a team again, getting onto Lyon, winning again. Like, at some point it must be very tiring, it must be very like mentally exhausting. You've talked this split about how sometimes your mentality wasn't great and you needed some time. So just where do you get your perseverance and how do you keep going despite the obstacles?
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I just like playing League, so that's like the biggest thing. Because if I didn't enjoy it, then I don't think I would keep going through all this ups and downs, the roller coaster of emotion. So that's generally where it starts. But yeah, I mean, life's not going to be easy. You know, there's going to be ups and downs, and it's never going to be smooth sailing. So when you ride the wave and you're at the top, you better enjoy it while you can. So yeah, just life's not going to be easy, and you're going to have challenges. So these are my challenges.
Well said. I like that. Good question, also. Great question. All right, let's do another one from the audience.
Hi there, this is Jay Silver with Jay Silver Presents. My question is for Berserker. First of all, congrats on the win today. We saw you have some good plays on your more comfort champions. So how will you take the momentum from today's win and carry it with you to MSI?
That's right, Casper.
Guys, you played well today, so how are you going to take it to MSI?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I do think that like I played okay today, but I mean, I still think that we need to like working better at like the macro, like yeah. So I mean, we need to like working like keep like getting better. So yeah, I mean, we should just like keep working about that, and then if we just fix our like mid macro, then I think we can beat the like Asian team. So yeah, I'm trying to. We will try our best.
Is there a moment from this past series that is in your mind that you think about, like, oh, that was a mistake, like a macro mistake that you made?
Yeah, I mean, even in like third game when I play Yunara, I mean, I swapped at like 10 minutes or something, and then I got base cancel, and then our tempo is kind of like bad for like Drake. So, I mean, not only about that, like Dokla was like die, like when we know that like they're all top side, and then he's just walking away and dead, right? So those kind of things, if we fix about that, then yeah, I mean, I do think that we have chance for like win Asian team. So yeah.
All right, Dokla, any comment?
Yeah, I just want to apologize because I realized after I died that could have been the perfect game. We were like 15-0 and no one had to die, so it would have been a good way to close it out. But yeah, I just ran it down, so I'm sorry.
All right, we're going to do one of our online media questions and then go back to the media here. This one is from Luka Yurazov from Hotspawn. This question is for Inspired, so if we can get the mic to Inspired. If you could go back to the start of your career and give your younger self one piece of advice, what would it be?
Be yourself. Don't change anything. And yeah, I think I did that, so I don't know.
So to be clear, you're going to give yourself advice that you already took?
Yeah, I think I would tell myself advice that I probably knew from the beginning, that if I want to win, I need to just be myself and trust myself and play well. Yeah.
I love it because that is the most inspired answer I think I've ever heard. That was a great one. All right, let's take another one from the media here.
Hi, my name is Reagan, or Miss Chum Chum. I'm here with a question kind of from the community for Berserker. Berserker, your gameplay is always like super inspiring. You went insane. Berserk even, which you said is how you got your name. I kind of want to know, what is it about this current roster, this current team? Because you won in 2022 with C9, you went to Korea, you grinded for a little bit, you came back, right? So what is it about this team that allows you to play with the confidence and the aggressiveness that we saw today? Because you went insane.
I mean, for like last year, I mean, I was like keep losing, right? So, I mean, beginning of the season, I thought like I played like not bad. I mean, I actually thought that like I'm playing good, like even in SK, but like we are keep losing, and then, I mean, be honest, like I was kind of like lost my mind, like from the like split 3, I guess. So I mean, I was kind of like didn't have confident, but like I mean, I'm playing like in Lyon now, and then we are on the split, and then even I went to what's the call first 10. I played with the like BLG or like G2 like or like HK team, and then I mean I still play against them, and then I feel that I can win these guys. So yeah, I mean I just have confidence about that. So yeah, I mean I'm just playing still aggressive, and if they trying to hit me or something, then I just have confidence for the like can dodge. So yeah, I mean I'm just playing like that.
Amazing, you did a great job.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to do 2 from the online media because they're both for the coaching staff. So I actually want to hear from the Lyon coaching staff. We haven't gotten to hear from you yet. The first one is for Rainover. As a former professional jungler, this is from Luka Yurazov at Hotspun. As a former professional jungler, what is your opinion of Inspired as a player in the jungle role? And then follow-up question, do you think he is currently the best Western jungler?
Yeah, I mean, for sure he's currently the best Western jungle. I mean, working with Inspired is really fantastic. Like, he's very smart. He's actually our in-game leader and then captain of the team, and I think he's doing a fantastic job doing that. The reason why our team is very good is, first, like, his shuffling is really good, and then all the players are capable to follow that. And then our problem solving is also really good, like especially like the game 1, he was the one who was able to like problem solve like really well throughout the game, so we were able to like win this game as well. So yeah, I mean, I'm very happy and satisfied working with Inspired, and he's definitely the best Western jungle right now.
I mean, how many titles now? 7 titles out of, I believe it was like 6 out of 11 going into today. Now 7 out of 12 possible. That's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. If you could also pass the microphone down. The next question here is from Luis Mario Reyes from Sheep Esports. And this is for both the coaches, but I figured Rigby could answer. How has Lyon evolved from the previous international appearance to improve the result that we saw at First Stand?
So how has Lyon improved since first stand?
To me?
This was for coaching staff, yeah, for Rigby.
Rigby? Rigby too.
I mean, we play snowballing style and then scaling style, like both of it well. And then we're kind of like now at a state where we make mistake, we realize it in game. And then just going into MSI, we'll feel more of that in game. And then if you recognize it in game, that's where you start to like get better, fix it inside the game. So we're just at the state, and then I eventually hope that we beat Asian teams because, you know, I only got one LCS offer last year. Like I didn't even get like a LCK tier 2 offers. So I want to like shit on them pretty bad.
Some revenge tour. So if I heard you correctly, though, to follow up on that, does that mean that at first stand you felt that there wasn't that problem-solving in-game element, but now Lyon has that?
I mean, we know how big our mistake was after the game when we reviewed together. That's how it was in first stand, at least from my point of view. But now, even in scrims or even when we like play on game, if there's like a mistake happen, we know we have to do something, you know, to make up for the tempo or force a play somewhere. And then that's like the good characteristic of Asian teams. And then we're now recognizing it like Casper always does. And then the rest feels like the atmosphere too. So yeah, I think it's going to be way much higher chance for us to win at MSI than first stand.
That's a confidence I like to hear. There we go. All right, we'll take another in-person media question.
Yeah, so this is Cloud again. My question this time is for Inspired. Inspired, last year you made it to MSI on FlyQuest. You guys had some really great synergy, your strategies, the way you guys played as a team. You were all on the same page. You're trying to do that now with Lyon. You have talked about like the struggles of trying to figure out how to all play the same kind of League of Legends that you envision. How far away do you think you are from that last year's FlyQuest roster, that high that you had at MSI?
I mean, how far away? I don't know. I mean, on FlyQuest I was trying my best to win. Here I'm also going to try my best to win. It's hard to answer that question. Sure, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a team game. I can just help the guys perform, but in order to be the best teams in the world, we need all play really well and not make mistakes. So it's not going to be just up to me. I think everyone from us will have to play well, be confident, and yeah, I think that's what I was trying to do on FlyQuest, and that's what I'm doing here right now.
I mean, more like as a team, like when comparing both teams, do you feel like there's a big difference, or are you close to that sort of level of all playing together as a team?
I mean, I would have to like compare player by player, right? Like, I think on FlyQuest, obviously Bwipo was like a very clutch factor for our team, while I think Dokla is more of a stable player on our team. I think Quad was a stable player on FlyQuest, while I think on our team, Saint is more of a Bwipo type of player. So I think, yeah, I think we have a different dynamic here than I had on FlyQuest. I think stylistically, mid lane and top lane is very different to what I had on FlyQuest, and yeah, I guess we're gonna try to make it work.
Bit of an inverse, it sounds like. So that's a cool insight, though. I like it. We're gonna take a question from the broadcast now. This one is for Isles. So Inspired, if you could pass the mic down for Isles, support down here. So this question is, for context, put yourself a year back. You were playing for Dignitas for 2 full years.
Oh boy.
And the question that we have for you is you've kind of flown under the radar a bit in the LCS, never quite finding success until now on Lyon. So how would you describe the feeling of having a roster around you where your true form can shine?
I mean, I'm very blessed to be sitting here. I think it's a really big privilege to be able to play with the teammates that I have, to be given this opportunity. You know, it's crazy that I'm sitting right now on a stage playing a video game in front of people that came here to watch me play a video game. That's pretty crazy. So
I think they had fun doing it too.
You really do have to take it every day, day by day. I think obviously last year was the year before. Honestly, like even in retrospect, people make it sound worse than it was. I think obviously I was in the slums in some ways, but it's all part of the experience. I think I learned a lot of things, not just in League, but about myself as a person through these years. It's really important. And yeah, I mean, I guess just the experience of playing with this team and having players that hold you to a high standard, keep you accountable, and support you, and give you that sort of confidence. I think after first stand, I really felt that that energy that we're really not that far behind. And yeah, I mean, the JDG series in particular, I thought was like so winnable, and just even just this finals weekend, it's a big tick in my box that we 3-0'd today, and I still think in my head that there's so much room to grow. So I'm really excited for MSI and really grateful for my team.
All right, thank you so much, Isles. Let's, do we have any more here in person?
Isles, I'm going to come back to you on this one. So you will be facing off against some of the world's best supports. Who would you like to face off against, and what will it take to beat them?
I mean, there's no slouch, I think, at MSI. Even teams not just from Korea and China, even teams like the PCS teams, I think there are so many strong players out there. Honestly, I was really excited to play against KC. I think they're a really exciting team to watch as well. But yeah, I mean, just having the first taste of playing against someone that you haven't played against before is something that I think is interesting. Not every support necessarily plays exactly the same way. And I kind of want to play against Delight, to be honest. I think Delight, maybe more than anyone else in the world right now, just when he has that angle, he's just so great at pulling the trigger. And yeah, just having that experience about someone who doesn't hesitate to the highest degree, I think is something I'm really looking forward to.
Do you take any inspiration from players? Because I feel like when it comes to support, the player that always comes to mind is Keria and his wacky picks. Do you ever take inspiration and like try out some of his picks?
I mean, for sure, I think everyone does, but I think, honestly, I wouldn't say Keria is overrated. I think he's totally deserving of the praise he gets. I just think some of the other players are underrated. I think people don't give enough credit to players like Duro, to players like Delight, who are so solid, and they might not be as flashy at times, but sometimes it takes a little bit of a closer look to see how good some of these players are, and I respect all the teams so much.
As a fellow support player, give me Nux right there. Yeah, we do things in games, okay? Yeah, round of applause for the supports out there. Next question is for the coaching staff again. So Rainover, I see you still have the mic. This is from the broadcast. And it's referencing actually the fact that Dokla, in his post-game interview, credited the coaching staff for winning all 3 drafts, all 3 games. So the question is, would you credit that more to this being an easy team to draft for? Or do you just think your preparation against Team Liquid Alienware was specifically good today?
I mean, I think our team just generally has a bigger champion pool. Like like as a coach, when your players are able to play every champion, it's just really easy to draft. And I do think compared to Team Liquid, our players were able to have like way better champion pool. And then just big props to Rigby. He has been prepping draft really well. Like even today's match against Liquid, his plan was really good. So yeah, my job's generally easy when all my players know how to play every champ, and my coach is very smart over the draft.
That's awesome. Let's take another question. We have one from a fan, actually.
Yes. Berserker, yesterday you were asked to give advice to Isles, and your advice given to Isles was play better. So my follow-up question to you is, did Isles play better today?
Yeah, I mean, I think so, yeah. I mean, compared to like when I first saw him, like he's improved a lot. So, I mean, he did well today, I think. So, yeah, I'm kind of proud of him.
I like that. We're proud of Isles. Great question. Great question. And that's going to be all the time that we have here as well for the post-match press conference. Thank you so much, everybody from Lyon, for coming on and chatting. Thank you so much, everybody in the audience, for sticking around and cheering, all the members of the press online and in person for asking some great questions. And best of luck at MSI as the #1 seed. It's going to wrap it up here, though, for us in Arizona. Thank you for tuning in, everybody at home. Thank you again, Mullet Arena, for being a fantastic crowd. Next time you see us, we'll be at International at MSI. We'll see you there.